Chapter 3746. Through Lu Ming's inquiries, he knew that the situation in the Iron Sea star zone was special. There were a total of 18 universe-level forces in the Iron Sea star zone. These 18 universe-level forces occupied some of the best resource planets in the Iron Sea star zone. A long time ago, the various forces in the Iron Sea star zone fought for resources, and it was extremely tragic. Later, under the leadership of the Heavenly Palace's emissary, the 18 universe-level forces reached an agreement and set up a resource alliance. Every once in a while, there would be a distribution of resource planets. Now, it was almost time for a new resource alliance. The resource planets controlled by the various forces would undergo a major reshuffle. Therefore, this period of time was also the most chaotic period. The various forces sent out their experts, pretending to be interstellar pirates, to plunder the resources of other forces. This was because no one knew how the resource planets would be distributed after the resource alliance was signed. Lu Ming passed by a few resource planets consecutively, but he did not find a good opportunity to make a move. A month later, Blood Jade Resource Planet. This resource planet produced a kind of treasure called Blood Jade. The blood jade contained a mysterious energy that could be absorbed by cultivators to strengthen their vitality and divine body. It was very precious and was controlled by the Fengdu Sword Sect, one of the 18 universe-level forces in the Iron Sea star zone. At this time, a fierce battle was happening on the Blood Jade Resource Planet. A group of black-robed men surrounded the Blood Jade Resource Planet and fought fiercely with the Fengdu Sword Sect. Which force are you from? Don't think that we won't know just because you're pretending to be interstellar pirates. A young woman in the Fengdu Sword Sect shouted. This young woman looked to be in her 20s. She wore a green swordsman's robe and looked valiant. She formed a sword seal and a divine sword floated above her head. It burst out sharp sword rays and slashed at the black-robed men. One of the black-robed men waved his palm. Blood chi filled the air and blocked the sword rays. Han Xiling is indeed a prodigy of the Fengdu Sword Sect. Her cultivation has reached the 6th level of the Divine Lord realm at such a young age. However, in front of me, she's still far from it. The black-robed man sneered. His palm energy surged and pressed toward Han Xiling. This person had 9th level Divine Lord cultivation. Even if Han Xiling's talent was unparalleled, it was also hard to resist. Fortunately, a Fengdu Sword Sect powerhouse beside her helped her block this blow. We'll hold off the Fengdu Sword Sect. The rest of you, go and snatch the Blood Jade. That 9th level Divine Lord black-robed man transmitted the order. Yes. Around them, many black-robed men charged towards the Blood Rain mines to plunder the Blood Jade. Black Blood Hall's devil. Han Xiling gritted her teeth. Although these people were wearing black robes, Han Xiling and the others still recognized them easily. They were from Black Blood Hall, one of the 18 universe-level powers in the Iron Sea star zone. But so what if he recognized her? Before the new resource treaty was signed, the major forces plundered each other. This was an unwritten rule for many years. If others plundered the Fengdu Sword Sect, the Fengdu Sword Sect would also send people to plunder the resources of other forces. That would depend on who was stronger. Those who were strong could plunder others to their heart's content, while those who were weak could only passively take a beating. Of course, there was a consensus among them that they would not send out divine emperors. This was because divine emperors were the strongest among universe-level powers. Once a divine emperor was sent out, it would evolve into a full-scale war and the situation would be out of control. Hence, not sending out divine emperors was an unwritten rule. Whichever force sent out divine emperors would be jointly attacked by the other forces. This time, it was the Black Blood Hall that sent out their experts to plunder the Fengdu Sword Sect's Blood Jade mines. Although the Fengdu Sword Sect had sent out experts to guard the mines, the Black Blood Hall had sent out more and stronger experts. After all, there were many resource planets under the Fengdu Sword Sect that needed to be guarded. It was impossible for them to have sufficient experts to guard the planets. There were not many experts guarding the Blood Jade planet. At this moment, the Fengdu Sword Sect's defenses had long been breached. A large number of Black Blood Hall experts had rushed into the Blood Jade planet and were frantically plundering the Blood Jade mines. The Fengdu Sword Sect people could only watch helplessly as they could not stop them. Not to mention stopping them, it would be considered good if they could keep their lives. Good chance. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He had decided to take action and assist the Fengdu Sword Sect. Lu Ming stepped into the air and headed towards the Blood Jade planet. He did not hide his figure and his aura spread out. As soon as Lu Ming approached the Blood Jade planet, the Fengdu Sword Sect and Black Blood Hall people noticed him. In the beginning, both sides were shocked. However, when they saw that Lu Ming was only a 5th-level Divine Lord, they did not pay much attention to him. "Kid, this is not a place where you can come. Hurry up and get lost." Someone from the Black Blood Hall shouted coldly. This person's aura was extremely violent. He was a quasi-emperor. Get lost? I think the ones who should get lost are you. This is the resource planet of the Fengdu Sword Sect. What are you doing here? Lu Ming shouted coldly. The Fengdu Sword Sect people were slightly stunned. They did not expect Lu Ming to be on their side. It was a pity that Lu Ming was only a 5th-level Divine Lord. Even if he was on their side, it was useless. The Black Blood Hall people did not place Lu Ming in their sights even more. Turns out that you're also a member of the Fengdu Sword Sect. Go kill him. That quasi-emperor powerhouse shouted coldly. I'll kill him. A black-robed person immediately flew out, flying over towards Lu Ming. A layer of blood-red fog spread towards Lu Ming. The smell of blood assailed the nostrils. This person was a 7th-level Divine Lord existence. They did not dispatch a 6th-level Divine Lord person to kill Lu Ming because Lu Ming looked very young. Being able to reach 5th-level Divine Lord at a young age, he was most likely a Heaven's chosen figure. His combat power was definitely not weak. But 7th-level Divine Lord was a full 2 levels higher. The way they saw it, it was more than sufficient. In a twinkle, the blood-red fog was about to envelop Lu Ming. Be careful. This blood fog is extremely corrosive. Quickly avoid it. In Blood Jade Planet, Han Xiling shouted a reminder. Although Lu Ming seemed to be somewhat overestimating his own ability, just 5th-level Divine Lord and running out foolishly, Lu Ming stood on the Fengdu Sword Sect's side after all. Standing out was with good intentions. She also could not bear to see Lu Ming be killed here. But Lu Ming did not care in the slightest, allowing the blood fog to envelop him. Sigh. Han Xiling sighed lightly, not quite understanding why Lu Ming was so foolish, not even running. It was simply courting death in vain. The rest of the Fengdu Sword Sect thought so too. Ha, truly a fool, go to hell. That person from the Black Blood Hall revealed a hideous smile. It was as if he already saw the scene of Lu Ming turning into white bones in the blood fog. His blood fog, forget about 5th-level Divine Lords, even if they were similarly 7th-level Divine Lords, they would be extremely wary, not daring to be enveloped by his blood fog. Otherwise, it would be dangerous. And a 5th-level Divine Lord, it was really not too simple. Chapter 3747. The blood mist shrouded Lu Ming, emitting sizzling sounds. The powerful corrosive force wanted to corrode Lu Ming's physical body. But not even a single hair on Lu Ming's body was corroded. He did not feel anything at all. Just this bit of power? Lu Ming revealed a look of disappointment. He originally still wanted to see how great the power of this blood mist was, see if he could borrow the power of the blood mist to stimulate his potential and let his cultivation increase again. He did not expect that the difference was really too great. Even if he stood here without moving, not even a single hair on his body could be corroded. This was also normal. Hair was also made up of cells and also contained taboo power. How could a mere 7th-level Divine Lord possibly destroy it? Boring. Lu Ming's indifferent voice came out. Then he took a step out and arrived in front of this 7th-level Divine Lord existence from Black Blood Hall. How is this possible? This Black Blood Hall expert could not help opening his eyes wide. Lu Ming was actually unscathed. This did not make sense. Lu Ming could not be bothered to talk nonsense with him. His palm was like a blade chopping out. A blade-type secret art erupted in his palm. A blade light flashed. This Black Blood Hall 7th level Divine Lord existence was directly cleaved into two halves, falling on the spot. This person fell. The blood mist naturally dissipated. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help opening their eyes wide. Lu Ming actually killed this 7th level Divine Lord existence so easily. A 5th level Divine Lord's combat power was actually so strong? Han Xiling was known as one of Fengdu Sword Sect's few heaven's pride. But in the Divine Lord realm, she could not cross 2 levels to battle. Be careful, this kid has a treasure that can resist the blood mist corrosion. Don't use the blood mist to deal with him. Directly attack him with powerful force. A 5th level Divine Lord wanting to play tricks in front of this old man, he's still a little too tender. A quasi-emperor from Black Blood Hall shouted coldly. He thought that Lu Ming had a treasure on him that could resist the blood mist corrosion. That was why he was safe and sound. Just now, that 7th level Divine Monarch expert from Black Blood Hall was a little dazed because he was careless and saw that Lu Ming was fine in the blood fog. That was why Lu Ming seized the opportunity to kill him. As long as they didn't use any treasures, they could crush Lu Ming with their powerful strength. Lu Ming would die without a doubt. He thought that he had seen through Lu Ming's little trick clearly. Lu Ming wanted to use this to scare them off. How was that possible? Did he think he was a 3-year-old child? Was he that easy to scare? What a joke. So that's how it is. Damn it, I'll go kill him. I'm going too. 2 bad-tempered experts from the Black Blood Hall rushed towards Lu Ming. One was a 7th level Divine Lord, the other reached 8th level Divine Lord. This time, they didn't use the blood fog. Instead, they used their powerful strength to suppress Lu Ming. 2 blood-colored palm prints condensed and blasted towards Lu Ming. The energy surged and the power was shockingly strong. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Lu Ming. Weak and powerless. Lu Ming shook his head casually. He stepped forward and slashed out with his palm. A saber light flashed and the 2 palm prints dissipated. Even the 2 experts from Black Blood Hall were cut into 2. Then, the remaining 2 parts of their bodies exploded and their bodies and souls were destroyed. Instant kill. It was still an instant kill. Lu Ming could kill quasi-emperors with ease now. 8th and 7th level Divine Monarchs were as weak as ants in front of him. Everyone at the scene widened their eyes again. The quasi-emperor from Black Blood Hall who thought that he had seen through everything opened his mouth wide and couldn't close it for a long time. Then, his eyes were filled with hatred and killing intent. Lu Ming was simply giving him a slap in the face. And it was a resounding slap. He felt that his face was going to turn into a pig's head. How dare you kill people from Black Blood Hall? Kid, you're courting death. The quasi-emperor from the Black Blood Hall flew into a rage out of humiliation. With a roar, he actually took action personally. He transformed into a beam of blood light and dashed toward Lu Ming. A blood-colored saber gleam slashed toward Lu Ming. How powerful was a quasi-emperor when he attacked? Be careful, retreat quickly, Han Xiling exclaimed. She didn't want to see such a powerful genius fall just like that. However, Lu Ming's expression remained calm. There was a hint of disdain in his calmness. To be honest, along the way he had encountered quasi-emperors from the Frost Moonvine race, Heavenly Locust race, and Winged Men race. The quasi-emperors from these powerful races were all stronger than the quasi-emperor from Black Blood Hall. In his opinion, the other party was weak and powerless. It wouldn't be of any use to him to train. It seems that the only ones who can make me feel pressure and stimulate my potential are divine sovereigns. Lu Ming muttered and then punched. Boom. The other party's blood-colored saber light directly collapsed. The fist energy didn't stop and bombarded the other party's body. The quasi-emperor from Black Blood Hall didn't even have time to scream before his body exploded and his soul was extinguished. Silence. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes and mouths were wide open as they stared blankly at Lu Ming. A 5th-level Divine Lord had killed a quasi-emperor with 1 punch. How was that possible? Were their eyes playing tricks on them? Could Lu Ming have been hiding his cultivation base? However, they definitely weren't mistaken. Lu Ming was indeed a 5th-level Divine Lord. He definitely hadn't been hiding it. A 5th-level divine lord instantly killing a quasi-emperor. What kind of talent was that? What kind of monster was that? If you don't want to die, scram. Lu Ming roared. A cold aura surged towards the people from Black Blood Hall. Kid, who are you? How dare you kill people from Black Blood Hall? Just wait for our revenge. Someone from Black Blood Hall roared. Still not leaving? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He took a step forward and the void shook violently. A wave of energy swept towards the people from Black Blood Hall. In an instant, hundreds of people were swept in by the wave of energy. They screamed and then lost all signs of life. It didn't matter if they were 7th-level divine lords, 8th-level divine lords, 9th-level divine lords, or even quasi-emperors. Instant kill. Go quickly. Retreat quickly. The people from Black Blood Hall were finally afraid. They roared in horror and flew into the distance. Those who were snatching Blood Jade didn't dare to stay either. They wished they could grow a few more legs and quickly flew into the starry sky. The people from Black Blood Hall on Blood Jade Planet all ran away in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong. He had killed a quasi-emperor instantly. It was useless to rely on numbers. Unless a divine emperor took action, they would die if they didn't run. The people from Fengdu's sword sect were stunned and even forgot to chase. It took them a while to react. Brother, thank you for your help. Han Xiling flew over and cupped her fists to thank him. You're welcome. My ancestor was once on good terms with Fengdu's sword sect. He was traveling here and happened to encounter such a thing. How could he just stand by and watch? Lu Ming smiled. Your ancestor was on good terms with Fengdu's sword sect? Han Xiling and the other people from Fengdu's sword sect's eyes lit up. They didn't have much doubt. After all, Lu Ming was a monster who exceeded common sense. There was no need for him to lie to them. Chapter 3748. Han Xiling's beautiful eyes flickered as she said, I'm Han Xiling, how should I address you? Lu Ming said. So it's Brother Mu. Thank you for your help this time. The Plentiful City Sword Sect will remember your kindness. Brother Mu, please come to the Plentiful City Sword Sect and let them express their gratitude. Han Xiling said. Hearing Han Xiling's words, the eyes of the Plentiful City Sword Sect's people lit up. They knew what Han Xiling was thinking. The Resource Alliance was to redistribute the resource planets. To occupy good resources, it was completely dependent on strength. Therefore, the 18 forces would send some people to compete. Those who participated in the competition were all from the younger generation. The competition between the younger generation could be the geniuses nurtured by the sect, or they could ask for external help. After all, to be able to ask for external help was a reflection of one's connections. Connections were also a kind of strength. Lu Ming's combat power was really heaven-defying. Such a strong combat power was definitely a strong external help. Obviously, Han Xiling wanted to invite Lu Ming to the Feng City Sword Sect and then find an opportunity to ask Lu Ming to be the external aid of the Feng City Sword Sect and help them. Alright. Lu Ming nodded. He was happy, but his expression did not change. He was not happy about the Plentiful City Sword Sect. He was happy that his plan was halfway to success. His motive was very simple. He wanted to display his powerful abilities so that the Feng City Sword Sect would take a liking to his abilities and invite him to help the Feng City Sword Sect in the battle for resources. In that case, Lu Ming would be able to raise some conditions. Seeing Lu Ming nod, Han Xiling and the Plentiful City Sword Sect's people were overjoyed. Next, they came to the resource planet. There was a large hall here, which was the residence of the Guardian. The Plentiful City Sword Sect held a banquet to thank Lu Ming for his help. During the banquet, there was naturally a tide of flattery, turning Lu Ming into a rare monstrous genius. To be honest, a large part of it was their heartfelt words. A 5th-level divine lord could insta-kill a quasi-emperor. Such a monstrous genius, let alone seeing it, they had never even heard of it. In their eyes, Lu Ming was a rare monstrous genius. After 3 rounds of wine, they left one after another. The next day, Lu Ming and Han Xiling set off for the headquarters of the Fengdu Sword Sect. The others couldn't leave with them. They had to guard this place. The headquarters of Fengdu Sword Sect was called Fengdu Star. It was huge and prosperous. Even in the starry sky, one could see mountain peaks that towered into the clouds like divine swords. It was as if countless divine swords were stabbed into the ground. On Fengdu Star, there were such mountains everywhere. They flew towards the most majestic mountain peak. From afar, they could see dazzling sword lights dancing in the air. Those were the experts of the Fengdu Sword School. The Feng City Sword Sect, amongst the universe-level powers, was considered not bad. There were not just one or two godly emperors, there were at least hundreds of them. Although it couldn't be compared to the powerful races on the primitive 10,000 races list, it was considered below average among the universe-level powers. Compared to the Taishu dynasty, a pseudo-universe-level power, it was unknown how many times worse it was. With Han Xiling leading the way, they were unimpeded and came to the highest sword-shaped mountain peak. On the peak of the sword-shaped mountain peak, a magnificent palace was built. This was the core of the Fengdu Sword Sect. They landed on the square outside. "Brother Lu, wait for me here first. I'll go in and report the situation on Blood Jade Planet." Han Xiling said. "Okay." Lu Ming nodded. Han Xiling flew into the main hall and went to report. Lu Ming wandered around the edge of the square. This mountain peak towered into the clouds as if it was connected to the sky. One could look up at the starry sky. Looking down, one could see the endless mountains and rivers. It was magnificent. Such a tall mountain peak, ordinary people naturally couldn't come up. If they couldn't breathe, they would suffocate to death. Of course, for cultivators, there was no problem at all. In less than 10 minutes, dozens of figures flew out of the main hall. Han Xiling was among them. Most of the others were middle-aged men and old men. Only a few young people were among them. Everyone's eyes fell on Lu Ming. They were full of curiosity and disbelief. Han Xiling had already explained the situation on Blood Jade Planet in detail. It was Lu Ming who saved them. Lu Ming defeated the people of the Black Blood Hall with his own strength. Moreover, his combat strength was so terrifying that he could easily kill a quasi-emperor. Was it possible for a 5th-level divine lord to easily kill a quasi-emperor? "Brother Mu, this is our sect leader Wang." Han Xiling pointed to a kind old man and introduced. Junior Mu Yun greets sect leader Wang. Lu Ming clasped his fists. "Little brother, you're too polite. This time, it's all thanks to your help that the losses on Blood Jade Planet were prevented. I thank you on behalf of Fengdu Planet." Sect leader Wang said with a smile. "You're too polite. My ancestor and Fengdu Sword Sect are old friends. Since I've met you, I naturally won't stand by and do nothing." Lu Ming said. "You're acting so well." At this moment, a discordant voice sounded. Everyone looked over. It was one of the young men who had spoken. The young man looked to be in his 20s. His face was cold and he was wearing a purple swordsman robe. He exuded a sharp aura. "Wang Zhangke, what do you mean by that?" Han Xiling glared at him and said coldly. "You know better than me what I mean. A 5th-level divine lord can kill a quasi-emperor? And it's so easy. Do you think we're fools? Do you think the sect leader and the elders are fools?" Wang Zhangke sneered, his tone full of sarcasm. "What I said is true. Not only was I present that day, many of my fellow sect members were present on Blood Jade Planet. If you don't believe me, you can ask them to confront you." Han Xiling said, cursing Wang Zhangke 1,000 times in her heart. She was well aware of Lu Ming's combat strength. Such a prodigy was usually arrogant. She still wanted to recruit Lu Ming as the external aid of the Fengdu Sword Sect and help them participate in the Resource Alliance. With Lu Ming joining, the Fengdu Sword Sect's strength would skyrocket. But Wang Zhangke actually said such a thing. She was really afraid that Lu Ming would leave in a rage. "Han Xiling, are you having an affair with this kid? You want to praise this kid, but you're praising him too much. A 5th-level divine lord can kill a quasi-emperor." "Ha!" Wang Zhangke sneered, his sarcasm growing. When he looked at Lu Ming, the depths of his eyes were full of resentment. He was also one of the few prodigies of the Fengdu Sword Sect. Moreover, he liked Han Xiling and had pursued her crazily, but Han Xiling did not care about him at all. This caused his anger to soar to the skies. And now, Han Xiling actually praised Lu Ming so much. He thought that Lu Ming and Han Xiling definitely had an affair. He resented Lu Ming even more. How can this kid compare to me? Wang Zhangke roared in his heart. He wished he could trample Lu Ming under his feet and let Han Xiling see who was the real genius. Chapter 3749. Wang Zhangke, you're talking nonsense. Han Xiling was so angry that her face turned red. Her delicate body trembled as she glared at Wang Zhangke. I'm talking nonsense? Ha, a fifth-stage Divine Lord could easily kill a quasi-emperor and defeat so many experts of the Black Blood Hall. Even a fool would know that such a ridiculous reason is fake. You're praising this kid so much. If you're not having an affair with him, what is it? I really didn't expect that Han Xiling was such a woman. To think that I treated you so well in the past. Disgusting. Wang Zhangke sneered. During this process, sect leader Wang and the others of the Fengdu Sword sect did not speak. To be honest, they did not quite believe that what Han Xiling said was true because it was too exaggerated and unbelievable. It was not a bad idea to let Wang Zhangke try. Lu Ming watched coldly from the side. He knew what these people were thinking. He was not angry but happy. This Wang Zhangke was really too cute. He was helping him. He naturally knew that it was difficult to convince people with Han Xiling's words alone. If he wanted to convince the people of the Fengdu Sword sect and even ask him for help, he had to show strong strength. Originally, he was thinking about how to find an excuse to show his strength. Look, Wang Zhangke sent himself to his door. Xiling, who is this guy? Why is he spewing nonsense like a fool? Lu Ming deliberately walked closer to Han Xiling and called her intimately. He glanced at Wang Zhangke disdainfully. Me, hearing Lu Ming call her so intimately, Han Xiling blushed and did not know what to do for a moment. Seeing Han Xiling's appearance, it confirmed that Han Xiling and Lu Ming were having an affair. Wang Zhangke completely exploded. The flames of jealousy burst out from his body as if he was about to explode. In an instant his eyes turned red. He stared at Lu Ming and roared, "Kid, what did you say? What did you say?" "Look, my ears are not working." Lu Ming sighed. Boom. Wang Zhangke completely exploded. Flames of anger spewed out from every pore on his body. Today, if he did not ruthlessly beat up Lu Ming, he would die from his anger. Fifth-level Divine Lords can kill quasi-emperors. Then let me try and see if it's true. Wang Zhangke roared as a powerful aura erupted from him. His sword Qi soared into the sky. Clang. Unsheathing his long sword, Wang Zhangke became one with his sword and transformed into a resplendent sword light, thrusting towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Wang Zhangke was also a sixth-level Divine Lord cultivation. His talent was extremely high, and he was one of the few heavens chosen of the plentiful City Sword sect. When he erupted with full power at the Divine Lord realm, he could cross a realm to battle, challenging seventh-level Divine Lord existences. In the Divine Lord realm, to be able to jump a level to battle, one was already an incredible genius. As for a stage 5 Divine Lord killing a quasi-emperor, he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. The sword light was incomparably sharp. It pierced through the void and pierced toward Lu Ming's throat. Sect leader Wang and the others stared unblinkingly, wanting to see how Lu Ming would block this move. Of course, he was prepared to make a move at any time. If Lu Ming was not a match and encountered danger and was about to be killed, he would make a move to save Lu Ming. After all, Lu Ming had no enmity with them. Moreover, he seemed to have a very good relationship with Han Xiling. They could not let Lu Ming die here and disappoint Han Xiling. Han Xiling was also one of the few heavens chosen of the plentiful City Sword sect. It looked like Wang Zhangke's sword light was about to pierce Lu Ming's glabella. Lu Ming still did not move. It's indeed fake. Sect leader Wang sighed in his heart. Although his rationality told him that what Han Xiling said previously was most likely fake, and perhaps the relationship between Han Xiling and Lu Ming was really like what Wang Zhangke said. But in the depths of his heart, he was still holding on to a trace of fantasy that it was true. Then he definitely would not hesitate to invite Lu Ming to be the external aid of the plentiful City Sword sect to participate in the Resource Alliance this time. although the probability was very small and almost impossible. He activated the divine power in his body and was about to make a move to save Lu Ming. But in the next moment, his movements suddenly stiffened. Because at this time, Lu Ming had already moved. Lu Ming casually stretched out 2 fingers. It looked like he was moving very slowly, but in fact he was astonishingly fast. Before Wang Zhangke's sword light could pierce him, he had already blocked in front of him. Then he casually clamped the tip of Wang Zhangke's divine sword. Wang Zhangke's movements immediately stopped. His body was suspended in midair, and the long sword in his hand could no longer move forward. He blocked it. Sect leader Wang and the elders of the plentiful city sword sect were dumbfounded and stunned. They had thought that Lu Ming might be able to block Wang Zhangke's attack, but never in their dreams would they have thought that Lu Ming would use this method to block Wang Zhangke's attack. Wang Zhangke's sword just now had clearly used all his strength. He wanted to show Lu Ming, to beat Lu Ming to the ground and expose Lu Ming and Han Xiling's fake identities. So the power of that sword was very shocking. But such a sword was easily caught by Lu Ming with 2 fingers. And Lu Ming looked as if it was effortless. No, impossible! Wang Zhangke roared, unable to accept this fact. Die for me, die for me! Wang Zhangke's eyes were blood red, and he was about to go crazy. If he really lost to Lu Ming like this, how embarrassing would it be? The divine power in his body burned fiercely. He was simply going all out. His divine power crazily poured into the long sword, erupting with his strongest attack, wanting to break through Lu Ming's defense and assassinate Lu Ming. But it didn't budge. Lu Ming's 2 fingers were like 2 immovable sacred mountains. No matter how Wang Zhangke unleashed his power or how he activated the long sword, it was the same. Trash! Lu Ming said indifferently. Then his power erupted, and his 2 fingers shook. Buzz! The long sword in Wang Zhangke's hand crazily shook, and then with a few cracking sounds, it shattered. Surging energy had already entered Wang Zhangke's body through the long sword. Wang Zhangke screamed miserably, and his body flew back like an arrow. He heavily fell to the ground, vomiting mouthfuls of blood. His body twitched incessantly, as if he was having cramps. A crushing defeat. There was no suspense in this battle. In Lu Ming's hands, Wang Zhangke was like a baby, weak and powerless, unable to withstand a single blow. Amazing! The eyes of sect leader Wang and the elders of the plentiful city sword sect brightened. The strength that Lu Ming displayed, although it was a bit exaggerated to say that he could kill a quasi-emperor, was also no small matter. Wang Zhangke's full power was enough to fight a 7th-level divine lord, and Lu Ming could easily crush Wang Zhangke. His strength was at least equivalent to an 8th-level divine lord, or even higher. Such combat strength would definitely be of great use in the Resource Alliance. It took a long time for everyone to recover. Among everyone, only Han Xiling's expression was normal. This result had long been within her expectations. Wang Zhangke actually dared to challenge Lu Ming. Wasn't he looking for a beating? Sure enough, heroes come from the youth. Let me meet you. A middle-aged man stepped out. Chapter 3750. A middle-aged man stepped out and faced Lu Ming directly. A powerful aura spread out and pressed down on Lu Ming. Quasi-Emperor. This was a quasi-Emperor realm expert. He wanted to challenge Lu Ming. Lu Chang, you're an elder. How can you fight with a junior? Sect leader Wang frowned and scolded lightly. The strength that Lu Ming displayed just now had already made him want to recruit him, so he stopped him. However, he didn't stop him too much. In fact, he also wanted to see if Lu Ming really had the battle strength of a quasi-emperor. Sect leader, little brother Mu Yun can defeat a quasi-emperor. This disciple is really curious and wants to exchange pointers with little brother Mu Yun. I have no other intention. Please grant my wish. Lu Chang bowed and said, Little brother Mu Yun, this? Sect leader Wang looked at Lu Ming with a troubled expression. It's fine. Make your move. Lu Ming replied. This person challenging him was exactly what he wanted. In this way, the Fengdu sword sect would pay more attention to him. Lu Ming's straightforwardness stunned sect leader Wang, Lu Chang, and the others. Lu Ming was so confident. Could it be that he really had the battle strength that Han Xiling said? But how was that possible? It was already a miracle that Lu Ming could defeat Wang Zhangke so easily. Could it be that a fifth-layer divine lord could really defeat a quasi-emperor? Impossible. Lu Chang shook his head hard in his heart. He had walked all the way from the fifth-layer divine lord to the quasi-emperor. He knew the gap between two realms. It was simply a fool's dream to cross this gap. Then don't go too far. Don't hurt the harmony, sect leader Wang said. Don't worry, sect leader, Lu Chang replied. His eyes flashed and he took a step on the ground. His body was like a mountain, rushing toward Lu Ming. With a punch, the space shattered like a rag. The violent power swept toward Lu Ming like a storm. He had promised sect leader Wang not to overdo it, but once he attacked, he went all out. He secretly had a very good relationship with Wang Zhangke. It could be said that he was one of Wang Zhangke's people. Just now, Wang Zhangke had been so miserably abused by Lu Ming. He definitely wanted to avenge Wang Zhangke. Therefore, he took the initiative to challenge Lu Ming, a junior, as a quasi-emperor. The violent power shook the heavens and the earth, causing the world to tremble. Cripple him! Cripple him! Cripple this bastard! At this moment, Wang Zhangke had barely recovered. He glared at Lu Ming with hatred in his eyes, hoping that Lu Ming would be suppressed or even crippled by Lu Chang. A ray of divine light involuntarily appeared on sect leader Wang's palm. He was ready to make a move. If the situation went south, he would save Lu Ming. Lu Ming was very strong. At the very least, among the younger generation of the Feng City Sword sect, there was only one person who could compare to Lu Ming. He couldn't let Lu Ming be crippled by Lu Chang. Just at this moment, Lu Ming attacked. He threw a punch at Lu Chang's fist. Boom! The sky shook and space exploded. The terrifying fist pressure was even more terrifying than Lu Chang's. This, sect leader Wang and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes. When an expert attacked, it was easy to tell whether or not he was an expert. The two of them hadn't even officially exchanged blows, but sect leader Wang and the other elders of the Feng City Sword sect could see that Lu Ming's fist was too terrifying. Not good. Lu Chang's expression wildly changed, and his heart began to pound. He felt a terrifying fist pressure coming at him. It was terrifying to the extreme. It wasn't something he could resist. But it was too late to change his attack now. In this situation, if he changed his attack, he would face Lu Ming's barrage of attacks. He would definitely lose. In this situation, he could only brace himself. Lu Chang roared angrily and used every bit of strength in his body to blast out along with the power of the fist. Boom! Their fists finally collided. It was as if two planets had collided, and then an explosion occurred. A terrifying chi swept in all directions, as if it was going to swallow the entire mountain. But sect leader Wang waved his hand and a strength swept across the mountain like a spring breeze. Wherever it passed, the chi generated by the collision between Lu Ming and Lu Chang was silently blocked. How strong? Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. Sect leader Wang wasn't an ordinary godly emperor. His cultivation level was definitely above the first godly emperor layer. He was extremely strong. Even if Lu Ming used his full strength and Qiu Qiu used his full strength, they wouldn't be able to compete with him. Lu Chang gave a horrible shriek, and then his bones were broken. He was sent flying backwards just like Wang Zhangke. He fell to the ground and coughed up blood. One of his arms had been completely broken and was hanging down weakly. Lu Chang, a quasi-emperor, had been killed in one attack. The entire place was silent. Everyone was looking at Lu Ming in a daze. Lu Ming had actually defeated a quasi-emperor. Moreover, it was an instant kill. He was only a fifth godly monarch layer. A fifth godly monarch layer had such fighting strength. This was too incredible. It turned out that what Han Xiling had said before was true. Now, no one doubted what Han Xiling had said because the truth was right in front of them. No, this can't be true. I must be dreaming. Yes, I must be dreaming. Wang Zhangke shook his head blankly. He couldn't accept this fact. He would rather believe that he was dreaming. But a gust of wind blew, and a sharp pain came from his wound. This told him that this was real. This wasn't a dream. But why is this happening? Wang Zhangke roared in his heart. He couldn't accept it, especially what he had just said. A fifth godly monarch layer can kill a quasi-emperor? And it's so easy. Do you think we're fools? Do you think the sect master and the elders are fools? The words he had just said were still ringing in his ears, but at this moment, they were like slaps to his face. Just now, he had mocked Lu Ming and doubted Lu Ming. He had said that Han Xiling and Lu Ming had an affair and deliberately praised Lu Ming. It turned out that everything was just his own wishful thinking. And everything Han Xiling had said was the truth. Lu Ming was indeed a monstrous genius. He had killed a quasi-emperor as a fifth-level godly monarch. The truth just now was right in front of them. Lu Ming had defeated Lu Chang with one punch. If he continued to attack, Lu Chang would definitely die. In fact, they didn't know that Lu Ming had already shown mercy just now. Otherwise, Lu Chang would have died with one punch. Amazing, amazing! At this moment, Sect Master Wang muttered to himself. He was so excited that he was about to tremble. With Lu Ming's combat strength, if he helped them fight in the Resource Alliance, the help would definitely be amazing. He could help the Fengdu Sword Sect to obtain better resources. In every Resource Alliance in the past, the Fengdu Sword Sect had always been ranked in the bottom 5 among the 18 forces in the Iron Sea Star Zone group. They had never rushed into the top 10. If they had Lu Ming's help, they might be able to rush into the top 10 and create history for the Fengdu Sword Sect. They had to keep Lu Ming at all costs. Sect Master Wang's eyes lit up. He had made up his mind. Chapter 3751. The Resource Alliance between the 18 forces in the Iron Sea Star region was based on strength. The stronger one was, the higher one's ranking in the Resource Alliance would be, and the better resources one could obtain. And the better resources one had, the stronger one's sect would be. This would form a positive cycle, and in the next Resource Alliance, one would achieve better results and obtain better resources. And the weaker forces would fall into a vicious cycle, becoming weaker and weaker. Therefore, Lu Ming was too important to the Plentiful City Sword Sect. Haha, this old man has cultivated for dozens of years and has seen countless geniuses in my life. But today I finally see what a real genius is, what a real hero is. Little brother Mu Yun's talent is really something this old man has never seen before. Sect leader Wang laughed, full of praise, and eased the atmosphere at the same time. Sect leader Wang is too polite. Lu Ming clasped his fists. Come. Little brother Mu Yun has done a great favor for the Plentiful City Sword Sect. This seat will set up a banquet to welcome little brother Mu Yun. Sect leader Wang said. He kept calling him little brother in a very affectionate manner. No need. This junior still has important matters to attend to, so I will take my leave now. Lu Ming said. Brother Mu, you're leaving now? Han Xiling said anxiously. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. Brother Mu, you don't have to care about some people. Han Xiling glared at Wang Zhangke anxiously. When Lu Ming came with her, he did not say that he was leaving. But now, he said that he had important matters to attend to, which was clearly an excuse. In fact, he was unhappy. In fact, she did not know that Lu Ming did not want to leave. He was retreating in order to advance, so that he could make a request for himself. Little brother Mu Yun, why are you leaving so soon? If there's anything important, tell me. I will do my best to help. Sect leader Wang said hurriedly, also a little anxious. What a joke, such a genius had finally arrived. If he let Lu Ming leave just like that, wouldn't he vomit blood? This junior indeed has something to attend to. I can't stay for long. Lu Ming still shook his head, clasped his fists, and was about to leave. Wait a moment, little brother Mu Yun, wait a moment. Sect leader Wang blurted out. He then clenched his teeth and said, Brother Mu Yun, I actually have a favor to ask of you. I hope you'll agree to it. Seeing that Lu Ming was about to leave, sect leader Wang didn't hide it any longer and hurriedly spoke of his purpose. You want my help? Sect Master Wang must be joking. This junior only has the cultivation of a 5th-level divine lord. The number of divine sovereigns in Plentiful City Sword Sect is not small. Why does this junior need to help? Lu Ming was delighted, but he didn't show it on his face. He asked the obvious and pretended to be ignorant. Little brother Mu Yun, do you know about the Resource Alliance Agreement of the Iron Sea Star Zone Group? Chief Wang said. I've heard of it. Lu Ming said. It's like this. Little brother Mu Yun's talent is unparalleled. The Plentiful City Sword Sect would like to invite little brother Mu Yun to become the external aid of the Plentiful City Sword Sect and help the Plentiful City Sword Sect participate in the Resource Alliance. Of course, no matter what the ranking is, the Plentiful City Sword Sect will give a generous reward. We will not disappoint little brother. Chief Wang said. So it's the Resource Alliance Agreement. Lu Ming nodded and frowned, looking like he was thinking. Chief Wang and the rest were nervously waiting for Lu Ming's answer, hoping that Lu Ming would agree. Participating in the Resource Alliance Agreement wasn't something that could be done by force. Lu Ming had to agree to it himself. Otherwise, it would be useless to force him. Moreover, they didn't dare to force Lu Ming. Lu Ming's talent, Lu Ming's battle strength, were simply abnormally strong. How could such a monster be nurtured by an ordinary force? They suspected that Lu Ming came from a terrifying force and was out on a trip to temper himself. If they dared to force Lu Ming, the Plentiful City Sword Sect wouldn't need to exist anymore. Lu Ming pretended to think for a while and said, originally, for Miss Ziling's sake, I wanted to help the Plentiful City Sword Sect with this favor. These words made Chief Wang and the rest's eyes light up. They glanced at Han Xiling and revealed a look of understanding. They thought that Lu Ming had taken a fancy to Han Xiling. Han Xiling's face was also slightly red, which made her even more beautiful. However, there seems to be someone in the Plentiful City Sword Sect who doesn't welcome me. If I stay here, wouldn't I be looking for trouble? Lu Ming said, as if he was referring to something. Everyone could tell that Lu Ming was talking about Wang Zhangke and Lu Chang. Wang Zhangke's face turned into the color of pig liver. Sect leader Wang and the others naturally understood. Little brother, some people in the Plentiful City Sword Sect have eyes but fail to see. I'll let them apologize to you. As he said that, Chief Wang's gaze looked at Wang Zhangke and Lu Chang and scolded, You too, why aren't you apologizing to little brother Mu Yun? Chief, Wang Zhangke's expression was extremely ugly as he looked at Chief Wang in a daze. Previously, he was constantly mocking Lu Ming, despising Lu Ming, and then provoking Lu Ming. He was suppressed by Lu Ming in one move, and he had already lost all his face. Now, he actually had to apologize to Lu Ming. This was simply more uncomfortable than killing him. He was about to vomit blood and was extremely sullen. Why aren't you apologizing to little brother Mu Yun? Do you want me to invite you? Chief Wang's tone became heavier, and a trace of cold light flashed in his eyes. Wang Zhangke and Lu Chang's hearts trembled. Obviously, Chief Wang was already angry, and they did not dare to disobey Chief Wang. In the end, they could only grit their teeth and cup their fists to Lu Ming, saying, We were blind just now, please forgive us. Is this the attitude of apologizing? Lu Ming said indifferently, obviously dissatisfied. Wang Zhangke's teeth were about to shatter. However, seeing Chief Wang's sharp gaze, he did not dare to refute. Pluck. Lu Chang was very straightforward. He directly knelt down and kowtowed to Lu Ming, asking for Lu Ming's forgiveness. This attitude is not bad. What about you? Lu Ming looked at Wang Zhangke. Wang Zhangke roared crazily in his heart. He was so sullen that he was about to explode. He could not wait to explode and go all out to scold Lu Ming and Chief Wang. However, in the end, he still did not dare to. Pluck. In the end, he knelt down in humiliation and apologized to Lu Ming. That's more like it. Lu Ming nodded lightly, then looked at Chief Wang and said, Chief Wang, it's not impossible for me to help Fengdu's sword sect, but I have a condition. What condition, little brother? Just say it. Chief Wang said. There are too many people, let's talk somewhere else. Lu Ming said. Chief Wang nodded and let Wang Zhangke and the others leave. After a while, only sect leader Wang, two of sect leader Wang's trusted elders, Han Xiling, and Lu Ming were left in the main hall. Little brother, what condition do you have? You can say it now, I promise not to spread it. Chief Wang said. I need a new identity, a complete identity. Lu Ming said his condition. Chapter 3752. A new identity? Sect leader Wang and the others were stunned. What kind of condition was this? I want to become a heavenly soldier of the heavenly palace. But if I become a heavenly soldier, the heavenly soldiers will investigate this person's background. But since I was born, I have been training in a secret place. This time, I have just been born. You can say that my past is blank. I'm afraid that I can't pass the heavenly palace's investigation. So I need a new identity. Lu Ming explained. I see. Sect leader Wang and the others nodded. They could understand what Lu Ming said. The heavenly palace's investigation of the heavenly soldiers was very strict. Lu Ming had never been born before. This was his first time. His past was a blank piece of paper. It would be troublesome to become a heavenly soldier. That was why Lu Ming wanted a new identity. Moreover, with Lu Ming's talent, they did not doubt that Lu Ming could succeed. If Lu Ming could not succeed with his talent, how many people in the Eldritch universe could succeed? However, it would be troublesome to give Lu Ming a new identity. There were many disciples in the Fengdu sword sect. Many of them died outside every year. They could casually find a disciple who had died and let Lu Ming become that disciple. However, everyone's life origin aura was different. If they let Lu Ming pretend to be a person, that person's friends and family would know that Lu Ming was a fake. The heavenly palace could easily find out. They frowned and pondered. Moreover, this was a very risky matter. If the heavenly palace found out about this, the Fengdu sword sect would be in big trouble. Deceiving the heavenly palace was a serious crime. However, the resource alliance this time was too important. Lu Ming's strength was too tempting. It would be a pity to give up on Lu Ming. Lu Ming also understood this. That was why he showed his strength to make the Fengdu sword sect reluctant. I have an idea. At this moment, an elder on the side spoke. This elder's name was Qin Tong. What idea? Sect leader Wang and Lu Ming's eyes lit up. I know that there is an outer disciple in the sect. Coincidentally, this outer disciple's name is Mu Yun. This Mu Yun is not very talented. He is a coward and low-key. Not many people know him. Some time ago, this Mu Yun went out to train and hasn't returned since. It's likely that he died outside. I'm sure no one will know that little brother Mu Yun has taken over this identity. Qin Tong said. They discussed for a while and came to an agreement. Let Lu Ming become the Fengdu sword sect's outer disciple, Mu Yun. Chen Tonghui showed Lu Ming the information of Mu Yun's past to reduce the number of flaws on Lu Ming. Lu Ming agreed to help the Fengdu sword sect participate in the resource alliance. He would do his best. Little brother Mu Yun, I'll bring you to the place where Mu Yun lives. Chen Tong said. Lu Ming nodded. Since he was going to pretend, he had to make it look real. Lu Ming followed Chen Tong and left the place. They flew to other places on Fengdu Star. Fengdu Star was huge. The entire Fengdu Star was the headquarters of the Fengdu sword sect. However, there was a difference between prosperous and not. Soon, they arrived at the other side of Fengdu Star. In front of them was a small sword-shaped mountain. It was incomparable to the sword-shaped mountain from before. On the sword-shaped mountain, there was a small courtyard. The two of them landed in the courtyard. This is where Mu Yun lives and cultivates. That Mu Yun is cowardly. His talent is not high and he doesn't get along with others. He cultivates here all year round. Very few people in the Fengdu sword sect know about him. Chen Tong introduced. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded with satisfaction. The more low-key Mu Yun was, the more advantageous it was for him now. Little brother, you can stay here. I'll sort out the information on Mu Yun for you. Also, in half a year's time, it will be the Resource Alliance. Chen Tong said. Lu Ming nodded. Then Chen Tong left. Sigh, I wonder when the Heavenly Palace will start recruiting heavenly soldiers. Lu Ming sighed. Previously, he had asked Sect Leader Wang and the others this question. Sect Leader Wang and the others could not answer. Because the Heavenly Palace did not have a fixed time to recruit heavenly soldiers. Other than the Heavenly Palace, no one knew when the Heavenly Palace would recruit heavenly soldiers next. Lu Ming was helpless. Right now, he could only create a new identity and cultivate while he waited. Lu Ming stayed here. With a wave of his hand, jade talismans appeared one after another. These jade talismans were obtained by Lu Ming from the ruins of the Tianyu kingdom. He had obtained a lot of treasures from the last treasure trove. Each jade talisman recorded a secret technique. There were hundreds of secret techniques here. Lu Ming looked through them one by one. Chilling wind extinction, I haven't cultivated it before. Heart destruction palm, I've cultivated it before. Pleasure technique, I haven't cultivated it before. Lu Ming looked through them one by one and selected the secret techniques that he had cultivated before. A day later, hundreds of secret techniques were selected. There were a total of 210 secret techniques that Lu Ming had not cultivated before. There were all kinds of secret techniques. Some of them were of little value and did not have much use. However, Lu Ming did not reject any of them and planned to cultivate them all. No matter what kind of secret technique it was, the more the better. Lu Ming began to cultivate the secret techniques. One by one, the secret techniques turned into secret technique runes and were integrated into Lu Ming's cells. Half a month later, Chen Tong brought back the previous information of Yun Mu. Lu Ming memorized it all and felt more confident. Then, he continued to cultivate the secret techniques. Another half a month later, Han Xiling found Lu Ming. Brother Mu, our Fengdu sword sect is preparing to send people to plunder the resources of other forces. Are you interested? Han Xiling asked. Plunder the resources of other forces? What resources? Lu Ming's heart stirred as he asked. All kinds of resources, metal mines, divine herb fields, jade mines, etc. Anything is fine. Han Xiling said. As the Resource Alliance approached, the major forces began to plunder resources more frequently and more fiercely. The Fengdu sword sect naturally would not passively take a beating. They would also send experts to plunder the resources of other forces. Han Xiling immediately thought of Lu Ming. Under the Divine Emperor realm, Lu Ming's battle strength was absolutely unparalleled. With Lu Ming joining, the plundering would be very smooth. Chapter 3753. Alright, but I need a metal resource mine. Lu Ming said. Qiuqiu's cultivation and evolution were inseparable from metal-type materials. Most of the divine weapons were also made of metal-type materials. Although Lu Ming had obtained a large number of divine weapons in the Skypass Divine Nation, who would complain about having more resources. With Qiuqiu's appetite, those divine weapons might not be able to last long. Therefore, the more metal-type materials, the better. Immediately, Lu Ming followed Han Xiling and headed towards the headquarters of the Fengdu sword sect. Brother Mu, you can wear this robe. On the way, Han Xiling gave Lu Ming a robe. Lu Ming put it on and completely wrapped himself in the robe. Then, Lu Ming restrained his aura. The forbidden energy was hidden in every cell in his body. The others could not figure out his specific cultivation. The forbidden energy was dispersed in every cell. As long as Lu Ming did not want others to find out his cultivation, no one would be able to, unless their cultivation was much higher. Soon, the two of them arrived at a large hall. The hall was very spacious. At this time, there were already hundreds of people there. Everyone was wrapped in black robes. Lu Ming and Han Xiling blended into the crowd and waited. After about half an hour, people came one after another. At this time, there were more than 500 people in the hall. Alright, almost everyone is here. This time, our goal is the Purple Moon Divine Iron Planet of the Black Blood Hall. We will rob them of their Purple Moon Divine Iron. Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. One of the black-robed men took off his hood. It was an old man. This old man was a quasi-emperor level expert of the Fengdu sword sect. He was also a protector of the sect. The protectors of the Fengdu sword sect were all quasi-emperor level experts. As for the elders, they were all divine emperors. Yes, protector. The crowd responded. Let's go. The protector gave the order. The crowd flew out of the hall and came to the entrance of a wormhole. Reaching the level of Feng City sword sect, the use of wormholes was already quite mature. Wormholes were connected to different places, like railways, connecting different places together. Through the wormhole, They quickly left the Fengdu Sword Sect's territory and entered the Black Blood Hall's territory. The Black Blood Hall was quite powerful in the Iron Sea Star Zone group. Although they were not in the top 10, they were very close. They were ranked 11th in the Last Resource Alliance, which was much stronger than the Fengdu Sword Sect. However, the Black Blood Hall and the Plentiful City Sword Sect had been enemies for a long time, and the two forces often had conflicts. As the Resource Alliance approached, the friction between the two forces became even more intense. Plundering each other's resource planets was the most intense. Last time, the Black Blood Hall had sent a large number of experts to rob planet Bloodjade. If Lu Ming had not appeared, Han Xiling and the others would have been in danger. This time, the Fengdu Sword Sect was going to plunder the Purple Moon Divine Metal planet of the Black Blood Hall. Of course, the Fengdu Sword Sect was not the only group that plundered the resource planets of the Black Blood Hall. In fact, there were 6 of them that plundered 6 different resource planets of the Black Blood Hall. They traveled stealthily through the remote starry skies. After some time, they finally arrived at the Purple Moon Star. The Purple Moon Star was a resource planet that had many Purple Moon Divine Metal mines. The Purple Moon Divine Metal was an important material for forging divine artifacts. A good amount of Purple Moon Divine Metal could even be used to forge an Emperor-grade divine artifact. It was an important source of income for the Black Blood Hall. In front of them, a purple planet was suspended in the air like a purple pearl. It was unusually beautiful. Wait a moment. We will find the place with the densest number of mines and break in. We will plunder the Purple Moon Divine Metal to our heart's content. The Protector said. Many people's eyes were burning with passion. As long as they could plunder it, it would belong to them. Everyone secretly rubbed their palms, preparing for a big fight. On the Purple Moon Star, the spots with rich colors are the places with rich Purple Moon Divine Metal. Look over there. The purple color is especially rich. We will start from there. The Protector pointed at a spot on the Purple Moon Star and said. Lu Ming looked over. Indeed, although the Purple Moon Star was purple, there were different shades of color. Some places were darker. The place that the Protector pointed at was a spot with a rich color. Let's go. Following the Protector's order, they turned into streaks of black light and rushed toward the Purple Moon Divine Metal planet at an astonishing speed. In just a dozen seconds, they had crossed hundreds of millions of miles and arrived on the surface of the Purple Moon Star. Enemy attack. Someone is plundering the Purple Moon Divine Metal. A loud roar reverberated in all directions. The surface of the Purple Moon Divine Metal planet was naturally patrolled by the experts of the Black Blood Hall. At this moment, a team of more than a dozen people had discovered the people of the Fengdu Sword Sect. They shouted and spread the news. No one cared. It was normal for them to be discovered. They were plundering, not stealing. Kill. The Protector roared and took the lead to attack. Retreat, retreat. The people of the Black Blood Hall did not dare to stop Lu Ming and the others. They frantically flew toward the Purple Moon Star. However, it was too late. The Quasi-Emperors were too fast. In a few flashes, they had caught up with the people of the Black Blood Hall. Clang! The sound of swords rang out. More than a dozen sword lights burst out from the Protector's hands, illuminating the starry sky. The people of the Black Blood Hall were directly killed by the sword lights. Charge! The Protector roared. He led the people of the Fengdu Sword Sect and charged toward the biggest spot of light. When they got closer, they realized that the huge spot of light was a purple mountain range. The purple mountain range was connected. It was very vast and one could not see the end of it. Below the purple mountain range was the Purple Moon Divine Metal. Someone is plundering. Defend! Figures flashed in the purple mountain range. The Black Blood experts guarding this place had gathered together. There were a few hundred of them, but they were fewer than the people of the Fengdu Sword Sect. There were only about 300 of them. Charge! The Protector roared and took the lead to attack. The others followed suit. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Before they arrived, dazzling sword lights burst out. In an instant, more than 500 sword lights slashed toward the people of the Black Blood Hall. It is indeed the trash of the Fengdu Sword Sect. Block them. Someone in the Black Blood Hall shouted. Then, a bloody mist filled the air. Hundreds of Black Blood Hall experts attacked together. A sea of blood seemed to have appeared in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of sword lights slashed on the sea of blood. The sea of blood shook violently, but it eventually blocked the bombardment of the sword lights. Something is wrong. At this moment, the Protector's face changed. The faces of Han Xiling and the other experts also changed. Something was wrong. The people who came out to plunder this time were all elites. They were all experts at the 6th level of the Divine Lord realm and above. They came prepared and launched a surprise attack. The Black Blood Hall guarding this place should not be able to block their attack. After all, the Black Blood Hall had many resource planets. Chapter 3754. After all, the Black Blood Hall had to guard many resource planets. Every resource planet had to be guarded by experts. Hence, the number of experts on each resource planet was limited. Even if the Purple Moon godly metal on the Purple Moon planet was very precious and the people sent to guard it were stronger than those from other resource planets, the Fengdu Sword Sect had come prepared this time. Their strength was definitely stronger than the people from the Black Blood Hall guarding the Purple Moon planet. However, the people from the Black Blood Hall had easily blocked their attack. That was strange. 7th level Divine Monarchs. They are all experts above the 7th level Divine Monarchs. Not good. They are prepared. Retreat. A few experts from the Fengdu Sword Sect shouted and ordered everyone to retreat. However, it was too late. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Figures flickered in the purple mountain range below and people in red robes appeared one after another. At the same time, the void behind Lu Ming and the rest rippled like water. Then, people in red robes appeared and blocked their path of retreat. There were thousands of people densely packed in front, behind, to the left and right. They were surrounded. Not good. At this moment, the hearts of the people from the Fengdu Sword Sect sank. Obviously, the Black Blood Hall was prepared. They had deployed a large number of troops and were waiting for them to take the bait. I knew that the Fengdu Sword Sect would come to the Purple Moon Star. Since you are here, don't leave. A cold voice was heard and a red-haired old man stepped out. He was emitting a powerful aura. He was a boundary emperor. Boom, boom, boom. Powerful auras were constantly erupting in the surroundings. Many powerful auras pressed toward Lu Ming and the rest. Boundary emperors. Among them, the number of boundary emperors was shocking. There were definitely more than 50 of them. It's over. The people from the Fengdu Sword Sect trembled slightly. This time, they were in danger. They only had a dozen boundary emperors. They were far inferior compared to the other party. Kill our way out. The Protector roared and took the lead to attack. He rushed to the sky and a dazzling sword light slashed out as if it was going to split the sky apart. However, a blood-red palm print appeared and blasted towards the sword light, blocking it. You still want to leave today? Ridiculous. A boundary emperor from the Black Blood Hall shouted and charged towards the Protector. The two of them fought. The other people in Feng City Palace Hall tried their best to attack, but they were also blocked. For a moment, they could not rush out. Let's attack together and annihilate the people from Fengdu Sword Faction. On the Purple Mountain Range, the red-haired old man coldly shouted and gave the order. Kill. On the Purple Mountain Range, a large number of experts from the Black Blood Hall rushed towards the Fengdu Sword Sect. The densely packed silhouettes and terrifying auras made the people of Fengdu Sword Sect feel despair. As long as these people rushed over, the formation of the Feng City Sword School would definitely collapse. At that time, only death would await them. No one would be able to escape. Fight them to the death. Even if I have to risk my life, I will drag them down with me. Many people from the Fengdu Sword Sect roared and planned to fight to the death. Brother Mu Mu. Han Xiling's beautiful eyes looked at Lu Ming expectantly. She was fully aware of Lu Ming's combat strength. In such a situation, she could only rely on Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming was also speechless. Originally, he only wanted to follow along and take advantage of the situation to plunder some metal ores as food for Chiu Chiu. He did not expect that this robbery would not go smoothly and that he would encounter an ambush. Now, he could only take action. "Leave it to me," Lu Ming said. He then stepped out and headed toward the Black Blood Hall experts who were dashing over from the Purple Mountain Range. "Fight them to the death." Other experts from the Fengdu sword sect followed closely behind Lu Ming and rushed over. "Courting death. Kill them all." The people from the Black Blood Hall roared and various attacks rained down on the Fengdu sword sect. Bush, bush, bush. Lu Ming moved. His fingers were like a sword as he madly slashed at the void. The sword-type secret techniques that he had fused with his hands all burst out. Suddenly, hundreds of sword lights burst out from his hands and slashed at the experts from the Black Blood Hall. The Sea of Blood, the blood-colored python, the blood-colored goshawk, the blood-colored saber gleam, and so on all collapsed after being slashed by Lu Ming's sword gleam. Moreover, the sword gleam did not stop and continued to slash at the people from the Black Blood Hall. The people from the Black Blood Hall could not resist at all. Most of them fell when the sword lights slashed. More than 50 people were killed in an instant. Only a few quasi-emperors retreated with serious injuries and were not killed. The people from the Fengdu sword sect who followed closely behind Lu Ming were stunned. They were prepared to fight to the death when they suddenly realized that their opponents were killed by a sword light. A large number of the experts from the Black Blood Hall who were rushing towards them suddenly decreased. Lu Ming's movements did not stop at all. His figure rapidly moved forward. With a wave of his hand, a large number of sword lights burst out. This time, the injured quasi-emperors were also killed. Lu Ming's figure did not stop. He was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Everywhere he passed, a large number of experts from the Black Blood Hall were killed. From the quasi-emperors to the 7th and 8th layers of the divine monarchs, they were all unable to withstand a single blow. In a few breaths' time, more than 200 people died in the hands of Lu Ming. "Run!" The people from the Black Blood Hall were scared out of their wits. They scattered and fled frantically. How would they dare to fight? In the sky, the people from the Fengdu sword sect and the Black Blood Hall were dumbfounded. The battle came to a stop as well. "Fengdu sword sect, you have violated the rules. You have sent out a divine emperor." The people from the Black Blood Hall shouted hysterically. In their opinion, only a divine emperor could kill a quasi-emperor so easily. The people from the Fengdu sword sect were also confused. Could it be that there was a divine emperor among them? "Nonsense, he is clearly a divine monarch," Han Xiling shouted. Boom. Lu Ming cooperated with Han Xiling and released his aura. What? The aura of a 5th-layer divine monarch? Impossible. He is really a 5th-layer divine monarch. The people from the Fengdu sword sect and the Black Blood Hall were stunned. Swish. Lu Ming's figure changed and killed a few more quasi-emperors. Even if these quasi-emperors joined forces, they were not Lu Ming's opponent. They could only be killed. Retreat, retreat. Finally, the people from the Black Blood Hall were scared and retreated. Lu Ming was too strong. If this continued, the experts from the Black Blood Hall would most likely die here. They roared in their hearts. They did not expect that there would be such a strong expert in the Fengdu sword sect. His cultivation was obviously low, but his battle strength was ridiculously strong. However, as long as he was not a divine emperor, he did not violate the rules. All the people from the Black Blood Hall gathered together and flew out of the Purple Moon Star. Not long after, the people from the Black Blood Hall on the Purple Moon Star fled. The remaining people from the Fengdu sword sect looked at each other in dismay. They had not recovered from the shock. They thought that they would definitely die today. They did not expect that there would be such a strong expert among them. With his own strength, he reversed the situation. Chapter 3755. Everyone in the Fengdu sword sect looked at Lu Ming. Their eyes were filled with guesses and suspicions. Was this an expert from their Fengdu sword sect? An old monster who had cultivated for a long time? Or a prodigy of the younger generation? He was only a 5th-level divine lord, but his combat power was ridiculously strong. However, among the younger generation, was there such a person in the Fengdu sword sect? Perhaps an old monster who had cultivated for a long time. Some old monsters had astonishing strength. It was not as if there were no such people in the primitive universe. Some people were extremely talented when they were young. However, due to certain reasons, they were stuck in a certain realm and could not break through. Such people were originally very talented. However, due to special reasons, they could not break through. After cultivating for so many years, various secret techniques, divine power, and origin secret techniques would be cultivated to a shocking level. Their combat power would be terrifyingly high. They could often fight across several realms. Although such people were rare, they were not non-existent. Perhaps the person in front of them was a prodigy in the history of the Fengdu Sword sect who was stuck in the 5th level Divine Lord realm and could not break through? More people thought so. Lu Ming ignored these people. After the people from the Black Blood Hall left, Lu Ming rushed into the Purple Mountain Range. There were many mines in the Purple Mountain Range. Lu Ming rushed into one of the mines. Begin the operation. Seeing Lu Ming rush into the mine, the rest of the Fengdu Sword sect also rushed into the various mines. They had to seize the time to plunder more Purple Moon Divine Iron. After Lu Ming rushed into the mine, he quickly reached the depths of the mine. He looked at the walls. They were all Purple Moon Divine Iron. Qiuqiu, eat to your heart's content. Lu Ming waved his hand, and Qiuqiu flew out. So many delicacies. All mine. Qiuqiu's body swelled up. He opened his mouth and started biting crazily. Crunch, crunch. A large amount of Purple Moon Divine Iron was swallowed by Qiuqiu. Soon, a large hole appeared in the wall. There are even more delicacies below. Qiuqiu shouted and began to change direction. He drilled downwards. Soon, he opened up a tunnel that led downwards. Lu Ming followed Qiuqiu down the passageway. As Qiuqiu's cultivation base increased, its devouring speed also increased at an astonishing rate. In just a few minutes, it had eaten a 10,000-meter deep tunnel. Lu Ming discovered that the lower he went, the harder the ores became, because the content of the Purple Moon Divine Iron was higher and higher. Towards the end, any piece of Purple Moon Heavenly Iron or that was dug out had a very high concentration, exceeding 50%. Lu Ming took out a saber and continuously hacked at it. He cut the Purple Moon Divine Iron ore into pieces and stored them in his storage ring for Qiuqiu to eat in the future. Meanwhile, Qiuqiu continued to open its mouth and gorge itself. Just like that, 3 days passed. Qiuqiu had eaten an unknown amount of Purple Moon Divine Iron ores, so much so that its entire body was emitting purple gas. As for Lu Ming, he also excavated a large amount of Divine Iron ores and put them all into his storage ring. Treasure, there's a treasure! Qiuqiu suddenly cried out with excitement in its eyes. It extended a few sabers from its body and began digging. A moment later, a purple metal the size of a water tank appeared in front of Lu Ming. This is Purple Moon Mother Steel. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. There was no mistake, this was Purple Moon Mother Steel. Purple Moon Mother Steel could only be found in extremely large Purple Moon Divine Iron ores. The value of Purple Moon Mother Steel was at least tens of thousands of times higher than ordinary Purple Moon Divine Iron, perhaps even more. This was because Purple Moon Mother Steel could be used to refine divine artifacts of a higher grade than Emperor-grade divine artifacts. I want to eat. Qiuqiu opened its mouth and was about to swallow the entire Purple Moon Mother Steel. Wait, leave a piece for me. Lu Ming hastily took action, using a divine artifact saber to hack at it. Finally, he managed to cut off a small piece and put it away. The rest was swallowed by Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu looked like it was enjoying itself. Qiuqiu, can you break through to the Divine Emperor realm with just this? Lu Ming asked. Absolutely. Qiuqiu repeatedly nodded. Let's see if there are any more Purple Moon Mother Steel in the surroundings. Lu Ming said. Qiuqiu nodded, then opened its mouth and continued to gnaw. However, it did not find anything after circling the surroundings. At this time, Lu Ming received news from Han Xiling that they had to retreat. They had been plundering for more than 3 days. If this continued, the Black Blood Palace might go crazy and send out divine emperors. Qiuqiu, let's go, Lu Ming said. Lu Ming decided to leave. He was satisfied with the harvest this time. At least Qiuqiu had enough energy to break through to the Divine Emperor realm. He had also stored a large amount of purple moon iron ores. Qiuqiu turned back into a bracelet and wore it on Lu Ming's wrist. Lu Ming left the place. When he arrived outside the mine, he saw that the people of Feng City Sword Sect had already gathered. They were still curiously sizing up Lu Ming, guessing Lu Ming's identity. After waiting for everyone to arrive, they left the place. They did not encounter any danger along the way and returned to Feng City Sword Sect. After returning to Feng City Sword Sect, Lu Ming left secretly and returned to his residence. Later, Feng City Sword Sect would send people to plunder other resources. However, Lu Ming was too lazy to go. He planned to concentrate on cultivating various secret skills. Time passed quickly. Half a year's time passed quickly. The resource treaty would be held soon. On this day, Lu Ming received a message from sect leader Wang of Feng City Sword Sect, inviting him to a gathering. Lu Ming came to the square on the highest sword peak of Feng City Sword Sect and found that there were already many people there. "Brother Mu, over here." As soon as Lu Ming arrived, Han Xiling waved at him. Lu Ming walked over and found that there were more than a dozen young men and women beside Han Xiling. They were all the young geniuses of Feng City Sword Sect. Among them, Wang Zhangke was also there. However, when he saw Lu Ming, he just looked confused and did not recognize Lu Ming. That was because the memory of Lu Ming had been cut off by sect leader Wang. "Is the resource treaty going to be held?" Lu Ming asked. "Yes, these are the strongest young geniuses of our Feng City Sword Sect," Han Xiling said. Lu Ming nodded and sized up these young geniuses of Feng City Sword Sect. 4 of them had the same cultivation as Han Xiling. They were all 6th-level Divine Lords. One of them was a 7th-level Divine Lord. He looked a little arrogant. Everyone also sized up Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not hide his aura. Hence, everyone was very clear about Lu Ming's cultivation. 5th-level Divine Lord. They did not care about Lu Ming's cultivation. They were just curious because they had not seen Lu Ming before. Perhaps he was secretly groomed by the sect. Everyone thought in their hearts. At this time, a group of people walked out of the hall above the square. Among them, there were 5 young men and women. Each of them looked arrogant and their eyes grew on top of their heads. Sect leader Wang and some elders carefully accompanied them by the side. Chapter 3756. Who are these guys? Lu Ming asked curiously. Those 5 young men and women actually needed sect leader Wang and the rest to accompany them. "Don't speak if you don't know anything." The one who spoke wasn't Han Xiling, but the 7th-level Divine Lord youth. His name was Qi Ping, and he was the #1 expert among the younger generation of Feng City Sword Sect. He was stronger than Han Xiling, Wang Zhangke, and the rest. He cast a cold glance at Lu Ming and continued, "If you don't know anything, don't spout nonsense. Be careful not to get yourself into big trouble. Those few geniuses are external help that the sect leader has invited from outside. All of them are from powerful clans on the primordial 10,000 clans list. Furthermore, they are not ordinary clans. They are ranked at least within the top 3,000. So they are external aid," Lu Ming said in a low voice, not even looking at Qi Ping. This kid. Qi Ping's eyes flashed coldly when he saw that Lu Ming actually dared to ignore him. He was the #1 genius of Feng City Sword Sect. He had a bright future. When the disciples of Feng City Sword Sect saw him, which one of them wasn't respectful? Lu Ming, a disciple who appeared out of nowhere, actually dared to ignore him. In his opinion, this was an insult to him. Of course, his tone wasn't friendly. He felt that reprimanding Lu Ming was something he should do. "You dare to ignore me? You will regret it." Qi Ping snorted coldly in his heart. He then looked at the 5 external aid geniuses and immediately put on a smile on his face. He went forward and cupped his fists. "Junior Qi Ping greets Brother Han and Brother Yen." The 5 young men and women casually glanced at Qi Ping and faintly grunted. They didn't put Qi Ping in their eyes at all. In their eyes, the so-called genius of the Fengdu Sword Sect could not withstand a single blow. If Feng City Sword Sect hadn't paid a huge price to invite them, they wouldn't even bother to come here. Being looked down upon by the 5 external aid geniuses, Qi Ping's face was still full of smiles. He nodded and bowed like a servant. What a disgrace. Han Xiling snorted coldly. Her face didn't look good. Feng City Sword Sect's #1 genius acting like this had embarrassed the entire Feng City Sword Sect. Qi Ping, step down. Sect leader Wang couldn't stand it anymore and said, Sect leader, it's fine. I'll accompany Brother Han and the others. Qi Ping shamelessly refused to leave. In his opinion, this was a rare opportunity. As long as he could befriend these geniuses from the big clans, he would have a meteoric rise in the future. Seeing this, Sect leader Wang's face darkened. Done. Sect leader Wang said, attracting everyone's attention. The Resource Alliance will be held in 3 days. Every faction will send out 16 geniuses to participate in the competition. My Fengdu Sword Sect will send you guys. The Resource Alliance is related to the resources of the Plentiful City Sword Sect for a long time in the future. It is related to the development of the sect. Therefore, this time, you must do your best to bring glory to the sect. We will do our best. Han Xiling and the others shouted. The 5 Sky Prides looked on indifferently. Their eyes were filled with disdain and mockery. From their point of view, the Plentiful City Sword Sect would have to rely on them for this Resource Alliance. Relying on the Fengdu Sword Sect? The highest was only 7th level Divine Lord? What was the use of that? Among the 5 of them, the one with the lowest cultivation was an 8th level Divine Lord. Alright, let's go. Sect leader Wang announced. This time, the Resource Alliance was held on a planet called Grain Planet. Gulu Star, Alliance City, was the place where the Resource Alliance would be held every time. After they arrived, there was still a day before the Resource Alliance would begin. They stayed in a vast palace. This was the encampment of the Plentiful City Sword Sect in the Alliance City. The Alliance City was bustling. Lu Ming and Han Xiling had just arrived, so they naturally walked around. When they returned to their residence in the evening, they were blocked by a few people. They were the 5 Sky Prides. Now, Lu Ming already knew which clans the 5 Sky Prides were from. 2 of them were from the Sacred Heart clan. The Sacred Heart clan was ranked 1790th on the list of 10,000 primitive clans. The other 3 were from the Purple-Eyed Golden Goose clan. They were ranked 1930 on the list of 10,000 primitive clans. They were all from the top 2,000 clans and were famous in the primitive universe. Their clan talents were strong, and they were full of Sky Prides. Among the 5, 1 was an 8th level Divine Lord, 3 were 9th level Divine Lords, and a young man from the Sacred Heart clan who was a Quasi-Emperor. He was not an ordinary Quasi-Emperor but a Quasi-Emperor's Sky Pride with strong combat power. His name was Han Feng. Han Feng looked at Han Xiling with a burning gaze. Miss Xiling, what a coincidence. We are going to have a drink and a meal. Why don't we go together? Han Feng said, his evil eyes sweeping over Han Xiling's body unscrupulously. Han Xiling was very beautiful, but she had a heroic spirit that made people want to conquer her. Han Xiling's face darkened. She felt uncomfortable being stared at. Sorry, I'm tired. I want to go back and rest. Han Xiling said. Obviously, this was an excuse. Would a Divine Lord be tired so easily? As expected, Han Feng's face darkened. Han Xiling, what do you mean by this? Do you take us for fools? You're tired? Ha, Brother Feng is giving you face by asking you to go for a meal. Don't be so shameless. You should know that even your sect leader is polite in front of us. Another young man from the Sacred Heart clan said coldly. Han Xiling's face darkened. The other party was a Sky Pride from a large clan. She could not afford to offend him. However, Han Feng obviously had bad intentions toward her. She definitely did not want to go with Han Feng. Otherwise, it would be more dangerous. Sorry, Miss Xiling has already agreed to go for a meal with me. You're late. Lu Ming interrupted. Instantly, a few cold gazes landed on Lu Ming. There was disdain and warning in their eyes. Kid, is there something wrong with your brain or you don't know how to appreciate kindness? Get lost. Another young man from the Sacred Heart clan said coldly. Although Han Feng did not say anything, his eyes were very cold. If it was an ordinary person, they would have known how to appreciate kindness. However, Lu Ming did not know how to appreciate kindness. "Miss Xiling, let's go. I'll cook for you personally." Lu Ming did not look at Han Feng and the rest. He smiled at Han Xiling and walked toward the door. Han Xiling understood and hurriedly followed him. "Kid, you're courting death." Another young man from the Sacred Heart clan said coldly. A cold, murderous intent broke out from his body and rushed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold and was about to strike. "Everyone, please calm down." Sect leader Wang's figure flashed, and he quickly stopped the group. With the emperor god around, they naturally could not make a move. "Sect leader Wang, this is the disciple of your Fengdu sword sect? He's really arrogant and condescending." Han Feng said coldly. Sect leader Wang smiled bitterly. He did not expect that Lu Ming and Han Feng would go against each other even before the Resource Alliance Agreement began. He did not want to offend either of them. Chapter 3757. Han Feng was from the Sacred Heart race, which was a powerful race ranked 1,790th on the primitive 10,000 races list. Moreover, his cultivation had already reached the quasi-emperor realm and he was extremely powerful. He had spent a lot of money to invite him over. He naturally did not dare to offend him. However, Lu Ming was terrifyingly talented and powerful. He could easily defeat a quasi-emperor at the 5th level Divine Lord realm. He did not know what kind of background such a person had. He felt that Lu Ming was unfathomable. He was also very useful for the Resource Alliance this time, so he did not dare to offend him. Therefore, he was in a difficult position. "Young Master Han Feng, can you give this old man some face and let this matter go? This old man will definitely send you a gift as an apology." Finally, sect leader Wang cupped his fists and said to Han Feng. Han Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Sect leader Wang was actually apologizing to him for a 5th level Divine Lord realm person. He was obviously protecting Lu Ming. Could it be that this old man is related to that kid? That kid is this old man's descendant. Otherwise, why would he be like this? Han Feng's mind was racing. He definitely did not think that sect leader Wang was so protective of Lu Ming because his talent was too terrifying. He only thought that Lu Ming was related to sect leader Wang. Alright, since sect leader Wang has spoken, then let's forget about today's matter. However, sect leader Wang, you have to teach your people well. Don't think too highly of yourself and be too arrogant. Otherwise, when you travel in the primitive universe in the future, you won't even know how you died. Han Feng said to sect leader Wang in a lecturing tone. He knew that if sect leader Wang and Lu Ming were really related, sect leader Wang would definitely not allow him to touch Lu Ming. Today, he could not touch Lu Ming. It was a good opportunity to get some benefits and find a way out. Han Feng waved his sleeves and strode away. Before he left, he glanced coldly at Lu Ming. The others also left with Han Feng. Lu Ming smiled casually. If he really wanted to fight, would he be afraid of Han Feng? Even if he was a top genius, Lu Ming was not afraid of him with his current battle strength. After greeting sect leader Wang, Lu Ming walked into the palace. The next day, in a plaza in the center of the Alliance City, there was a sea of people. Today was the day when the 18 universe-level powers of the Iron Sea Star Field Group would convene their Resource Alliance. Many people from small forces came to watch. Above the square, rows of white jade chairs floated in the air. The white jade seats were divided into 18 different areas, each representing a different faction. Lu Ming and the others followed sect leader Wang and sat in one of the areas. Sitting there, Zhang Xian was able to see the entire region beneath him. It seems like every force has invited some terrifying foreign aid. An elder beside sect leader Wang said with a solemn expression. Sect leader Wang nodded with a stern expression. He scanned his surroundings and carefully observed the young men of the other 18 factions. From their life force, it was easy to tell that some of the young men came from powerful clans with high cultivation. They were all invited foreign aid. This time, it's going to be difficult. Some of the factions even invited the top few hundred geniuses. I heard that some of them are exceptionally powerful. Although they are only quasi-emperors, they can fight with immortal emperors. An elder of the Feng City Sword sect sighed. Yes, I heard about it too. However, we don't care about the top few factions. I wonder how powerful the foreign aid that Black Blood Hall and White Witch sect have invited is. Another elder said. The Feng City Sword sect did not think about the few factions that were too powerful. They definitely could not compete with them. Their goal was to enter the top 10. As long as they could enter the top 10, they would be able to obtain some good resource planets. In the future, the overall strength of the Feng City Sword sect would be enhanced. Therefore, they were concerned about the few competitors, such as Black Blood Hall and White Witch sect, who were aiming to enter the top 10. The people of the Feng City Sword sect were observing the others, and the others were observing each other as well. The local geniuses of the various factions were well aware of the situation. The change this time came from the foreign aid. Whoever invited the most powerful foreign aid would be able to obtain a good ranking. The region in the north belonged to the Great Heavenly Sect. The Great Heavenly Sect was the undisputed #1 faction in the Iron Sea Star Zone. They were sitting on the white jade chairs with a confident look on their faces. They had the right to be confident. Not only were they powerful local geniuses, but the foreign aid they had invited this time was also terrifying. They had invited the geniuses of the Ziying tribe this time. How powerful was the Ziying tribe? They were ranked 99 on the Eldritch 10,000 tribe board. The geniuses that they had invited this time were exceptionally powerful. They were quasi-emperors who could fight with immortal emperors. This time, the first place would definitely be theirs again. Could the other factions invite the geniuses of the top 100 factions? What a joke! At this moment, an elder flew over and whispered a few words to the sect leader of the Great Heavenly Sect. The sect leader of the Great Heavenly Sect was shocked. He stood up from his seat and attracted the attention of the other factions. However, the sect leader of the Great Heavenly Sect could not be bothered. He said to the elder, "Are you telling the truth?" "Absolutely. They will be here soon." The elder said, "Why is that person here suddenly? I don't care. Hurry, let's go and welcome them." The sect leader of the Great Heavenly Sect said hurriedly. He led a few elders and flew into the distance. The people from the other factions were curious. What could make the sect leader of the Great Heavenly Sect leave in such a hurry? What happened? The crowd could only wait patiently. They did not wait for long before the sect leader of the Great Heavenly Sect and the rest returned. However, there were a few more people when they returned. One of them was wearing a white robe and a bamboo hat. A white veil hung from the side of the bamboo hat, covering her body and appearance. However, many people could tell that she was a woman. Behind her were two people who were wearing the same clothes as her. However, they were not wearing white but black. The sect leader of the Great Heavenly Sect carefully accompanied the white-robed woman. He was half a step behind her with a respectful look on his face. The crowd looked at each other. Who was this person? She was so important that the sect leader of the Great Heavenly Sect went to welcome her personally. Moreover, he was so respectful. Needless to say, this person must have a powerful background. They were either extremely powerful seniors, or they were existences with shocking backgrounds. Many divine emperors extended their spiritual senses to check the cultivation level of these people. However, they were repelled by a powerful force and could not get close to them. Their faces changed and they did not dare to test them again. The sect leader of the Great Heavenly Sect asked the three of them to sit on the white jade chairs respectfully. Then he stepped into the air and came to the sky above the square. He was in charge of the Resource Alliance this time. Chapter 3758. Alright, since everyone is here, let's start the Resource Alliance. I believe everyone knows the rules. Like before, every faction will send out 16 people to participate. There will be 2 rounds and the points will be accumulated. After the 2 rounds, whichever faction has the highest accumulated points will be ranked first. The rankings will be based on the points. The first round will be a team battle. However, it won't be a team competition. Instead, the team will enter an array space to kill desolate beasts and earn points. The second round will be the classic arena battle. Lots will be drawn and the teams will fight in pairs. It's best to calculate the points according to the rankings of each faction. Alright, those who are going to fight come up. I want to record it. The Great Heaven Sect leader simply announced the rules. As for the specific rules, everyone already knew about them. Lu Ming, Han Xiling and the rest stood up and stepped forward to the space in front. The other factions did the same. Every faction had 16 people. They were all young men and women. Some were cold, some were arrogant, and so on. Opposite Lu Ming and the rest, there was a faction Sky Pride sizing them up. This faction was the Black Blood Hall. The people from the Black Blood Hall swept their gazes across them and finally landed on Lu Ming. The Feng City Sword Sect even sent out a 5th-level Divine Lord. Is there no one else to send? Definitely no one. How many Sky Prides can the Feng City Sword Sect send out? Moreover, with their strength, how many external aids can they get? What a disgrace. I heard that the Feng City Sword Sect is ambitious and wants to rush into the top 10. With such strength, it's a fool's dream. They better not be at the bottom. A few Sky Prides from the Black Blood Hall sneered and discussed. They did not suppress their voices and it spread out clearly. Many people heard it. Some people from the other forces glanced at Lu Ming, revealing looks of disdain. A 5th-level Divine Lord was indeed not enough. These words made the other Sky Prides from the Feng City Sword Sect turn red with embarrassment. I don't know what the sect leader is thinking. He actually allowed this trash to participate in the Resource Alliance and embarrassed us. The number 1 Sky Pride from the Feng City Sword Sect, Qi Ping, snorted. He was very unhappy. That's right. The other people from the Fengdu Sword Sect quickly agreed. However, Lu Ming's expression remained calm. He had done all of this on purpose. If he did not release his aura, these people would not be able to sense his cultivation at all. He deliberately released his aura so that these people could sense it and make them look down on him. If these people looked down on him, it would be easier for him to take action later. If his performance was too dazzling at the beginning, he would be targeted instead. The sect leader of the Great Heaven Sect took out a jade token. The jade token shone brightly and shone on everyone. This way, their auras would be recorded. It would be impossible to change people halfway through. Then, the Great Sky Sect leader waved his hand and a total of 18 array discs flew into the sky. 18 formation plates floated in one direction, emitting a bright light. Then, with the formation plates as the center, pitch-black vortexes appeared one after another. This was a spatial tunnel. Alright, for the first round, every force will enter an array space. These 18 array spaces are the same and the strength of the desolate beasts inside are about the same. Your objective in entering is to hunt down the desolate beasts, find the crystal cores in the desolate beasts, and bring them out. However, let me tell you, not all desolate beasts have crystal cores. In fact, there are very few desolate beasts that have crystal cores. Moreover, there are 3 types of crystal cores. The first type is the black crystal core, which is worth 1 point. The second type is the silver crystal core, which is worth 10 points. The third type is the gold crystal core, which is worth 100 points. The time limit is 3 days. After 3 days, you will be automatically teleported out. At that time, the total points obtained by each force will be tabulated. Go in, the Great Sky Sect leader announced. Swoosh, 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 the geniuses of the 18 forces moved and flew towards the spatial vortex above their heads. They rushed into the spatial vortex and disappeared. Lu Ming, Han Xiling, and the rest also flew into the vortexes and disappeared. The emperor gods of the various forces could only wait patiently. This was a contest between the younger generation. They could not interfere. They could only pray silently that their side could achieve a good result. Lu Ming flew into the vortexes. In the next moment, he appeared on a plane. Beside him, Han Xiling, Qi Ping, Wang Zhangke, Han Feng, and the rest were together. Next, what should we do? Which direction should we go first? A Fengdu Sword Sect disciple asked. Hunting the desolate beasts was easy. However, there were not many desolate beasts that had crystal cores. It was not easy to obtain crystal cores. They had to plan carefully. What should we do? It's simple. Split up. The one who spoke was Han Feng. Split up? The sect leader has warned us that the desolate beasts here are very fast. We need to surround them so that we can kill them faster. If we split up, our efficiency will be greatly reduced. Han Xiling said. Surround them together? Hee with your strength? To put it bluntly, joining forces with you will only hinder us. Our efficiency will be even lower. Do you understand? Han Feng sneered with a look of disdain. Han Xiling's face was flushed red. That's right. Especially Mu Yun. With such a low cultivation, he will only be a hindrance if he follows us. Let's split up, Qi Ping added. His eyes flickered as if he was planning something bad. After saying that, he cupped his fists at Han Feng and said with a flattering face, Young Master Han, I think that if Mu Yun alone is not enough, the rest will be of some help. Young Master Han Feng, why don't you bring them along? That's fine too. Let's do it this way. Mu Yun, you go alone. Han Feng looked at Lu Ming and said indifferently, How can you let Brother Mu go alone? We need Brother Mu's combat strength. Han Xiling said loudly. Need his strength? Ha, a 5th-level divine monarch? Ha. Han Feng, Qi Ping, and the rest laughed contemptuously. Miss Xiling, it's fine. I will go alone. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. He did not care. He had promised sect leader Wang that he would do his best. Going alone was going to be the same as going with many people. As long as he had a clear conscience, it was fine. As for what kind of results he could achieve, he could not be bothered. Brother Mu, I will go with you, Han Xiling said and came to Lu Ming's side. No, you have to go with us. This time, I am the leader. Han Feng shouted coldly, his eyes revealing a look of jealousy. Yesterday, he invited Han Xiling for a meal but was rejected by Han Xiling and wanted to follow Lu Ming. Now, she actually wanted to follow Lu Ming, which made him furious. Who is Lu Ming? How could he be compared to him? Chapter 3759. Han Xiling snorted. That's right, Han Feng was indeed the team leader this time. Since his cultivation was the highest, at the Quasi-Emperor realm, sect leader Wang had given the position to him. He had allowed him to unify the layout. However, she could ignore Han Feng's unreasonable demands. Let's go, Lu Ming said and turned to leave. Han Xiling followed Lu Ming and disappeared into the depths of the plain in the blink of an eye. He really wants to do things the hard way. Han Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent. Brother Han, do you want me to go over and teach that Mu Yun a lesson? Qi Ping said. Not for now. After the competition, I'll teach him a lesson. Han Feng said coldly, and then a disc array appeared in his hand. Every faction has a disc array that can sense if there are crystal cores in the wild beasts within 100,000 miles. That kid left alone. Without a disc array, he can only hunt wild beasts like a blind man. He can only rely on his luck and won't gain anything. When he goes out, I'll humiliate him. Han Feng sneered. That's right. Every faction had such a disc array, and the purpose was to reduce the difficulty of obtaining crystal cores. There was only one disc array, and it depended on how each faction used it. Sect leader Wang handed the disc array to Han Feng for safekeeping. Lu Ming didn't know that there was such a disc array. Hee. Qi Ping sneered. Han Feng looked at the disc array carefully and said, To the front left, there's a crystal core reaction there. In a flash, Han Feng and the others flew to the front left. As for Lu Ming and Han Xiling, they headed to the right. This array world was very vast. It was refined by the emissaries of the Heavenly Palace in the past. It was specially made for the factions in the Iron Sea Star Zone to use for the Resource Alliance competition. There were all kinds of wild beasts here, but these wild beasts were all condensed by the array. Only the crystal cores in some wild beasts were real. They were also condensed by the array absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. They could be taken out and had a unique mark, so people couldn't cheat in advance. Lu Ming and Han Xiling flew for tens of thousands of miles on the vast plain. Roar, roar, roar on the plains, a group of grassland lions charged towards Lu Ming and the others. There were more than 100 of them. The moment Lu Ming sensed, he discovered that these grassland lions' cultivations were mostly at the 6th-level Divine Lord realm. Some reached the 7th-level Divine Lord realm. It was not easy to hunt these grassland lions, let alone obtain their crystal cores. Therefore, Qi Ping, Han Feng, and the others felt that Lu Ming and Han Xiling wouldn't be able to obtain many crystal cores. If they were lucky enough to get a few pieces, it would be considered not bad. The grassland lion was extremely fast. It came and went like the wind. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Lu Ming and the others. Bush. Before Han Xiling could make a move, Lu Ming waved his hand and activated the sword-type secret technique in his cells. Hundreds of sword lights burst out and slashed at these prairie lions. Bang bang bang. As the sword light slashed through, all of the grassland lions instantly exploded, turning into energy and disappearing. Not a single crystal core. Lu Ming glanced around and was a little disappointed. After killing more than 100 grassland lions, they didn't find a single crystal core, not even the lowest grade crystal core. It was obvious that it wasn't easy to obtain crystal cores. Humph, that Qi Ping and Han Feng are short-sighted. If we cooperate with Brother Mu, our plentiful city sword sect will definitely be able to obtain a large number of crystal cores. After we get out, I will complain to the sect master. Han Xiling gritted her teeth and said. Seeing Lu Ming's strength, she was even more furious. Lu Ming smiled faintly and continued forward. Following that, they encountered a few more groups of grassland lions. After killing them, they still didn't obtain any crystal cores. Soon, they had traveled more than 100,000 miles. Caw. In the sky, a large number of giant birds flew over. These giant birds were green in color. Wrapped in the wind, they flew at an astonishing speed. So many? There should be crystal cores, right? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This group of green giant birds definitely numbered in the thousands. Furthermore, their auras were robust. The weakest was a 6th-level Divine Lord. The strongest was shockingly a 9th-level Divine Lord existence. With so many numbers, forget about 5th-level or 6th-level Divine Lords, even if a quasi-emperor encountered them, they could only flee without a trace. Otherwise, they would be besieged to death by this large group of green giant birds. But to Lu Ming, it was nothing. The more desolate beasts he encountered, the better. Lu Ming did not have the slightest consideration, directly rushing over and unleashing a massacre. He was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, incomparably berserk. Each move would have a large number of green giant birds killed. Regardless of whether it was 6th-level Divine Lords, 7th-level Divine Lords, or 8th-level Divine Lords, they were all not his match. These green giant birds cried out loudly, flapping their wings. Densely packed green sharp blades slashed towards Lu Ming. But Lu Ming did not dodge or avoid, allowing these attacks to land on his body. He was completely fine, unable to break his defense at all. Very soon, Lu Ming had killed more than 1,000 of the thousands of giant green birds. That is, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. In the air, there were 2 black crystal cores floating. Each crystal core was about the size of a longan. They were dropped from the few green giant birds that were killed by Lu Ming. With a flash, he grabbed the 2 black crystal cores in his hand. Finally, he obtained 2 black crystal cores, worth 2 points. Putting away the black crystal cores, Lu Ming continued to kill. Han Xiling could almost not intervene and could only hunt some green giant birds that were alone by the side. Very soon, more than half of the green giant birds were killed. The remaining ones scattered in a hubbub, fleeing in all directions. Lu Ming chased after them. Lu Ming's body cells were integrated with a large number of speed-type mystic arts. When they erupted together, his speed was astonishingly fast. He flashed non-stop. With each flash, a green giant bird was killed, falling on the spot. Not long after, most of the green giant birds were killed, turning into energy and vanishing. And Lu Ming already obtained 6 black crystal cores. Looks like I still have to find a large group of desolate beasts to better obtain the crystal cores. Lu Ming pondered. After that, he and Han Xiling left this place, specifically looking for a large group of desolate beasts. A day later, they indeed had a bountiful harvest. They had already obtained a total of 30 black crystal cores. However, they did not obtain a single silver crystal core or a single gold crystal core. On this day, They left the range of the grassland and came to a desolate mountain forest. Roar. In the mountain forest, there were loud roars constantly coming. There are quite a number of desolate beasts. Then let's kill them one by one. Whether we can get enough crystal cores will depend on luck. Anyway, I've tried my best. Lu Ming pondered, then rushed into the mountain forest, pushing his way through. Here, not only were there 9th-level Divine Lord desolate beasts, there were also Quasi-Emperor level desolate beasts. They were all killed by Lu Ming. After Lu Ming killed more than a dozen Quasi-Emperor level desolate beasts, he finally obtained a silver crystal core. Chapter 3760. A silver crystal core was worth 10 points, but the probability of it appearing was very low. He had only obtained one after killing a dozen Quasi-Emperor level wild beasts. It seemed like he could only obtain a golden crystal core by killing a Divine Emperor realm wild beast. How many people could kill a Divine Emperor realm wild beast? Lu Ming naturally wouldn't go out of his way to hunt a Divine Emperor realm wild beast. Lu Ming continued to hunt in the forest. As for Han Xiling, she was only a 6th-layer Divine Monarch. Even if her battle strength was comparable to a 7th-layer Divine Monarch, she wouldn't be of much help. Soon 3 days passed. Time was up. Lu Ming obtained a total of 100 black crystal cores and 5 silver crystal cores. His total score was 150 points. As for Han Xiling, she only obtained 2 pitiful black crystal cores. Looking at the 2 pitiful black crystal cores in her hands, Han Xiling's face flushed red. Buzz. At this moment, there was a tremor in the space. A gush of energy acted on Lu Ming and Han Xiling. Once the time was up, the power of the array would send them out of this space. The space flashed, and in the next moment, Lu Ming and Han Xiling reappeared in the sky above the Alliance City Square. Looking around, he saw Han Feng, Qi Ping, and the rest beside him. Han Feng, Qi Ping, and the rest glanced at Lu Ming with disdain. Let's go. Give the crystal cores to Sect Leader Wang. Han Feng took the lead and walked towards Sect Leader Wang. Sect Leader Wang quickly flew over. How is it? How's the harvest? Sect Leader Wang asked expectantly. Not bad. After saying that, Han Feng waved his hand, and pieces of crystal cores flew out. A total of 360 black crystal cores and 6 silver crystal cores. Han Feng said, 360 black crystal cores and 6 silver crystal cores added up to 420 points. As for the golden crystal cores, it was impossible for Han Feng and the rest to obtain them. Only Divine Emperor realm wild beasts had them. Even the silver crystal cores were hard to obtain. For example, Han Feng and the rest. Han Feng's cultivation was at the Quasi-Emperor realm. However, he was a top-notch genius. His battle prowess was strong and he could kill ordinary Quasi-Emperors. In addition, the Sacred Heart race and the Purple-Eyed Golden Geese race had 3 9th-level Divine Lord prodigies in total. Their battle prowess could barely contend with a Boundary Emperor. As for the others, they could not do anything to the Quasi-Emperor. On average, a dozen Quasi-Emperor desolate beasts would only produce 1 silver crystal core. Hence, it was already not bad for them to obtain 6 silver crystal cores. So little. Sect Leader Wang's face darkened slightly. This was not the result he wanted. He knew that with Han Feng and Lu Ming's strength, it would not be difficult for them to kill Quasi-Emperors. There should be more than 6 silver crystal cores. What's going on? This result is already not bad. After all, I'm the only one who can really kill a Quasi-Emperor. To be able to obtain 6 silver crystal cores is already not bad. Seeing that Sect Leader Wang seemed a little unhappy, Han Feng's face darkened as he said coldly, "Only one person can kill a Quasi-Emperor?" Sect Leader Wang was stunned. Couldn't Lu Ming do it too? Could it be that Lu Ming did not make a move? Sect Leader Wang could not help but look at Lu Ming. Sect Leader, Han Feng and the rest did not want me to go with Mu Yun. The 2 of us went alone. Han Xiling quickly explained. They did not want you to go alone. After Sect Leader Wang heard this, he could not help but feel angry. Lu Ming, who had such a strong battle prowess, was actually separated by Han Feng and went alone? No wonder they obtained so little. Damn it. If he had known this would happen, he would have told Han Feng, Qi Ping, and the rest about Lu Ming's true battle prowess and asked them to cooperate. The two of them are just a hindrance if they go with us. If they really went with us, we might not have obtained so many points. Han Feng continued. Finally, he said impatiently to Lu Ming and the rest, "All right, hand over the crystal cores you obtained. Do you have any? Maybe you didn't even get a single one." Black crystal cores were not that easy to obtain. One needed to kill large numbers of desolate beasts to obtain them. And the desolate beasts in the array world, the weakest were virtually all 6th level Divine Lord. Lu Ming and Han Xiling, one 5th level Divine Lord and one 6th level Divine Lord respectively. Facing large numbers of desolate beasts, it was already not bad to be able to preserve their lives. Yet they still wanted to obtain crystal cores. He looked at Lu Ming with a cold smile, waiting to see Lu Ming make a fool of himself. Previously, he did not let Lu Ming go with them. Wasn't it for this scene? Mu Yun, how many crystal cores did you obtain? Still not handing them over? Don't worry, with your cultivation, we won't have high hopes for you. Every point counts. Hurry up. Qi Ping also urged, impatient to see Lu Ming make a fool of himself so that he could mock him in public. If you want to see, then look carefully. Lu Ming said nonchalantly. Then, a storage ring appeared in his hand. You really know how to pretend to be useful and still use a storage ring to store them? Making it seem like there are many pieces, Qi Ping ridiculed. In the next moment he shut his mouth. His eyes widened and his mouth opened wider and wider, because pieces of black crystal cores flew out from Lu Ming's storage ring. A total of 102 pieces. Han Xiling's 2 pieces of black crystal cores were also placed together with Lu Ming. This, Qi Ping, Han Feng, and the rest almost bit their tongues. How could Lu Ming obtain so many crystal cores? With his cultivation, how did he do it? They felt that their minds couldn't wrap around the turn of events. But in the next moment, their eyeballs almost popped out because 5 more crystal cores flew out from the storage ring. 5 silver crystal cores that were extremely dazzling. Sect Master, the 2 of us only obtained 152 points. We have embarrassed the Fengdu Sword Sect. Lu Ming handed the crystal cores to Sect Master Wang and said. He purposely emphasized the words 2 of us. Han Feng's, Qi Ping's, and the rest's faces turned red. Lu Ming and Han Xiling, one of them was a 5th level Divine Lord while the other was a 6th level Divine Lord. Both of them obtained 152 points. And the 14 of them, especially the 5 heavenly talents who came as external aids, the weakest cultivation was an 8th level Divine Lord while Han Feng was a quasi-emperor. With so many of them, they only obtained 420 points. In comparison, weren't they trash? Fire. Fury. Han Feng felt that the fury in his body was about to explode. Impossible, you're a 5th level Divine Lord trash. How could you obtain so many crystal cores? And there are even 5 silver crystal cores. This is impossible. Han Feng growled as his eyes stared at Lu Ming. Of course, I obtained them from hunting desolate beasts. Otherwise, what do you think? Lu Ming casually glanced at Han Feng and said, obtained them from hunting desolate beasts? Nonsense, with your 5th level Divine Lord cultivation, it's absolutely impossible. Han Feng's face was gloomy and filled with killing intent. He stared at Lu Ming and said, Speak, how did you obtain them? Chapter 3761. Frogs in a Well. Lu Ming said emotionlessly and ignored Han Feng. This simple sentence almost made Han Feng and Qi Ping explode with anger. If sect leader Wang and the other leaders were not here, they would have attacked Lu Ming and the rest. Humph, do you really think that you got it by hunting the wild beasts? Who would believe that? Only fools would believe that. You must have gotten it by luck through some unknown means. In the end, Han Feng snorted. He would never believe that Lu Ming got it by hunting the wild beasts, especially the silver crystal core. He knew how hard it was to get a silver crystal core. On average, they had to kill more than a dozen boundary emperors to get 1 silver crystal core. More than a dozen of them had worked together and put in a lot of effort to get 6 silver crystal cores. Lu Ming and Han Xiling could get 5 silver crystal cores? Didn't that mean that Lu Ming and Han Xiling would be able to kill dozens of quasi-emperor-level desolate beasts? That was impossible. Not to mention the Fengdu sword sect, even the Sacred Heart tribe did not have such powerful supreme talents who could kill so many boundary emperors as level 5 or level 6 divine lords. Therefore, this possibility could be ruled out. He reckoned that Lu Ming and Han Xiling were lucky. They had obtained so many star cores through a method that he did not understand. Alright, let's end this here. Take a rest and prepare for the second round of the competition. Sect leader Wang raised his hand and stopped Lu Ming and Han Feng from talking further. However, he was unhappy with Han Feng. If Han Feng and Lu Ming were to fight together, they would get more points. The Resource Alliance calculated the total points of the 2 rounds and ranked them according to the total points. The higher the total points, the higher the ranking. Of course, sect leader Wang was unhappy, but he did not show it on his face. After all, he still had to rely on Han Feng and the rest for the second round. Alright, leaders of the various forces, bring the crystal cores over for calculation. The sect leader of the great sect said. Sect leader Wang kept the crystal cores and went to do the calculation. The 18 forces took turns to take out the crystal cores. The first one was the Great Sky Sect. Everyone turned to look at one of the elders of the Great Sky Sect. The crystal core that the Great Sky Sect had obtained was with this elder. Everyone wanted to know how many crystal cores the Great Sky Sect could obtain. The elder of the Great Heaven Sect was expressionless. He waved his hand and many crystal cores flew out. A burst of dazzling golden light pierced everyone's eyes, causing their hearts to beat violently. A golden crystal core. The Great Sky Sect actually had a golden crystal core. Those who knew the inside story all knew what a golden crystal core represented. One had to kill a wild beast that was equivalent to the Divine Emperor realm in order to obtain the golden crystal core. Furthermore, he probably had to kill more than one to obtain it. This meant that there was someone from the Great Hong Sect who could kill a Divine Emperor. The crowd could not help but think that the Great Sky Sect had invited the supreme talent of the Ziying tribe, which was ranked 99th on the primitive tribe board. Obviously, this was done by the supreme talent of the Ziying tribe. The Great Sky Sect definitely did not have such a powerful supreme talent. To be able to kill a divine emperor, this is terrifying. The Great Hong Sect is in first place again. It's hard to say. I don't know if the other superpowers have invited such powerful reinforcements. However, based on the overall ranking, the Great Hong Sect is indeed stronger. The crowd discussed fervently. Many of the young supreme talents turned pale and their faces turned solemn. They secretly decided that if they encountered the Ziying tribe in the second round of the competition, they would surrender immediately. Only a few forces had normal expressions on their faces. Interesting. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was filled with fighting spirit. Initially, he was not interested in the Resource Alliance because he did not have an opponent who could make him take seriously. For example, Han Feng might seem powerful, but if Lu Ming went all out, he could easily defeat Han Feng. Although Han Feng was powerful, he was not powerful enough to fight against a divine emperor. But now, Lu Ming was interested. Lu Ming was only a step away from the Divine Lord's 6th realm. If a powerful opponent gave him immense pressure, he might be able to stimulate his potential and make a breakthrough. Soon, the Great Hong Sect's points were tabulated. A total of 1,200 points. The Fengdu Sword Sect's points were less than half of the Great Hong Sect's points. This made the other superpowers who wanted to fight for first place turn solemn. Then, the other superpowers started to tabulate their points. In the end, the Great Hong Sect had the most points and was firmly in first place. The superpower in second place had 1,100 points, which was almost 100 points less than the Great Hong Sect. The Fengdu Sword Sect had exceeded the expectations of many superpowers. They were in 10th place in the first round of the competition, overtaking their old rival, the Black Blood Hall. Damn it! Some of the experts from the Black Blood Hall were unhappy. It's all right. We are still 50 points behind them. The first round of the competition depended more on luck. Perhaps they were lucky, but the second round will depend on strength. In the second round, we will easily overtake them. A young man with a blood-colored horn on his head said in the Black Blood Hall. This person was the reinforcements that the Black Blood Hall had invited. He was a supreme talent from a powerful tribe. That's right. The second round will depend on you. The Hall Master of the Black Blood Hall smiled faintly. The young man with the blood-colored horn was called Wei Jin. He was a supreme talent from the Blood Ant tribe and was a boundary emperor. The Blood Ant tribe was ranked 566 on the primitive 10,000 tribes board and was much stronger than the Sacred Heart tribe. This time, the Hall Master had paid a huge price to invite Wei Jin. His goal was to be in the top 10 or even higher. The Hall Master was relieved when he thought of Wei Jin's strength. He had seen Wei Jin fight with his own eyes. Although Wei Jin was only a boundary emperor, he had fought with a first-layer god emperor for more than 10 moves before he was at a disadvantage. Ordinary boundary emperors could only be killed by a divine emperor. A divine emperor could kill a large number of boundary emperors with a wave of his hand. Being able to block a divine emperor's attack without dying was already shocking enough, not to mention being in a disadvantageous position after exchanging more than 10 moves. With such combat strength, other than the supreme talent from the Ziying tribe that the Great Hong sect had invited, Wei Jin was almost invincible. Hence, the Hall Master was confident. Sect leader Wang flew back with a smile on his face. He was satisfied to be in the top 10 in the first round. However, he felt that it was a pity. If Lu Ming had teamed up with Han Feng in the first round, the Fengdu Sword sect would have gained more points. Alright, the points of the first round are out. Let's start the second round. The Great Hong sect leader announced. Then a group of experts flew out. This group of experts came from 18 different forces and each force participated in the second round to ensure fairness. These experts moved their hands and runes appeared one after another. In the next moment, 18 battle stages gradually appeared in the sky. Chapter 3762. 18 huge fighting stages floated in the air. The fighting stages were huge and black in color. They looked like they were made of a strange metal. There were runes on them and they looked heavy as if they were indestructible. The rules of the second round are as follows. First, I will split the 18 forces into 18 fighting stages. There will be 16 people on each stage. These 16 people will take turns to fight. Everyone will fight with the other 15 people. Finally, the 4 people with the best results on each stage will advance to the next round. Those who advance will receive 100 points. Those who don't advance will receive no points. In the end, 72 people will advance to the next round of the 18 fighting stages. These 72 people will then fight one-on-one to determine the strongest 9 people. These 9 people will then take turns to fight each other to determine the final ranking. The Grand Patriarch continued to announce. No one was surprised. They already knew about this rule. This was the most classic fighting stage rule and it was also the fairest. Many forces would use this rule for the competition. Lu Ming had seen many of these rules along the way. The more he fought, the more points he would receive. The 72 people who advanced to the next round would receive 100 points. After that, they would fight one-on-one and advance to the next round. The 36 people who advanced to the next round would receive 200 points. The 36 people who advanced to the next round would receive 300 points. The 18 people who advanced to the next round would receive 500 points. For a force, the more people who advanced to the next round, the more points they would receive. Once they were in the top 3, they would receive additional rewards. Hence, for a top-notch Sky Pride, the points they would receive would be shocking. Now, I will call out the names and assign you to your fighting stages. Number 1 Fighting Stage, Martial Arts University, Yao Lin. Number 2 Fighting Stage. Number 3 Fighting Stage, Mu Yun. The Grand Sky Sect Master read out a list of names and assigned everyone to the 18 fighting stages. Those whose names were called would head to the corresponding fighting stage. Lu Ming was assigned to number 3 Fighting Stage. Soon, the assignment was completed. Lu Ming glanced around and knew what was going on. The 18 forces each had 16 people and they were assigned to 18 fighting stages. There were almost no repetitions. There would only be one person from the same force on each fighting stage. This was for fairness so that everyone could give it their all. Swish, swish. With a flash, a figure appeared on each of the fighting stages. These were the elders from the various factions, and they were here to act as judges. On the third platform was a green-haired middle-aged man. My name is Lu Feichuan. I'm the judge of the third platform. Next, I will arrange your battles. In this battle, there's only a winner and a loser, not a life and death battle. So if you feel that you can't win, it's best that you admit defeat as soon as possible. If you don't admit defeat and are killed or injured, you will have to bear the consequences. Lu Feichuan shouted. Understood. Lu Ming and the others replied. All right, the first match, Mu Yun, Zhong Fei, come up. Lu Feichuan shouted. I'm the first one? Lu Ming was slightly taken aback, but it didn't matter. In any case, he had to fight with the other 15 people. It didn't matter if it was morning or night. He stepped out and landed on the battle stage. On the other side, a burly young man also landed on the fighting ring. His name was Zhong Fei. Zhong Fei swept his gaze over Lu Ming, revealing a hint of contempt at the corners of his mouth. Fifth level Divine Lord? I advise you to admit defeat, lest you look for a beating. Zhong Fei smiled casually as a powerful aura emanated from his body. Sixth level Divine Lord, one level higher than Lu Ming. Although there was no lack of Heaven's Prides in this world who could jump levels to fight, he was a Heaven's Pride himself. Even if Lu Ming could jump levels, he couldn't surpass him. So when he saw that Lu Ming was only a 5th level Divine Lord, he was very relaxed. This sentence is what I want to say to you. If you admit defeat, you will be injured by me and affect the rest of the battle. Lu Ming said. Hee, you're quite stubborn. I wonder if your strength is as strong as yours. Take this. Zhong Fei shouted and stepped on the battle stage. His burly body rushed towards Lu Ming and threw a punch at Lu Ming. Wind God Kick. Lu Ming's mind stirred and he kicked out. There were at least dozens of leg-type secret arts fused in his feet. Once it was activated, it swept towards Zhong Fei like a whirlwind. The speed was shockingly fast. Attacking later but arriving first. Bang! Lu Ming kicked Zhong Fei in the face. Zhong Fei screamed and flew backward at a speed faster than when he pounced on Lu Ming. He flew out of the fighting ring directly and fell to the square below. He landed heavily on the ground and vomited blood. Zhong Fei was completely dumbfounded. His head buzzed non-stop and his eyes turned white. Ah! The people on the third battle stage and some people who noticed this side were also somewhat stunned. They didn't expect that the outcome of the battle between the two was decided in an instant. Moreover, it was a 5th level Divine Lord who won. Sect head Wang nodded his head. He wasn't surprised at Lu Ming's victory. And the sect that Zhong Fei was in had an expert snorting coldly. He took a few more glances at Lu Ming and was somewhat displeased. The Heaven's Pride on the third battle stage couldn't help sizing up Lu Ming. Some people's eyes were solemn, some had indifferent expressions, and some were disdainful. On the other battle stages, there were also a few people paying attention to this side. For example, Han Feng, Qi Ping, and the others. They hated Lu Ming to the extreme. On their side, before it was their turn to fight, they noticed that Lu Ming was fighting on the third battle stage. They naturally looked over, wanting to see how Lu Ming was suppressed. They never expected that Lu Ming would defeat his opponent in one move. He has some strength. No wonder he's so arrogant. But that's all. He's just a 5th level Divine Lord after all. Han Feng snorted coldly in his heart. He was even more displeased when he didn't see Lu Ming being oppressed. Qi Ping also had the same feeling. There are a few people on the third battle stage who are very strong. Let's see how long this brat can be proud of himself. Qi Ping thought coldly in his heart. Mu Yun wins. Lu Feichuan also sized up Lu Ming a few more times before announcing Lu Ming's victory. Lu Ming left the battle stage, and Lu Feichuan announced the next group's battle. The competition continued. On the third battle stage, there was only one person who attracted Lu Ming's attention. Because this person's cultivation was even stronger, reaching the quasi-emperor realm. He was a Heaven's Pride from a powerful race and was invited by a force as external aid. He easily dealt with his opponent in one move. As for the remaining people, the highest was only a 9th-level Divine Lord. They didn't attract Lu Ming's interest. Soon, 18 people and 9 groups finished their matches. Mu Yun, Chong Hu, come on stage and fight. Lu Feichuan called out Lu Ming's name again. Lu Ming stepped onto the battle stage. At the same time, another youth also stepped onto the battle stage. This was a youth wearing wings. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, his body rapidly expanded and turned into his original form, a giant bird. No, it should be the primordial divine body. Chapter 3763. Chong Hu unleashed his primordial divine body and an ancient aura spread out. It was obvious that his primordial divine body was extremely powerful. 9th stage. Lu Ming sensed that Chong Hu's primordial divine body had already reached the 9th stage and he wasn't far from condensing the primordial divine blood. Of course, it wasn't that easy to take that step. It required talent and luck. Chong Hu's primordial divine body attracted many people's attention. What a powerful aura. 8th-level Divine Lord. 8th-level Divine Lord against a 5th-level Divine Lord. There's no suspense. That person seems to be the external aid that the Black Blood Hall invited. Many people were discussing. The people from the Black Blood Hall sneered. Han Feng, Qi Ping, and the others below the battle stage were also paying attention. Previously, Han Feng and another youth from the Sacred Heart race had obtained victory in the other battle stages. The 3 purple-eyed golden geese had also obtained victory. However, Qi Ping was unlucky to have encountered an expert and was defeated. Therefore, his expression was ugly. When he saw that Lu Ming had encountered an expert, he immediately sneered. Mu Yun is definitely going to admit defeat. I really hope that he doesn't. Qi Ping's eyes flickered with cold light. He really hoped that Lu Ming would be stupid and not admit defeat. Then Chong Hu would kill him. Of course, he knew that it was impossible. Facing such an opponent, how could Lu Ming not admit defeat? Who among you wants to admit defeat? The referee, Lu Fei, glanced at Lu Ming as he spoke. In his opinion, the difference between Lu Ming and Chong Hu was too big. In the Divine Lord realm, the difference of 3 levels was like heaven and earth. Lu Ming couldn't possibly be Chong Hu's opponent. He thought that Lu Ming would admit defeat. However, Lu Ming shook his head. Chong Hu revealed a sinister smile. He was the external aid that the Black Blood Hall had paid a huge price to invite. He was paid to help them. The Black Blood Hall's Hall Master had told him that if he encountered someone from the Fengdu Sword sect during the competition, he shouldn't be merciful. He originally thought that Lu Ming would admit defeat, but he didn't expect that Lu Ming wouldn't admit defeat. That's even better. He would let Lu Ming know what regret was. He didn't admit defeat? Han Feng, Qi Ping, and the others were stunned. Qi Ping was overjoyed. This kid is really foolish. Facing an 8th-level Divine Lord, he actually didn't admit defeat. Really courting death. Qi Ping nearly laughed out loud. As for Han Feng, he snorted coldly. He's regretted that he couldn't kill him. Initially, he wanted to kill Lu Ming personally after this matter was over. However, it seemed that Lu Ming was simply courting death. He didn't need he himself. Lu Feichuan was also slightly surprised. However, he didn't say anything more. He said, since no one has admitted defeat, let's start the competition. Lu Feichuan's voice had just faded when Chuchuan-Chi pounced towards Lu Ming. Chuchuan-Chi transformed into the primordial divine body. He was a giant bird. Flapping his wings, he brought along a destructive gale as he pounced towards Lu Ming. His wings were like blades, pressing towards Lu Ming. The horrifying power wanted to smash Lu Ming into smithereens. Facing this attack, Lu Ming's expression was the same as usual. Chuchuan-Chi's combat strength wasn't bad, but he was just a heaven's pride among 8th-level divine lords. Actually, back then in the dragon race's mother planet, some of the various races' heaven's pride that Lu Ming encountered already cultivated the primordial divine body to the 9th stage. Some even successfully condensed the primordial divine blood. These top races' top heaven's prides were actually not weak. Therefore, Chuchuan-Chi was just an ordinary heaven's pride in Lu Ming's eyes. Just as Chuan-Chi's wings were about to hit Lu Ming, Lu Ming made his move. Swoosh. His palm was like a blade chopping out. Bang. Lu Ming's palm collided with Chuanqi's wings, erupting with an intense rumble. Following that, feathers swirled in the air. Chuanqi's massive body flew back, blood splattering everywhere. What? Anyone who was paying attention to this side could not help opening their eyes wide, revealing a look of disbelief. The one who was sent flying was actually not Lu Ming, but Chuanqi. Furthermore, Chuanqi retreated with injuries. A 5th-level Divine Lord actually injured an 8th-level Divine Lord Heaven's Pride in one move in a head-on battle. How was this possible? The Black Blood Hall's people were stunned. Han Feng, Qi Ping, and the rest were also stunned, unable to wrap their heads around the turn of events for a moment. Before everyone could react, Lu Ming dashed toward Chong Hu to kill him. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and punched out. A terrifying fist force pierced through the void, directly piercing through Chuanqi's wings. Then, Lu Ming grabbed with a backhand, grabbing Chuanqi's tail that rushed out, swinging him up and flinging him towards the ground. With an intense rumble, Chuanqi was smashed heavily onto the ground. Unable to maintain his primordial divine body form, he turned into an ordinary giant bird, twitching non-stop. Although Chuanqi did not die, he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Many people who were watching this side were all in a daze. It ended just like that? He won just like that? A 5th-level Divine Lord defeated an 8th-level Divine Lord? Haha. Sect Head Wang was long mentally prepared, so he was the first to react. He laughed loudly, looking in the direction of Black Blood Hall with a smug look. Only then did everyone react. Black Blood Hall's Hall Master and the other experts of Black Blood Hall had ugly expressions. How is this possible? Qi Ping, Han Feng, and the rest were dumbfounded, their eyes wide open. They had been mocking Lu Ming all along, looking down on Lu Ming. Especially Han Feng, a mere 5th-level Divine Lord, he did not place him in his sights at all. Previously, he was still mocking Lu Ming non-stop. But Lu Ming used practical actions to viciously slap him a few times, making his expression extremely grim. Damn it! Han Feng shouted coldly in his heart, killing intent pervading in his heart. Lu Ming already became his must-kill target. Interesting. What powerful combat strength! At this moment, some of the top Heaven's Prides on the other battle stages also had their gazes drawn. After all, for a 5th-level Divine Lord to be able to defeat an 8th-level Divine Lord, it represented talent and combat strength. Although his cultivation was still low right now, once his cultivation rose up, it would be very terrifying. It already aroused their attention. This battle Mu Yun wins. Lu Feichuan came to his senses and announced Lu Ming's victory. Just like this, Lu Ming obtained 2 consecutive victories. Lu Ming left the battle stage calmly, but it was different from before. Many people's gazes were sweeping over him. One could imagine that the next time he fought, he would attract even more gazes. After Lu Ming left the battle stage, his gaze was also sizing up the other battle stages. Each battle stage had extremely powerful Heaven's Prides on it. There was at least one quasi-emperor. Some battle stages even had more. These people's strengths were very powerful. When others encountered them, virtually all of them admitted defeat. The competition carried out one after another. Very soon, it was Lu Ming's turn to fight again. But the opponent this time was just a 6th-level Divine Lord. The moment he saw Lu Ming, he directly admitted defeat. Chapter 3764. The competition carried out one match after another. The following 7 matches in a row, Lu Ming did not encounter 2 powerful opponents. The one with the highest cultivation was also an 8th-level Divine Lord. After seeing that it was Lu Ming, he hesitated over and over again and finally still admitted defeat. Just like this, Lu Ming obtained 10 consecutive victories. Lu Ming was only 2 steps away from advancing to the 3rd platform. As long as he obtained 12 victories, he would be able to lock in the group's 4th place and qualify to advance. Once he advanced, the corresponding faction could obtain 100 points. The way everyone saw it, a 5th-level Divine Lord being able to advance was simply inconceivable. But the truth was that Lu Ming was already close. Humph, Next, it's all experts. It won't be that easy for him to want to win. Han Feng and Qi Ping both snorted coldly in their hearts. Because next, the experts that Lu Ming encountered would all be 9th-level Divine Lord Heaven's Chosen. These Heaven's Chosen were virtually all foreign aid Heaven's Chosen invited by various major factions, their strength formidable. Sure enough, in the 11th match, Lu Ming encountered a 9th-level Divine Lord existence. Your strength is very strong, exceeding my expectations. But it's impossible for you to be my match. Opposite Lu Ming, a tall and thin youth looked at Lu Ming with cold eyes. Flames continuously spread out from his body. This youth came from the Blazing Flame Sky Bamboo clan. Blazing Flame Sky Bamboo, a kind of plant life, ranked 4,567 on the primeval 10,000 races proclamation. How would you know without fighting? Make your move. Lu Ming's expression was very calm. Begin. Lu Feichuan announced. The moment Lu Feichuan's voice faded, the Blazing Flame Sky Bamboo Heaven's Chosen made his move. His tall and thin body was akin to a long sword emitting flames, slashing over toward Lu Ming. Scorching flames enveloped toward Lu Ming. In a blink of an eye, the scorching flames arrived in front of Lu Ming. Swoosh! Lu Ming hacked a palm out. The flames that surged over were split into two like flowing water. Clink! Lu Ming's palm collided with the Blazing Flame Sky Bamboo's Outstanding Talent's palm. There was a loud explosion as if two divine weapons had collided. Then, a figure retreated rapidly. The one who retreated was the Blazing Flame Sky Bamboo prodigy. Many people gasped. Lu Ming could actually still occupy the upper hand in the confrontation with the Blazing Flame Heavenly Bamboo Heaven's Chosen. Was this still a 5th-level Divine Lord cultivation? This was too monstrous. The Blazing Flame Sky Bamboo's Outstanding Talent retreated 1,000 meters. His hands trembled slightly, and his expression was extremely grave. In that move just now, he was completely at a disadvantage. Amazing! Again. The Flaming Heavenly Bamboo prodigy shouted and dashed toward Lu Ming once again. In the process of dashing out, his body changed rapidly and turned into a fiery red bamboo. This was the true body of the Flaming Heavenly Bamboo. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the fiery red bamboo leaves were like incomparably sharp swords as they stabbed towards Lu Ming. The space was pierced, and a pitch-black hole appeared. At the same time, the Blazing Flame Sky Bamboo's true body was like a divine sword that was filled with flames as it slashed towards Lu Ming. Open! Lu Ming roared. His finger was like a sword as he swung it out. Suddenly, dense sword chi appeared and blocked all the bamboo leaves. Since Lu Ming was pretending to be a disciple of the Fengdu sword sect, he naturally had to act more realistically. The bamboo leaves were blocked, but the Blazing Flame Sky Bamboo's true body had already arrived. A sword chi appeared on Lu Ming's finger as he swung the sword upwards. Clang, clang, clang. The two of them exchanged more than 10 moves in the blink of an eye. To be honest, the Blazing Flame Sky Bamboo's Outstanding Talent was very strong. No matter if it was his physique secret technique, divine power, or origin secret technique, they had all reached an extremely profound level. Although he was a 9th-level Divine Lord, it was not too difficult for him to kill an ordinary Boundary Emperor. Lu Ming did not activate the battle character formula and did not use the taboo energy at full force. Hence, he could not kill his opponent instantly. However, the Blazing Flame Sky Bamboo's Outstanding Talent was no match for him. After the two of them exchanged more than 10 moves, the Blazing Flame Sky Bamboo's Outstanding Talent retreated to the edge of the fighting ring. His body trembled as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Impressive. Really impressive. I have never seen a 5th-level Divine Lord with such combat strength in my life. I have lost this battle. I admit defeat wholeheartedly. The Blazing Flame Sky Bamboo's Outstanding Talent exclaimed. After saying that, he left the fighting ring and admitted defeat. Although he had only exchanged more than 10 moves with Lu Ming, he was very clear that Lu Ming's combat strength was unfathomable. He was no match for Lu Ming at all. He even had a feeling that Lu Ming did not use his full strength at all. If he used his full strength, he might be able to contend with those Boundary Emperors. This was simply unbelievable. How is this possible? How is this possible? Since when did Feng City Sword Sect have such an outstanding talent? Qi Ping kept roaring in his heart. The muscles on his face were distorted. In the past, he had always been the #1 outstanding talent in Feng City Sword Sect. Previously, he looked down on Lu Ming and placed the position of the #1 outstanding talent high. However, compared to Lu Ming, he was nothing. With Lu Ming's combat strength, he could probably defeat him with just a casual move. What kind of bullshit #1 outstanding talent was he? If that was the case, wouldn't his previous actions be especially ridiculous? In the future, he would be a joke in the eyes of the Feng City Sword Sect's disciples. He simply could not accept it. As for Han Feng, the murderous intent in his eyes became even more intense. This guy, Han Feng muttered. He even felt a trace of pressure from Lu Ming. Although he still had the confidence to suppress Lu Ming, if Lu Ming was a little stronger and his cultivation level increased a little, he would not be able to suppress him anymore. I must finish him off as soon as possible, Han Feng thought in his heart. Following the Raging Flame Sky Bamboo's outstanding talent admitting defeat, Lu Ming already had 11 consecutive victories. He was just a step away from qualifying. In many people's eyes, Lu Ming qualifying was something that was set in stone. On the third fighting platform, those who did not fight with Lu Ming were a quasi-royal prodigy and 3 9th-level divine lord prodigies. Since Lu Ming could defeat the Raging Flame Sky Bamboo's outstanding talent, then he should have a high chance of winning against the remaining 3 9th-level divine lord prodigies. At the very least, it was definitely not a problem to obtain another victory. The competition continued. After one round, it was Lu Ming's turn again. This time, his opponent was a 9th-level divine lord prodigy. This prodigy's strength was very strong. However, he was at most at the standard of the Raging Flame Sky Bamboo's outstanding talent. After exchanging a few moves with Lu Ming, he knew that he was not Lu Ming's match and simply admitted defeat. On the third fighting platform, there was that quasi-royal prodigy and also Lu Ming, this dark horse. This way, there were only 2 qualifying spots left. If they wanted to qualify, the difficulty was very high. Hence, they might as well admit defeat and preserve their strength to fight with other opponents with similar strength. Previously, the Raging Flame Sky Bamboo's outstanding talent also had this plan. This way, Lu Ming had already obtained 12 victories. Even if he lost the next 3 consecutive matches, he had already locked in the qualification. Chapter 3765. The competition continued and there were many exciting fights. There were also exciting fights on the other 17 fighting stages. As for those unfathomable geniuses, they had a much easier time than Lu Ming and had a complete victory. However, there were also a few fighting stages that had intense fights. There were more than one quasi-royal genius on some of the fighting stages. These quasi-royal geniuses met each other in advance and there were exciting fights. Finally, there were differences in strength even among those of the same cultivation level. There was a young man in a green robe on one of the fighting stages that caught everyone's attention. The young man's combat strength was extremely strong. He won against a quasi-royal genius of the same cultivation level as him. His opponent was also a powerful genius. However, he was unable to fight back against the young man in the green robe. The difference in strength was obvious. Someone recognized that the young man in the green robe was from the Storm tribe, which was ranked 333 on the primitive 10,000 tribes board. He was another genius who could fight for the championship. Everyone thought that he could fight against the Ziying tribe's genius that the Great Sect had invited. Although the Ziying tribe was ranked 99 in the top 100 tribes, their overall talent was strong. However, that didn't mean that there weren't any geniuses who could fight against the Ziying tribe. Races that were ranked at the top only meant that their overall strength and overall talent were stronger. However, weaker races would also give birth to some terrifying geniuses who could trample those stronger races' geniuses underfoot. In history, there were many terrifying geniuses from small tribes that weren't even on the primitive 10,000 tribes board. Their names shook the universe and they could even defeat the geniuses from the top 10 tribes. There were many such geniuses in every era. Everyone thought that the genius from the Storm Tribe could kill an ordinary divine emperor. He is indeed unfathomable, Lu Ming muttered. Even he felt pressured when facing such a person. Now that he had unleashed his full strength and used the battle formula to increase his combat strength by 5 times and the gravity orb, he could only fight a first-layer divine emperor to a draw. During this period of time, he had cultivated some secret skills. However, his strength had only increased by a little. It would be difficult to defeat him, let alone kill him. Unless Qiuqiu was included. However, he couldn't borrow Qiuqiu's power in a competition like this. After all, Qiuqiu was a different kind of creature. If he borrowed Qiuqiu's power, it would be 2 against 1. Naturally, he wouldn't allow it. However, this made Lu Ming's fighting spirit even stronger. Perhaps, he might be able to tap into the other party's strength to stimulate his potential and achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation. The competition was carried out one by one. Soon, it was Lu Ming's turn again. Muyun, against Wall Pass. Lu Fei's voice rang out. His words caused the hearts of those who were paying attention to the third platform to tremble. Then, they revealed looks of anticipation. There was no other reason. Guan Lianbi was the only quasi-emperor on the third towering platform. He was extremely powerful and had swept his way through, just like Lu Ming, undefeated. Previously, everyone thought that on the third platform, Lu Ming was only second to Guan Lianbi. They had long been looking forward to the battle between the two of them. Muyun is finally facing Guan Lianbi. Who do you think will win? It should be Guan Lianbi. Muyun is only a 5th-level divine lord after all, while Guan Lianbi is a quasi-emperor. The difference is too great. However, these people's tone was also filled with uncertainty. They didn't say that Lu Ming would definitely lose. Because Lu Ming had created too many records before. In the beginning, he defeated a 6th-level divine lord prodigy. Then he defeated a 7th-level divine lord, an 8th-level divine lord, and even a 9th-level divine lord prodigy was defeated by Lu Ming. They already couldn't figure out Lu Ming. They felt that Lu Ming was shrouded in a layer of fog. Swoosh, swoosh. Lu Ming and Guan Lianbi appeared on the platform at the same time. Guan Lianbi was very tall and sturdy. He wore a set of heavy armor and stood there like an impenetrable wall. In reality, he was a prodigy from the Iron Wall race. A 5th-level divine lord with your combat strength, I've only seen it in the top 10 races. But I know that you haven't used your full strength yet. Come, fight with me and help me comprehend the Tao of the Divine Emperor. Guan Lianbi opened his mouth, his voice deep like thunder. He actually wanted to borrow Lu Ming's strength to help him comprehend the Tao of the Divine Emperor. It happened to coincide with Lu Ming's goal. I believe I won't disappoint you, Lu Ming said. Looks like none of you want to admit defeat. Then let's begin, Lu Feichuan announced. Bang, bang. Guan Lianbi stepped forward. The speed of his steps wasn't fast, but they were as heavy as a mountain. With each step, the platform would emit a violent rumble. With each step he took, his body would swell up a little. After a few steps, his body became a lot bigger, and his aura also became a lot stronger. He was accumulating power. When he accumulated power to the peak, it would also be the peak of his combat strength. If it were other people, they would definitely make a move and interrupt Guan Lianbi's accumulation. But Lu Ming didn't. He stood there quietly, waiting for Guan Lianbi's accumulation to reach the peak. But the people by the side started to discuss. What's going on? Mu Yun actually didn't make a move and interrupt Guan Lianbi's accumulation. Looks like Lu Ming is waiting for Guan Lianbi's accumulation to reach the peak. What strong confidence! The crowd wasn't a fool and easily saw through Lu Ming's goal. Lu Ming was actually taking the initiative to wait for Guan Lianbi's accumulation. Unless he was a fool, it meant that he had strong confidence in himself. Among them, the most nervous were Han Feng and Qi Ping. The two of them clenched their fists tightly together. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at Lu Ming, hoping that Lu Ming would be defeated. Finally, when Guan Lianbi took 9 steps and accumulated power to the peak, Lu Ming made a move. Lu Ming took a light step forward. His body was like a phantom as he dashed toward the Guan Lianbi and threw a punch. Come on. Guan Lianbi shouted and punched out as well. Boom! Their fists collided, causing the space to explode. A pitch-black space appeared. The sky shook violently like a drum. Then, the two figures retreated more than 10 steps before they could stabilize their footing. The two of them retreated at the same time. Is this the strength of a quasi-emperor level genius? It's really strong, definitely not comparable to an ordinary quasi-emperor level genius. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This quasi-emperor level genius from the list of 10,000 races of the ancient desolate era had extremely strong combat strength. It was far from what an ordinary quasi-emperor level genius could compare to. Lu Ming could kill an ordinary quasi-emperor level genius with a casual move. But just now, he was evenly matched with Guan Lianbi. Of course, this was because Lu Ming didn't use his full strength. He didn't use the battle character art or the gravity pearl. Even so, it still shocked the crowd. Chapter 3766. Everyone's heart thumped a few times. Lu Ming actually blocked Guan Lianbi's attack. Moreover, it was when Guan Lianbi had accumulated his strength to the peak. This was too unbelievable. One must know that Lu Ming was only a 5th-level Divine Lord. Damn it! How is this possible? Han Feng, Qi Ping, and the rest widened their eyes at the same time. Especially Qi Ping, his face was pale. Lu Ming was too terrifying. The key was that Lu Ming was a disciple of the Fengdu sword sect. He had treated Lu Ming like that previously. How would Lu Ming treat him in the future? When he thought of Lu Ming taking revenge on him in the future, he broke out in cold sweat. I hope he will be beaten to death in this competition. Qi Ping prayed in his heart. Guan Lianbi let out a breath. The light in his eyes shot out 3 zhang. To be honest, he was also shocked. At the same time, he was excited. Powerful, really powerful. Come again. Guan Lianbi hollered. He stomped his feet and dashed toward Lu Ming. His fist was emitting a dazzling radiance. It had doubled in size. The huge iron fist was attacking Lu Ming like a storm. Better use the sword. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Since he was pretending to be a disciple of the Fengdu sword sect, he had to act more realistically. He clenched his fists in the air and used the sword-type secret technique in his cells. A sword light appeared and was held in Lu Ming's hands. Swoosh! Lu Ming brandished the sword light and slashed at Guan Lianbi. Clang, clang, clang. The two of them clashed continuously. Energy overflowed. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. The two of them retreated and charged towards each other again. After more than 10 moves, there was still no clear victor. Divine Iron Battle Armor. Guan Lianbi roared. A battle armor appeared on his body. The battle armor emitted a dazzling radiance, making Guan Lianbi's aura even stronger. He pushed his combat strength to the limit. Origin Source Secret Technique. I have severed 3 shackles. Lu Ming thought to himself. Evidently, Guan Lianbi's secret origin technique had severed 3 shackles. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so powerful. Battle Formula, activate. Lu Ming finally triggered the battle formula. However, it didn't trigger 5 times combat strength, but 2 times. This was just a competition, not a life and death battle. There was no need for him to use his full strength to defeat Guan Lianbi. It was better to keep some trump cards hidden. But even with 2 times his combat strength, Lu Ming's aura had still soared. His strength had greatly increased, causing everyone's hearts to fiercely tremble. The sword light in Lu Ming's hand soared and slashed at Guan Lianbi's fist. This time, Guan Lianbi's body shook violently as he retreated continuously. However, Lu Ming did not retreat this time. Lu Ming had the upper hand. Swish, swish, swish. After Lu Ming gained the upper hand, his attacks were like a storm. The sword light overlapped and slashed at Guan Lianbi one after another. Guan Lianbi roared and used all his strength to resist. However, he couldn't stop Lu Ming at all. Every time they clashed, he had to retreat. Clang. Some of the sword light slashed at Guan Lianbi's body, but it actually produced clanging sounds and sparks. It couldn't break through Guan Lianbi's defense at all. His defense is really thick. Lu Ming muttered. Guan Lianbi was from the Iron Wall race. He was best at defense, and his defense was extremely strong. In other aspects, he wasn't strong enough. However, Lu Ming didn't need to break through his defense at all. Lu Ming only needed to force Guan Lianbi off the stage, and that was enough. Lu Ming concentrated his strength. He didn't want to break through Guan Lianbi's defense, but only used his strength to directly attack. Guan Lianbi was completely suppressed by Lu Ming. He wanted to rush out, but his speed wasn't enough. This made him extremely sullen. Soon, Guan Lianbi was about to retreat to the edge of the stage. "Stop, I don't want to fight anymore. I don't want to fight anymore. I admit defeat." Guan Lianbi shouted and directly admitted defeat. If they continued to fight, he would be blasted off the stage by Lu Ming. As soon as Guan Lianbi admitted defeat, Lu Ming flew back and restrained his aura. The sword light in his hand also dissipated. "Mu Yun, I admit that your combat strength is really strong and unbelievable. However, if the two of us fight to the death, I may not lose to you," Guan Lianbi said. He took the initiative to admit defeat, but he was still somewhat unwilling. His defense was strong enough. If it was a life-and-death battle, he could rely on his powerful defense to resist Lu Ming's attack. When Lu Ming's divine power was exhausted and his attacks weakened, he could counterattack and perhaps defeat Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled slightly and didn't refute. With the strength he had just used, it was true that he couldn't break through Guan Lianbi's defense. It was indeed as Guan Lianbi thought. However, he didn't use his full strength at all. He only activated the battle formula to double his combat strength. If he activated the battle formula to increase his combat strength by 5 times, he could instantly tear through Guan Lianbi's defense. "Mu Yun wins this battle," Lu Feichuan announced. The scene was in an uproar. This result was really out of everyone's expectations. Obviously, after Lu Ming defeated Guan Lianbi on the 3rd stage, he was invincible. It was very likely that he would advance as the first in the group. No one had expected this beforehand. Qi Ping's face was pale. Han Feng's face was extremely gloomy. Of course, the experts of the Black Blood Hall were also gloomy. Sect leader Wan, on the other hand, burst into laughter. He felt that his decision to invite Lu Ming was too wise. After this battle, Lu Ming won 13 consecutive battles. The competition continued. Next, the scene gradually became clear. It was also clear whether the participants on each stage could advance or not. In the next 2 battles, Lu Ming's opponents directly surrendered. They clearly saw the strength that Lu Ming had displayed in the battle with Guan Lianbi. They also knew that they weren't Lu Ming's match. If they didn't surrender, would they be looking for trouble? Just like that, Lu Ming won 15 consecutive battles and became the first in the 3rd stage. After a while, the battles on the other stages also ended. The number of participants from each force was also tabulated. Some people were happy, while others were sad. There were 18 forces and 72 participants. On average, each force would be allocated 4 participants. However, in reality, it was naturally impossible for each force to have 4 participants. There were strong and weak forces. For example, there were 7 Sky Prides from the Great Sect who had qualified. And the weakest force only had 1 pitiful genius. Unless the only prodigy in this faction had heaven-defying strength and could achieve consecutive victories, this faction would most likely be at the bottom. The leader of this force had an extremely ugly expression. If their results were at the bottom, they would definitely be the weakest when the resources were allocated. For a long time in the future, they would not have good resources and their strength would get worse. This would form a vicious cycle. This time, the Fengdu Sword Sect had 3 people who had advanced. Their results were not satisfactory and could only be considered as barely passable. These 3 people were Lu Ming, Han Feng, and a supreme talent from the purple-eyed golden geese called Yanzi. Chapter 3767. 3 people from the Feng City Sword Sect obtained 300 points. In addition to the 500 points they obtained in the first round, they had a total of 800 points. This result could only be considered average among the 18 forces. The strongest force, the Great Sky Sect, had a total of 900 points and was firmly in first place. In second place was the Lingfeng family with a total of 1,700 points. The Sky Pride from the Stormwind tribe was the external help that the Lingfeng family had invited. The third place had a total of 1,600 points, which was double the points of the Feng City Sword sect. However, it was still early and nothing was known yet, because the next round would be the battles between the 72 Sky Prides. As long as one was in the top 36, they would obtain 200 points. The next round would be a huge change in the points. At this moment, Qi Ping, Han Feng, and the rest gathered together and glanced coldly at Lu Ming from time to time. Brother Han, Mu Yun is too monstrous. If you meet him in the next round, do you have the confidence to deal with him? Qi Ping asked softly. Han Feng's face darkened. He pondered for a while and said, looking at the strength he displayed in the battle with Guan Lianbi, I will definitely kill him if he meets me. Han Feng said in a low voice, and a cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. Although Lu Ming was strong, he had a special method and was confident that he could kill Lu Ming. That's good. It would be great if that kid meets Brother Han in the next round. Qi Ping said as he prayed in his heart. He was really afraid. With Lu Ming's strength, he would definitely not let him go if he was alive. Qi Ping's life in the Feng City Sword sect would definitely be tough. In the past, he was awe-inspiring and could do whatever he wanted. He would never return to those days. He couldn't accept it. Condense. At this moment, the judges from the 18 forces shouted at the same time. They formed seals with their hands and runes filled the air. Then, the 18 stages started to gather together and formed an even bigger stage. All right, the 72 people will continue with the competition. The rules are simple. The 72 of you will draw lots. Whoever you draw will fight in pairs. The sect leader of the Great Sky sect announced. This was a classic two-man arena battle. Of course, it also required a bit of luck. If one's luck was bad and they were matched against an expert they couldn't defeat, then they could only blame it on their bad luck. Next, the Great Sky Grand Hierarch divided the 72 people into two groups. Each group had 36 people. Then, the Great Sky Grand Hierarch carved the names of the 36 people on bamboo sticks. Then he placed the bamboo sticks into a metal box. The surface of the metal box was engraved with runes that could isolate spiritual sense, preventing people from peeking at the names inside with their spiritual sense and preventing cheating. I've engraved the names of the people on your side. Those who haven't engraved their names, come and draw lots. The Great Sky sect leader waved his hand and the metal box flew out and floated in the air. He then instructed a group of people to go up and draw lots. Whoever's name was drawn would be the one to fight. I'll go first. A purple-robed young man stepped out. Those whose names were engraved immediately became nervous. This was because this person was the peerless Sky Pride that the Great Sect had invited from the Ziying tribe. His strength was unfathomable and he was a strong contender for first place. No one wanted to be drawn by him. Even if there were other Sky Prides who were as strong as him, now was not the time for the final battle. If they were defeated, they would not be able to earn many points. Under the nervous gazes of the crowd, the Sky Pride of the Ziying tribe took out a bamboo stick from the metal box. Ensu! The young man from the Ziying tribe said slowly. The face of the young man called Ensu instantly turned pale. How unlucky! Ensu sighed inwardly. Come, let's fight. The Sky Pride of the Ziying tribe stepped onto the fighting ring with a heroic spirit. I admit defeat. Ensu admitted defeat directly. There was no need for him to fight. He was only a 9th-level Divine Lord. The difference between him and the Sky Pride of the Ziying tribe was too great. Even if he gave it his all, he would not stand a chance. Moreover, there were no rules that forbade him from killing his opponent. If the Sky Pride of the Ziying tribe wanted to kill him, he would be wronged. Hence, he admitted defeat. In this way, the Sky Pride of the Ziying tribe easily won the battle and entered the 36th place. This gave the Great Sky sect another 200 points. The Great Sky sect's points exceeded 2,000 points. I'll do it. At this moment, another young man stepped forward. The crowd was shocked. This person was the Sky Pride of the Stormwind tribe. He was also someone who had the ability to fight for first place. He had also drawn a 9th-level Divine Lord. That person also admitted defeat. Next, the Sky Prides went up one by one to draw lots. Under normal circumstances, as long as the difference between the two parties was not too great, they would choose to fight. This was because this was the elimination round and not the group stage. If they lost, they still had a chance. Once they lost in the elimination round, they would not have a chance. Intense battles took place one after another. Of course, many people would admit defeat decisively once they were no match for their opponents. After all, they were only hired external help. They just had to try their best. There was no need to risk their lives. Soon, half of the 36 battles were over. Mu Yun. At this moment, a young man drew a bamboo stick and called out Mu Yun's name. The young man did not look too good. He knew about Lu Ming's combat strength. However, he was only a 9th-level Divine Lord. If he encountered Lu Ming, he would be in danger. Sush. Lu Ming was very decisive. He took a step out and landed on the battle stage. That young man gritted his teeth and also landed on the battle stage. Brother Mu, your strength really makes me admire. I want to exchange a few moves with Brother Mu. How about we stop when it's appropriate? The young man said. Many people smiled knowingly. Very clearly, this person was wary of Lu Ming's strength, but did not wish to give up like this. He wanted to give it a try. Hence, he said this to leave a way out for himself. Of course. Lu Ming said with a smile. He had no enmity with the other party. As long as he won, it was enough. There was no need to shout and kill. That young man moved, charging toward Lu Ming like a streak of divine light. His speed was very fast. Clearly, this person was adept at speed. His offensive power was also very strong. His attacks were like a storm, endless, making it impossible to guard against. This was also the reason why he wanted to give it a try. Even those stronger than him in a head-on clash would be defeated by him if careless. However, he was destined to miscalculate when facing Lu Ming. Sush, sush. Sword light appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He instantly slashed out 1,000 swords, filling the sky with sword light. The sword light that filled the sky enveloped the other party. The other party's attack was instantly broken. His figure retreated explosively, retreating all the way to the edge of the battle stage before stopping. There were already 2 additional sword wounds on his body, fresh blood flowing. It really won't work. The young man secretly shook his head. Then he cupped his fists and said, Brother Mu is indeed formidable. I admire you. Done talking, he turned around and left the battle stage, taking the initiative to admit defeat. Chapter 3768. In this way, Lu Ming also won and entered the 36th place. He had obtained 200 points for the Fengdu sword sect. The competition continued. Han Feng and Yanzi also took turns to fight. Han Feng's strength was very strong. He defeated his opponent without much effort. However, Yanzi was not that strong. He encountered a quasi-emperor level genius and was defeated by him. Not long after, the 36 matches came to an end. 2 people from the Fengdu sword sect entered the 36th place and had accumulated 1,200 points. 5 people from the Great Heaven sect entered the 36th place and they were still in the lead with 2,900 points. The most miserable one was the one who had only 1 person qualified. In this round, only 1 person had been eliminated. In this way, this sect was destined to be at the bottom. At the end of this round, the Fengdu sword sect was ranked 10th among the 18 sections. The Black Blood Hall was slightly better at 9th place. Next, the 36 people who won would compete to determine the 18th place. Those who entered the 18th place would each obtain 300 points. The rules were the same as before. The Great Heaven sect leader divided the 36 people into 2 groups. One group would carve their names on bamboo sticks and put them into the metal box. The other group would draw lots. Whoever was drawn would fight with that group. This time, Lu Ming was still the one who drew lots. The prodigy of the Ziying race and the prodigy of the Stormwind race, the 2 seeded contestants, had also drawn lots. Alright, let's start drawing lots. The Great Heaven sect leader announced. The 18 people who drew lots looked at each other. For a moment, no one stepped forward. The 2 powerful demons from the Ziying tribe and Stormwind tribe were in the same group. If they were drawn, they would vomit blood. Let me do it. At this moment, a figure walked up. Han Feng. The first person to draw lots was Han Feng. He walked to the front of the metal box and reached in to pull out a bamboo stick. He looked at the name on the bamboo stick and was slightly stunned. Then he revealed a playful smile as well as a wisp of ice-cold killing intent. Who did he draw? Many people were curious. Han Feng looked toward Lu Ming and revealed the name on the bamboo stick in his hand. Mu Yun. Han Feng slowly spat out a name. It's Cloud Herder. In the plentiful city sword sex area, Qi Ping's eyes suddenly lit up. Qi Ping was very clear that Han Feng wanted to kill Lu Ming. As long as Lu Ming dared to fight Han Feng, then Han Feng would be able to kill Lu Ming. As for the fact that both of them were from the plentiful city sword sect, if the two of them met, it would be disadvantageous for the sect. He did not care. What did it have to do with him? As long as Lu Ming was dead, everything would be fine. After Lu Ming was dead, the Fengdu sword sect would still be his world. He would still be the #1 person in the sect, and he could get whatever he wanted. Damn it, how did this happen? Sect leader Wang's face was extremely dark. The other elders of the Fengdu sword sect were the same. From their point of view, they didn't want Lu Ming and Han Feng to meet. When the two of them met, one of them would be eliminated without even fighting. This was extremely disadvantageous to the Fengdu sword sect. Of course, the benefits were not useless. One of them was destined to enter the top 18 and obtain 300 points. However, sect leader Wang and the other's ambition was not limited to that. He still wanted Lu Ming and Han Feng to enter the top 18. My luck is not bad. Lu Ming revealed a smile. Han Feng had been targeting him, showing his killing intent to him without restraint. Lu Ming also wanted to eliminate Han Feng. However, he did not have the chance. Now the chance was here. If he eliminated Han Feng in a fair and square battle, the Sacred Heart tribe behind him would be embarrassed to say anything. The premise was that Han Feng would not admit defeat before the battle even started. I didn't expect you to pick me. Lu Ming spoke, and his gaze fell on Han Feng. My luck has always been good, Han Feng said with a cold gaze. Around them, people from other forces, especially those from the Black Blood Hall, looked at Lu Ming and Han Feng as if they were watching a good show. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Lu Ming and Han Feng had a conflict. It was interesting that people from the same force had a conflict in such a competition and met each other. Sect leader Wang also had a headache. He was really afraid that Lu Ming and Han Feng would both be injured, which would affect the rest of the competition. However, he could not suppress the two of them. One was a peerless genius with an unknown background, while the other was a top genius from the primitive 10,000 Tribes board. Neither of them cared about him. Sect leader Wang felt that it was too difficult for him. Is that so? Come on then. Lu Ming stepped forward and came to the fighting ring. Han Feng also moved and appeared on the fighting ring, facing Lu Ming from afar. It's not too late to admit defeat. Later, when we fight, death and injury are inevitable. Han Feng hurriedly said, trying to provoke Lu Ming so that Lu Ming would not admit defeat easily. Brother, why did you steal my line? Lu Ming really wanted to say that to Han Feng. That was because he wanted to provoke Han Feng with these words so that Han Feng would not admit defeat easily. He did not expect Han Feng to speak first. However, this was also good. Lu Ming could retaliate. I admit defeat? That's not going to happen. I'm more afraid that you will admit defeat before we even fight. Lu Ming said calmly. Haha, me admit defeat? You are really naive. If I admit defeat, Han Feng laughed. If I admit defeat, I will destroy my own cultivation. After being provoked by Lu Ming, Han Feng could not help but blurt it out. All right, it's a deal. Lu Ming quickly agreed. Han Feng was stunned and he could not help but feel regretful. Especially when he saw Lu Ming's expression, he could not help but feel uneasy. Could it be that Lu Ming could really defeat him? No way. How can this brat defeat me? Han Feng shook his head and threw the unrealistic thoughts out of his mind. Let's begin. The sect leader of the Great Grand Sect announced the start of the competition. Boom. As soon as the Grand Sky sect leader finished his words, A dazzling radiance erupted from Han Feng's body and a dazzling sword light appeared. That was his origin source secret skill. Heart-slaying sword. Han Feng shouted and a sword light pierced towards Lu Ming at an alarming speed. Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He used his fingers as a sword and a sword light burst out from his fingers as he slashed towards Han Feng. How dare you take my heart-slaying sword head-on? You are courting death. Great. When Han Feng saw Lu Ming's sword slashing towards him, he was not surprised. Instead, he was elated. His heart-slaying sword was not an ordinary sword attack. It could directly strike the enemy's heart and destroy it. Boom. When Lu Ming and Han Feng's attack collided, sword chi spread in all directions. All of a sudden, Lu Ming sensed a strange energy from Han Feng's sword gleam. It dashed into his body and headed straight for his heart. Lu Ming's heart was pierced by the sword light and a hole was formed. When one's cultivation reached the Divine King or Divine Lord realm, even if their physical body was shattered, as long as their soul was not destroyed, they could still recover. However, it did not mean that there was no impact at all. For example, the heart. Chapter 3769. The heart was the center of one's chi and blood, and the internal organs were all vital points. Even a divine lord or divine emperor would be greatly affected in a short period of time. Their combat strength would be weakened, their chi and blood would be insufficient, and it would be difficult for them to use their divine power. Therefore, many experts would be weakened once they were injured. Han Feng's heart-slaying sword specialized in attacking the heart. The heart-slaying sword chi exploded and went straight for the heart. Once it hit the opponent's heart, the opponent's strength would be greatly weakened in an instant. Unfortunately, he met Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not have any vital points at the moment. Every cell in his body was the center, the core. Therefore, Lu Ming was not affected at all when his heart was pierced by the heart-slaying sword chi. However, Han Feng did not know this at all. He thought that Lu Ming was greatly affected, and his face revealed a ferocious expression. Go to hell! Han Feng roared, and the sword light became stronger. He became one with the sword and slashed at Lu Ming. He wanted to take the opportunity to cut Lu Ming in half. However, at this moment, Lu Ming revealed a strange sneer. He threw a punch at Han Feng's sword gleam. The moment he punched, Lu Ming's aura skyrocketed. In an instant, Lu Ming activated the Battle Character Sutra to triple his combat strength. 3 times the combat power was more than enough. Boom! Lu Ming's fist collided with Han Feng's sword light. At the moment of impact, Han Feng's expression changed. The ferocious expression at the beginning turned to shock, and then to disbelief and fear. Then, Han Feng's sword light collapsed. Under the force of Lu Ming's fist, it was extinguished like a candle flame. Then, Lu Ming's fist landed on Han Feng's nose. Crack! Han Feng's nose was broken, and his whole face caved in. Of course, his head did not explode because Lu Ming showed mercy. Han Feng let out a shrill scream and retreated rapidly. However, Lu Ming grabbed one of Han Feng's arms and swung him up. Han Feng was thrown to the ground heavily. He was like a toad that had been smashed to the ground, making strange sounds. Cracking sounds came from his body. That was the sound of bones breaking. Han Feng's attack power was similar to Guan Lianbi's. His ultimate move was the heart-slaying sword. With the punishing heart sword, even those who were stronger than him would often be defeated by him. Although Guan Lianbi's defense was amazing, if he fought Han Feng, Guan Lianbi, and it would be a crushing defeat. This was why Han Feng was so confident that he could defeat Lu Ming. Indeed, if Lu Ming was an ordinary prodigy, his combat ability would be greatly reduced after his heart was pierced. He might really be killed by Han Feng. However, there was no if. At this moment, Han Feng finally came to his senses and wanted to admit defeat. But before the words left his mouth, he stopped. He remembered what he said before. Once he admitted defeat, he would cripple his own cultivation. If a cultivator crippled his own cultivation, what would he be left with? He would be worse than trash. This was something he could not accept. Damn it, I've been tricked. Han Feng roared in his heart. He knew that he had been tricked by Lu Ming. Lu Ming seemed to know that he would defeat him, so he provoked Han Feng not to admit defeat. Previously, he wanted to provoke Lu Ming not to admit defeat. Now that he thought about it, how ridiculous was that? The surrounding audience was also stunned. They were a little confused. Wasn't Han Feng defeated a little too quickly? You're a big shot after all. How could you be defeated so easily? They felt like they were in a dream. Even sect leader Wang, Han Xiling, and the others who were very confident in Lu Ming felt that it was a little unreal. Yes, they knew that Lu Ming was strong and could easily defeat and kill quasi-emperors. However, Han Feng could do the same. Therefore, they always thought that no matter how strong Lu Ming was, he would only be at Han Feng's level. They never expected that Han Feng would be so weak in front of Lu Ming. Han Feng is being countered. Han Feng's heart-punishing sword specializes in attacking the heart. His heart-punishing sword Qi clearly hit Mu Yun, but Mu Yun is completely fine. Clearly, Mu Yun has some kind of treasure that can protect his heart. Or perhaps, his heart is special, so he is unaffected. That's right. It's not that Han Feng is weak, but that Mu Yun restrained him. The big shots of several forces saw something fishy and pointed it out. Everyone was enlightened. So that's why. Bang. At this moment, Lu Ming had no intention of stopping. He stepped out and stepped on Han Feng's face. Han Feng screamed as one side of his face caved in. The current Han Feng was too horrible to look at. His face was beyond recognition. Even if his mother was here, she would not be able to recognize him. Lu Ming did not kill Han Feng. He was still a little worried. Of course, he was not worried about his own safety. If he was alone, he would have killed Han Feng in one move. At most, he would just leave. However, he was pretending to be a disciple of the Feng City Sword Sect. He needed the help of the Feng City Sword Sect to participate in the selection of the heavenly soldiers in the Heavenly Palace. As for Han Feng, sect leader Wang had paid a huge price to invite him from the Sacred Heart tribe. If he was killed by a disciple of the Feng City Sword Sect, the Sacred Heart tribe would definitely find trouble with the Feng City Sword Sect. With the strength of the Sacred Heart tribe, it would not be too difficult to destroy the Feng City Sword Sect. At that time, sect leader Wang would definitely not protect him and would hand him over. This was not what Lu Ming wanted to see. Therefore, Lu Ming did not intend to kill Han Feng. He just wanted to torture him. After being tortured by someone of the same generation, the Sacred Heart tribe would not stand up for him no matter how shameless they were. That would be too shameful. Mu Yun, stop. Han Feng has been defeated. Another young man from the Sacred Heart tribe shouted. Defeated? Why didn't I know he was defeated? Did he rush down the fighting stage? Or did he admit defeat? Lu Ming's indifferent voice resounded. You! The young man from the Sacred Heart tribe was furious and said, Han Feng is already injured and unable to fight. If he is not defeated, then what is? That's hard to say. This might be Han Feng's tactic. He purposely pretended to be weak and then looked for an opportunity to counterattack. Otherwise, why didn't he admit defeat? Lu Ming clenched the word, admit defeat. Han Feng wanted to roar at the sky. Admit defeat, admit defeat, admit defeat my ass. If I did not say that I would cripple my own cultivation, I would have admitted defeat long ago, okay? The young man from the Sacred Heart tribe almost bit his own tongue. He was so angry that his whole body was trembling. Admit defeat? How could he admit defeat? Bang. Lu Ming continued to attack and kicked Han Feng's face again. This time, Han Feng didn't even have the strength to scream. This is a personal grudge between me and Han Feng. It is a competition between the younger generation. Lu Ming added loudly. He was afraid that the Sacred Heart tribe would settle the score with the Feng City Sword Sect. If he said it out loud, everyone would know. The Sacred Heart tribe would not be able to find trouble with the Feng City Sword Sect. Chapter 3770. At that moment, Han Feng had already cursed in his heart. He swore to himself that he would make sure that Lu Ming died without a burial ground. In the end, he was brutally beaten up by Lu Ming again. When Han Feng was on the verge of death, Lu Ming kicked him out of the fighting ring. Another youth from the Sacred Heart tribe quickly caught Han Feng and treated his injuries. Mu Yun is so vengeful. Many Sky Prides thought to themselves. It was better not to provoke Mu Yun. Of course, There were a few Sky Prides who had strong battle intent in their eyes, such as the Sky Prides from the Ziying tribe and the Stormwind tribe. Lu Ming was only a 5th-level Divine Lord, but he had such strong battle strength. They wanted to spar with Lu Ming. Mu Yun wins this battle, the Great Sky Sect leader announced. Just like that, Lu Ming was the first to enter the top 18 and obtained 300 points for the Fengdu Sword Sect. Now, the Fengdu Sword Sect had a total of 1,500 points. Lu Ming stepped down and another youth went up to draw lots. This youth was unlucky to have drawn the Sky Pride from the Ziying tribe. His face turned ugly. This youth was a 9th-level Divine Lord. Knowing that he was no match for the Sky Pride from the Ziying tribe, he admitted defeat. Next, the battles continued one after another. The Sky Pride from the Stormwind tribe won easily. Wei Jin, the Sky Pride from the Black Blood Hall, also won. Now, Wei Jin was the only one left from the Black Blood Hall. He still had slightly more points than the Fengdu Sword Sect. After a little more than a day, the top 18 were out. Most of the top 18 were Boundary Emperor Sky Prides. Only 2 Sky Prides who were lucky enough not to encounter a Boundary Emperor were able to enter the top 18 with their 9th-level Divine Lord cultivation. Of course, there were also some unlucky Boundary Emperor Sky Prides who met stronger opponents and were defeated, such as Han Feng. Without a doubt, the Great Sky Sect was still in first place. The Great Sky Sect had a total of 3 Sky Prides who entered the top 18. This also meant that many of the powers had been shaved bald and were unable to progress any further. The Fengdu Sword Sect leader smiled. Now, out of the 18 forces, only 12 were left. The Fengdu Sword Sect's points were very close to entering the top 10. As long as Lu Ming could win another match, the Fengdu Sword School would be able to enter the top 10. Now that the top 18 had been determined, it was time for 9 of the 18 to advance. The rules were the same as before. The 18 people were divided into 2 groups of 9 people each. 9 of them carved their names, while the other 9 went to draw lots. This time, Lu Ming was assigned to draw lots. Among them, the Ziying clan's prodigy was also the one who had drawn lots, while the Stormwind clan's prodigy was the one who had drawn lots. Alright, who's going to draw lots? After the Grand Master of the Great Heaven Sect was done with his preparations, he turned to Lu Ming and the rest. Let me do it. The genius of the Ziying race was very confident and fearless as he stepped forward. Many people were secretly praying that the prodigy from the Ziying race would be matched against the prodigy from the Stormwind race. That way, the 2 of them could have a peak battle in advance. It would be best if both of them were injured, which would be beneficial to the others. Unfortunately, things did not go as they wished. The prodigy from the Ziying race did not draw the prodigy from the Stormwind race. Instead, he drew another quasi-royal prodigy. The prodigy who had been drawn immediately turned pale. He was also a powerful prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race, which was on the primitive 10,000 tribes board. He was very powerful. If he had not encountered the prodigy from the Ziying race, he might have entered the top 9. Are you going to admit defeat? The prodigy from the Ziying race looked at the prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race with his purple eyes. He was full of confidence. Ziying Zhou, you may be powerful, but I'm not so scared that I don't even dare to fight you. Let's fight. The prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race roared and charged into the fighting ring. The prodigy from the Ziying Zhou from the Ziying race stepped into the fighting ring. Many people, including Lu Ming, stared at Zhang Tian with bright eyes. The prodigy from the Ziying Zhou had always been unfathomable. It was said that he was a seeded contestant and a key candidate for the top spot. He had obtained a golden crystal core in the first round. Even the prodigy from the Stormwind race did not obtain a golden crystal core in the first round. However, no one had seen the full power of the Ziying Zhou because he had not encountered a powerful opponent before. In fact, he had not even encountered a quasi-emperor level prodigy. The prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race was very powerful. Even among the quasi-emperor level prodigies, he was very powerful. He was even stronger than Han Feng and Guan Lianbi. Perhaps, the prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race could force the Ziying Zhou to use part of his strength. Let's begin. The Grand Sky Patriarch announced. Sweet. The prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race emitted a strange sound wave from his mouth. The sound wave swept towards the Xiangzhou like a wave. It was a terrifying sound wave attack with unparalleled power. However, the Xiangzhou remained expressionless. He slashed out with his hand like a knife. A purple light burst out and split the sound wave attack apart. At that moment, the prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race had already transformed into a giant golden grasshopper. He flapped his wings and charged towards the Xiangzhou. As the name suggested, the back of the golden-backed grasshopper was golden. At that moment, his golden back was emitting a dazzling golden light. The golden light turned into different kinds of weapons and charged towards the Xiangzhou. The claws of his true form were like scythes as they slashed towards the Xiangzhou. The moment he attacked, the prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race used all his strength. He used all his strongest attacks at once and unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks. In the face of such attacks, the Xiangzhou's expression remained calm. He was not moved at all. The surface of his body was bathed in a layer of purple light. It was as if he was wearing a purple divine robe. The Xiangzhou moved and charged towards the prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race. He pressed his palm against the void. Immediately, a dazzling purple light burst out from his palm. Then, a purple sun appeared. It was extremely dazzling. The purple sun rapidly grew in size. It was extremely majestic as it pressed forward. Bang! Bang! The attacks from the golden-backed grasshopper race crumbled under the pressure of the purple sun. They were like rotten wood that could not withstand a single blow. Boom! In the end, the purple sun landed on the prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race. The prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race let out a miserable shriek as his body was sent flying. He flew out of the huge battle stage at an astonishing speed. Immediately, a figure flew out and caught the prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race. It was a divine emperor from the faction that had invited the prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race. The prodigy from the golden-backed grasshopper race did not die. However, he was in a miserable state. His body was almost burnt and emitted a fragrant smell. His pair of transparent wings had disappeared without a trace. He was defeated in one move. Many people were shocked by his strength. Chapter 3771. The combat strength of the golden-backed grasshopper race's prodigy was definitely not weak. From the full-powered attack just now, it could be seen that it was very strong. Many of the top 18 people present did not have the confidence to take it head-on. Such an expert was instantly killed when facing Purple Sun State, without the slightest ability to resist. From this, it could be seen how terrifying Purple Sun State was. The key was that Purple Sun State's cultivation was only quasi-emperor. A monstrous character. Lu Ming made a comment in his heart. Hee, interesting. The Storm Race's prodigy grinned, revealing a powerful fighting spirit. Just like this, Purple Sun State became the first person to enter the top 9. Let me do it. When Purple Sun State stepped onto the battle platform, Lu Ming stepped out and went to draw lots. The remaining 8 people who were drawn lots had different feelings. Some hoped to be drawn by Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming defeated Han Feng and Guan Lianbi, he was not that freakish. Among the remaining prodigies, apart from Purple Sun State and Storm Race's prodigies, there were a few people who were also very terrifying with extremely powerful combat strength. In their view, these few people were stronger than Lu Ming. They did not want to encounter them even more. Of course, there were also people who were unwilling to be drawn by Lu Ming. It was one of the 2 9th-level Divine Lords. Lu Ming could not be bothered with these people's thoughts. He casually drew a bamboo stick and picked it up to take a look. Lu Ming revealed a trace of an inexplicable smile. Hu Dao. This was the name that Lu Ming drew. Lu Ming had an impression of this person. He was the only 9th-level Divine Lord in the lot drawn. Hu Dao. Lu Ming spat out a name. That youth called Hu Dao revealed a trace of a bitter smile. The miracle that he wanted to wait for did not happen in the end. Right now, among the 18 people, there were only 2 9th-level Divine Lords left. One was drawn and one was drawn. To be honest, those quasi-emperor prodigies, including Lu Ming, would most likely lose if they were matched up against Hu Dao. His only hope was to be drawn by another 9th-level Divine Lord. Only then would he have a chance of winning. But this probability was too small. In the end, he did not encounter them. He actually drew Hu Island. Mu Yun is really lucky. My luck is indeed good. I picked up a bargain and entered the top 9. I'm so jealous. Many people sighed, thinking that Lu Ming's luck was too good. Sect leader Wang was also overjoyed. Happiness came too suddenly. Lu Ming actually drew Hu Dao, which was almost guaranteed to enter the top 9. Entering the top 9 would give him 500 points. In this way, the Fengdu sword sect would surely enter the top 10. How could he not be happy? The hall master of the Black Blood Hall coldly snorted with a dark expression. The Black Blood Hall had always been at odds with the Plentiful City Sword sect. Seeing the Plentiful City Sword sect enter the top 10 and obtain good resources, he was naturally unhappy. As for Han Feng, Qi Ping and the others, they were even more displeased. Do you want to fight? Lu Ming asked from the fighting ring. Hu Dao's battle prowess was a notch lower than Han Feng, Guan Lianbi and the others. He was no match for him at all. Please advise me, Brother Mu. Hu Dao cupped his fists. He did not want to admit defeat before the battle started. It would be embarrassing. Lu Ming did not say anything else. After the Great Sky Sect leader announced the result, Lu Ming's figure burst out and launched a fierce attack. The result was obvious. Hu Dao could not withstand Lu Ming's attack. After 2 moves, he coughed out blood and was blasted out of the fighting ring. Lu Ming entered the top 9 and won 500 points for the Plentiful City Sword sect. The Plentiful City Sword sect's points reached 2,000 points. They were firmly in the top 10. After Lu Ming, the Black Blood Hall's Wei Jin entered the ring. He chose a quasi-emperor level Sky Pride and the two fought fiercely. The battle was intense. The two exchanged hundreds of moves. In the end, Wei Jin won slightly and defeated his opponent to enter the top 9. In this way, the Black Blood Hall's points were slightly higher than the Plentiful City Sword sects. The Black Blood Hall's hall master smiled and glanced at sect leader Wang proudly. The battle continued. Following that, almost all the battles were fierce and fierce. Only 2 of the battles were one-sided. One was the battle of the Sky Pride from the Storm Tribe and the other was the battle of the last 9th-level Divine Lord. The outcome was decided very quickly. This time, the competition took more than 2 days to determine the outcome of all the matches. The top 9 were born. Among the top 9, the Great Sky Sect occupied 2 spots and their points were almost 5,000 points. They were far ahead and it was difficult for the other forces to catch up. Following that, it was the battle for the top 9. The rules of the battle for the top 9 changed again. They did not draw lots but took turns to fight like in the previous group matches. The top 9 took turns to fight against the other 8. For every victory, they would be awarded 200 points. Moreover, the top 3 would be rewarded with additional points. The first place would be rewarded with 600 points. The second place would be rewarded with 400 points. The third place would be rewarded with 200 points. The fourth place to the 9th place would not be rewarded. That was to say, whoever could win 8 consecutive matches and get first place would get another 2,400 points. I will give you 1 day to recover. After 1 day, the last round of the competition will begin. The Great Sky Sect leader announced. Previously, some people had gone through intense battles and were exhausted. At this moment, they quickly sat down cross-legged and swallowed elixirs to recover. Lu Ming was not exhausted. His heart that was pierced by Han Feng had already recovered. A day's time passed very quickly. All right, let's begin the final ranking battle. The first round, Purple Sun State versus Wei Jin. The Great Sky Sect leader announced. I admit defeat. Wei Jin admitted defeat without hesitation. This was no longer an elimination round but a battle to determine the rankings. Moreover, each victory would award 200 points. Wei Jin knew that he was no match for Purple Sun State and admitted defeat without hesitation. All right, Purple Sun State wins this battle. The next battle, Feng Peng vs. Chao Xian. The Great Sky Sect leader announced the next battle. Feng Peng was the name of the Sky Pride from the Storm Tribe. I admit defeat. Chao Ciyuan admitted defeat without hesitation. The next battle, Mu Yun versus Yuan Qi. Finally, it was Lu Ming's turn. Swoosh swoosh. Two figures moved. Lu Ming and another young man, Yuan Qi, landed on the fighting ring at the same time. No one will admit defeat in this battle. I wonder who is stronger between Mu Yun and Yuan Qi. It's hard to say. Yuan Qi's strength is also very shocking. He is definitely stronger than Han Feng. There will be a good show to watch. Seeing that it was Mu Yun and Yuan Qi, many people were filled with anticipation. Boom. Before the Great Sky Sect leader made the announcement, the auras of the two collided and created a strong gust of wind. Following the command of the Great Sky Sect's sect master, the two figures dashed out and collided violently. Boom. It was as though two planets had collided. The sky shook violently and the two figures retreated. However, in the next instant, they charged towards each other again. Violent explosions continued to ring out. Those with weaker cultivation could only see the two figures flashing in the sky and the sky shaking continuously. Chapter 3772. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Yuan Qi had exchanged dozens of blows, but there was no clear winner. Amazing! Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart. The prodigies of the top clans who had reached the rank of quasi-emperor were indeed extraordinary. At this moment, Lu Ming had activated the battle formula to triple his combat strength, but he still couldn't do anything to Yuan Qi. There was a huge gap between a quasi-emperor and a divine emperor. It was an insurmountable gap. If the gap between a quasi-emperor and a divine emperor was divided into 10 levels, Yuan Qi would be around the 5th level. With such combat strength, killing an ordinary quasi-emperor would be as easy as pie. In the midst of the battle, Yuan Qi let out a beast-like roar. His strength had increased by a little. He was roughly at the 6th level between a quasi-emperor and a divine emperor. He forced Lu Ming to take a few steps back. Lu Ming is going to lose. Someone exclaimed. He's finally going to lose. Han Feng, Qi Ping, and the others' eyes lit up. Han Feng's injuries had recovered by 80%, but his face was still bruised. He didn't leave because he wanted to stay and watch Lu Ming get beaten up by others. Now that he finally saw that Lu Ming was going to be defeated, he felt more or less at ease. Unfortunately, he was going to be disappointed again. Boom. Lu Ming's aura surged again. He had activated the battle formula to quadruple his combat strength. Boom. Lu Ming punched out, and a large number of secret techniques burst out from his cells. Of course, they were hidden and formed a violent fist energy that blasted towards Yuan Qi. This time, Yuan Qi's body shook violently, and he couldn't help but retreat. What? The spectators were all shocked. Lu Ming hadn't used his full strength before, but now, he could unleash even more strength. How was that possible? He was only a 5th-level divine lord. Could his strength be limitless? Han Feng and Qi Ping's faces were deathly pale. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. How they wished that everything they saw was fake, that they were dreaming. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. Boom, boom. Lu Ming gained the upper hand. His attacks were like a torrential storm, pressuring Yuan Qi to retreat repeatedly. Yuan Qi had already pushed his strength to the limit. There was no way for him to push it any further. He could only resist but not fight back. Soon, he was forced to the edge of the fighting ring by Lu Ming. I admit defeat. In the end, Yuan Qi loudly admitted defeat. If he continued to fight, he could still hold on for a while, but it was almost impossible for him to turn defeat into victory. If he continued to fight, he would only consume more energy, which would affect the later battles. Therefore, he simply admitted defeat. As soon as Yuan Qi admitted defeat, Lu Ming retreated and withdrew his power. Yuan Qi also flew out of the fighting ring, took out some medicinal pills, and swallowed them. He was doing his best to recover and wait for the next fight. Lu Ming obtained a winning streak and obtained 200 points. After Lu Ming left the fighting ring, it was the others' turn to fight. Those who could make it to the top 9 were all quasi-emperor level geniuses. Moreover, they were all quasi-emperor level geniuses with extremely powerful combat strength. Therefore, the following battles were all very exciting. Of course, Other than Feng Peng and Xiangzhou, there were two other youths who had terrifying combat strength. They were even stronger than Yuan Qi, which attracted Lu Ming's attention. The two of them did not have to fight too hard to win. Soon, the first round was over and it was time for the second round. In the second round, Lu Ming's opponent was not as strong as Yuan Qi, so Lu Ming did not have to fight too hard to win. However, there was another battle that attracted everyone's attention. It was the battle between Feng Peng of the Stormwind clan and Hao Han. Hao Han was one of the two peak-level experts other than the Violet Sun Prefecture and Wind Rock. These two people were considered to be existences second only to the Violet Sun Prefecture and Wind Rock. However, this was merely a belief. No one could say for sure that Hao Han wouldn't be able to contend against Wind Rock and the Violet Sun Prefecture. This time, it seemed to be able to prove it. Boom. The two of them did not say anything else and immediately started fighting. Feng Peng of the Stormwind clan seemed to have turned into a gale. Every time he moved, a terrifying gale would burst out. This gale was not an ordinary gale. It was formed by a terrifying divine force. It could easily tear apart a divine weapon. Feng Peng displayed strength that was far beyond the Quasi-Emperor realm from the start. However, Hao Han wasn't simple either. He held a snow-white crystalline longbow in his hand. His aura surged as he knocked an arrow. Every time he drew the bow, several arrows would fly out. Each arrow contained a terrifying cold qi. As they flew through the air, they would leave behind a frozen stream of cold qi. The ice arrows and the gale clashed fiercely. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. What a terrifying attack! This kind of attack has reached the Divine Emperor realm. Some sect elders exclaimed. At this moment, Feng Peng and Hao Han's attack had completely surpassed the Quasi-Emperor realm, even surpassing Yuan Qi's. Yuan Qi was only at the 5th or 6th stage between the Quasi-Emperor realm and the Divine Emperor realm. However, Feng Peng and Hao Han's attack had already reached the Divine Emperor realm. The two of them could definitely fight against a Divine Emperor realm existence without being at a disadvantage. As Quasi-Emperors, their combat strength was comparable to Divine Emperors. How terrifying! Is Feng Peng's combat strength only at this level? I'm afraid he is no match for Xiang Prefecture. Someone doubted. Xiang Prefecture had obtained the Golden Crystal Core. To obtain the Golden Crystal Core, one must at least be able to kill a Divine Emperor realm wild beast. Even if one was extremely lucky and obtained the Golden Crystal Core from killing a Divine Emperor realm wild beast, one must be able to kill a Divine Emperor realm wild beast first. Fighting and killing were two completely different things. If Feng Peng only had this kind of combat strength, he would not be able to fight against Xiang Prefecture. Sure enough, Feng Peng's eyes were filled with battle intent when he saw that he could not defeat Hao Han after exchanging dozens of blows. Hao Han, is this the limit of your combat strength? If so, you shall be defeated. Original Spirit of Wind. Feng Peng roared. Boundless gale suddenly gathered and turned into a strange living being. This living being rode the wind. Every move of his could produce gale attacks that could tear the space apart. This was the original Spirit of Wind. In fact, the original Spirit of Wind was also a powerful primitive divine spirit. However, it was more peculiar as it was born from the earliest elements of heaven and earth. Its strength was extremely terrifying and stronger than ordinary primitive divine spirits. Feng Peng's original Spirit of Wind was a primitive divine body that had reached an extremely high level. It could condense more than one drop of primitive divine blood. The combat strength that it could unleash was extremely shocking. Swoosh! Feng Peng had transformed into a wind primordial spirit. His speed was unbelievably fast. With a flicker, the sky was filled with his shadows. It was impossible to see where his true body was. Attacks came from all directions, attacking Hao Han. Hao Han shouted loudly as he knocked arrows on his bow. Swoosh! 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 Arrows flew out and fought against Feng Peng. However, after Feng Peng displayed the original Spirit of Wind, Hao Han was no match for him. Chapter 3773. After Feng Peng used his wind original spirit, Hao Han was no match for him. He coughed up blood and retreated after a few moves. However, Feng Peng was too fast. No matter how Hao Han retreated, Feng Peng was still around him and kept attacking. Dark ice cage. Hao Han roared. His body emitted a cold aura. The void froze and a circular ice block sealed Hao Han inside. Clang, clang, clang. Feng Peng's attack landed on the ice block. It was like attacking a divine weapon. The sound of metal clashing rang out and ice shards flew everywhere. However, he was unable to break the ice block's defense. Humph! You think you can stop me with a block of ice? Dream on. Feng Peng's eyes turned cold. His wind original spirit turned into a storm sword and slashed down. Boom! The storm sword slashed on the ice block, causing a loud explosion. The entire fighting ring shook violently. Crack! Then, the ice block made a cracking sound, and cracks appeared on it. In the end, the ice block exploded completely. Hao Han coughed up blood and flew out of the fighting ring. Immediately, a figure flew out and caught Hao Han. He brought him back to his seat and treated his injuries. Without a doubt, Hao Han was already defeated by being sent flying out of the battle stage. Feng Peng won the battle. Feng Peng is so powerful. Even if Hao Han used all his defense, he could not block his attack. Indeed, such an attack could pose a serious threat to a divine emperor. He could even kill one. Feng Peng can really compete with Xiangzhou. Absolutely. I'm afraid the first and second place will be between Xiangzhou and Feng Peng. The third and fourth place will be between Hao Han and Ye Shisan. The people at the scene were discussing excitedly and guessing the rankings this time. Obviously, Feng Peng and Xiangzhu's strength had surpassed the others. No one could compete with them. The first place would most likely be decided between the two of them. The third and fourth place would most likely be decided between Hao Han and Ye Shisan. Ye Shisan was another person who was as famous as Hao Han. His combat strength was also very strong. However, there was still a gap between him and Feng Peng and Xiangzhou. As for Lu Ming, everyone thought that he would at most be ranked after fourth. As expected, after 2 more rounds, the Violet Sun continent was matched against Ye Shisan. The two of them engaged in an intense battle. Xiang province's purple sun was high up in the sky, unrivaled and ferocious. Although Ye Shisan's deadly 13 spears was terrifyingly powerful and had reached the level of a divine emperor, he was still no match for Xiangzhou. In the end, Xiangzhou defeated him. This way, everyone was even more certain of their guesses. It was unknown if they were affected by the discussions of the crowd, but Xiangzhou and Feng Peng's gazes met frequently, creating intense sparks. Both of them revealed a strong fighting spirit, wanting to trample on each other. The competition continued. In Lu Ming's third battle, his opponent was also very strong, similar to Yuan Qi. In the end, he was defeated by Lu Ming. Other than that, the Violet Sun Prefecture's Feng Peng, Hao Han, and Ye Shisan also won. In the fourth match, Lu Ming finally met a powerful opponent. Nye 13, dressed in black, held a long spear in his hand, showing off his sharpness. With one look, one could tell that he was a ruthless character. He had the same temperament as his origin's secret technique, the deadly 13 spears. Swoosh! The two of them stepped onto the battle stage and stood facing each other. This also aroused the curiosity of many people. Who do you think will win, Mu Yun or Nye 13? Needless to say, it must be Nye Shisan. Nye Shisan's battle strength has already reached the Divine Emperor realm, which is equivalent to a weaker Divine Emperor. Although Mu Yun is strong, how can he be a match for Nye Shisan? That's right, I think so too. After all, his cultivation is only at the 5th level Divine Lord realm. Speaking up to here, everyone fell silent. For a 5th level Divine Lord realm to have such battle strength, it was already a miracle. In the depths of their hearts, they were unwilling to see Lu Ming continue to advance. That would be too great a blow to them. Therefore, in the depths of their hearts, they hoped that Lu Ming would lose. Nye 13 held the long spear in his hand, pointing it at Lu Ming. Powerful spear light flickered. He stared at Lu Ming with intense battle intent in his eyes. Lu Ming's battle strength had also shocked him. However, he must defeat Lu Ming. After the Great Sky Sect Master announced the start of the battle, the two of them moved at the same time. Swoosh! Nye 13's long spear was like a poisonous snake, stabbing towards Lu Ming's glabella. Its speed was fast, accurate, and ruthless, completely piercing through the void. In an instant, it was in front of Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming directly threw out a punch. Facing Nye 13, Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. As soon as he made his move, he activated the battle character formula to increase his battle strength by 5 times. This punch directly hit the tip of Nye 13's long spear, causing a violent explosion. The place where the two of them clashed was filled with dazzling radiance. The violent force was like hundreds of huge waves, sweeping out in all directions. Then, a figure retreated rapidly. It was Lu Ming. He retreated a few hundred meters, his footsteps causing the fighting stage to rumble. After a few hundred meters, he finally stopped. What a powerful force, what a sharp attack. Lu Ming sighed. A shallow bloody hole had appeared on his fist and blood was flowing out. It was caused by Nye 13's long spear. He blocked it. Mu Yun's battle strength is actually stronger than before. Unbelievable! Someone exclaimed. When Lu Ming was fighting with others previously, the most he could do was to use the battle character formula to increase his battle strength by 4 times. Now that he had used the battle character formula to increase his battle strength by 5 times, it naturally shocked everyone present. Mu Yun is indeed powerful. However, compared to Nye 13, there is still a big gap. That's right. Mu Yun was injured in one move. He is indeed no match for Nye 13. It's hard to say. What if Mu Yun still has a trump card? As soon as this was said, the scene fell silent. Trump card? It sounded unbelievable, but what if? Many people looked at each other. At this point, they really could not figure out Lu Ming. What if he really did have a trump card? Some people who had sworn to Dandan that Lu Ming would be defeated did not dare to say anything. They were afraid that they would be slapped in the face. Kill. Nye 13 shouted, his killing intent soaring. He did not want to kill Lu Ming. Instead, he cultivated the fatal 13 spears. Every spear was fatal. As long as he used it, his killing intent would soar to the sky. Swish, swish, swish. Nye 13's long spear turned into a phantom, stabbing toward Lu Ming like a swarm of bees. Fast, it was too fast. It was extremely fast. Not only was it fast, but it was also extremely powerful. Under such a spear technique, an ordinary quasi-emperor would definitely be killed several times in one move. There was no room for retaliation. Don't use the gravity orb first. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He planned to use his own strength to fight and see if he could stimulate his potential and break through the shackles. Come on. Lu Ming roared. Every cell in his body was trembling. Chapter 3774. Lu Ming unleashed his full strength, causing every cell in his body to tremble. The forbidden power in every cell intertwined with each other. The power of the 60 trillion cells was connected into a single entity. At the same time, the secret technique in his cells also converged and remained hidden. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming brandished his fists. In an instant, dense fist shadows appeared around his body and blasted towards Nye Shursan's spear. Violent explosions resounded through the sky as the two of them engaged in a fierce battle. However, without the gravity pearl, Lu Ming's combat strength was still a level lower than a divine emperor. He was no match for Nye Shursan. As soon as the two of them exchanged blows, Lu Ming was completely suppressed. The fist shadows were defeated and Lu Ming was pierced by the spear. Blood splattered everywhere. Lu Ming's body was pierced by a spear shadow and he was forced to retreat. However, Lu Ming's injured body was recovering rapidly. It did not affect his combat strength at all. It's a little useful, but it's not enough. Lu Ming felt that Nye Shursan could give him some pressure and stimulate his potential, but it was not enough. He felt that it was still a little lacking and could not help him break through to the 6th level of the Divine Lord realm. Die! Nye Shursan roared. He did not relax just because he had the upper hand. The fatal 13 spears vibrated and his attacks were frenzied as he continued to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming continued to resist. After a few moves, he was hit again. Nye Shursan's attack speed and power were too strong. Lu Ming could not completely defend against it. After all, his cultivation was only at the 5th level of the Divine Lord realm. The difference between him and a boundary emperor was too great. Moreover, Nie San was a monstrous genius. Mu Yun is finally going to be defeated. I hope he's killed by Nie San. Han Feng and Qi Ping hated Lu Ming to the core. At this moment, seeing Lu Ming at a disadvantage, they were overjoyed. They hoped that Lu Ming would die under Nie San's fatal 13 spears. Even some others thought that Lu Ming was going to be defeated. If Lu Ming still had a trump card, why hadn't he used it yet? By the time his injuries were too severe, it would already be too late. No one would do that. However, Lu Ming did exactly that. The two continued to exchange blows. Lu Ming was injured a few more times, but it still didn't help him break through. Not enough. The pressure is still not enough to pose a fatal threat to me, because I know that I still have trump cards that I haven't used yet, so the pressure is still not enough to stimulate my potential and help me break through. If I want to break through, I still have to rely on Ziyangzhou and Feng Peng. Then, there's no need for me to continue probing. With a thought, Lu Ming channeled his forbidden power into the gravity orb on his left wrist. Lu Ming wore Qiuqiu on his right wrist. On his left wrist was a gravity orb. When the gravity orbs were not used, they looked very ordinary, just like 12 ordinary stone orbs. 2 of the gravity pearls emitted a hazy glow and flew out. They rapidly expanded and a terrifying gravitational force burst out, enveloping the entire battle stage. The gravity of the 2 gravity pearls was astonishing. Even an expert of the Divine Emperor realm would be greatly affected by it. Moreover, as Lu Ming's cultivation increased, the gravity of the 2 gravity orbs would also increase accordingly. Sure enough, Nie San was also greatly affected. Shrouded by the gravity, the long spear in his hand became as heavy as a mountain. It was much more difficult for him to wield it and its speed became much slower. Even his own body became extremely heavy. He had to circulate some of his divine power to resist the pressure of the gravity. As a result, his attack power was greatly reduced. Die! Lu Ming shouted and took the opportunity to attack. He threw out a dozen punches, each of which had the power to pierce through the void and explode a planet. Dozens of punches flew towards Nie San. At the critical moment, Nie San exhaled and waved his long spear. Dozens of spear radiance blasted out and collided with Lu Ming's punches. Their attacks collided again and again. This time, both of them retreated slightly. Nie San blocked Lu Ming's attack. Nie San's battle strength had reached the Divine Emperor realm. Even under the influence of the gravity orb, he was still able to block Lu Ming's attack. Lu Ming had fought many battles with real Divine Emperors in the ruins of the Heavenly Yu Divine Kingdom. The battle with the Divine Emperor of the Heavenly Acripoid tribe was the most intense. Lu Ming was only able to draw with the help of the gravity orb. However, the one who fought with Lu Ming in the Heavenly Yu Divine Kingdom was the Divine Emperor of the Heavenly Acripoid tribe. The Heavenly Acripoid tribe was a big tribe after all. The Divine Emperor of the Heavenly Acripoid tribe was stronger than the Divine Emperors of the ordinary tribes. On the other hand, Nie San's battle strength had only reached the level of an ordinary Divine Emperor. Hence, he was still weaker than Lu Ming. Hence, the farther he retreated, the less Lu Ming retreated. Bang! As soon as Lu Ming stabilized himself, he took a step forward and continued to charge toward Nie San. Nie San was unwilling to be defeated. He fought back with all his might. This time, the battle between the two was really intense. They continued to attack each other. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. However, Nie San was still slightly weaker. He slowly fell into a disadvantageous position and was suppressed by Lu Ming. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. They had suspected that Lu Ming still had a trump card that he had not used. They did not expect that he really had one. After all, treasures were a part of one's body. Like Hao Han and Nie San, who had not used their treasures. Hao Han's bow and arrows and Nie San's long spear were both top treasures and divine weapons. They did not know what to say. They could only watch numbly. Swoosh! Suddenly, Nie San's strength changed. Several spear lights pierced through the air and pierced towards the gravity orb. Obviously, he wanted to destroy the gravity orb. If Lu Ming did not have the gravity orb, he would definitely not be his opponent. Seeing Nie Shisan's action, Lu Ming did not stop him. Instead, he sneered. Destroy the gravity orb? Was it possible? No one knew what material the gravity orb was made of. It was indestructible and impossible to destroy. It was not that no divine emperor had thought of this method before, but they all failed in the end. Clang. A few consecutive spear gleams bombarded the gravity pearl, emitting the sound of metal clashing. However, the gravity pearl was only sent flying. It was not destroyed. Under Lu Ming's control, it flew back. As for Nie Shisan, he was distracted by the gravity orb and was hit by Lu Ming's fist force. Nie Shisan's body shook violently. He spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated rapidly. How could Lu Ming miss such an opportunity? He flew forward and bombarded Nie Shisan with his battle strength. Nie Shisan tried his best to block a few moves. However, after being hit, his chi and blood were not flowing smoothly. His battle strength was even weaker. He was not Lu Ming's opponent. He was swept by Lu Ming's fist force and almost punched a hole in his body. I admit defeat. Finally, Nie Shisan shouted. Chapter 3775. In the end, Nie Shisan admitted defeat. He knew that it was impossible for him to win if he continued to fight. Instead, he would be more seriously injured. He sighed in his heart and looked at Lu Ming with surprise. He didn't expect to meet a monster like Lu Ming in the Iron Sea Star Zone group. A 5th-level Divine Lord defeated him? Was there such a person in the top 10 races? Or was there such a person in the Heavenly Palace? He wasn't sure because he had never met such a person before. With Nie Shisan's admission of defeat, Lu Ming didn't continue to attack. He flew back and hid his aura. Impressive. Nie Shisan looked at Lu Ming. Even though he was praising him, he still looked cool. I didn't expect to meet a genius like you in the Iron Sea Star Zone group. Your cultivation is a bit weak now, but in time, when your cultivation improves, you'll definitely be ranked on the Universe Genius list. Universe Genius list? Lu Ming muttered. He had heard of the Universe Genius list. It was said that the list listed 100 peerless geniuses in the primitive universe. In the vast universe, there were countless races and forces. Among countless creatures, only 100 people could be ranked on the Universe Genius list. It was undoubtedly very valuable. Every one of them was a peerless genius and a legend. In the future, they would most likely become overlords of the universe. Moreover, the Universe Genius list would change from time to time. Once there was a change, it would be announced through the dreamy godly jade. With Lu Ming's current strength, compared to the geniuses on the Universe Genius list, there was a huge gap. However, Lu Ming's ability to fight above his level was too strong. When his cultivation improved, he would definitely be ranked on the Universe Genius list. It could be said that Nie Shisan's words were extremely high praise. Thank you. Lu Ming smiled slightly. Lu Ming won this battle. Ha! Sect leader Wang couldn't help laughing. He was very happy. Lu Ming was able to defeat Nie Shisan. This was completely beyond his expectations. In this way, could Lu Ming defeat Hao Han? Even if he couldn't defeat them, Lu Ming could at least rank 4th, because apart from these people, no one else was a match for Lu Ming. Lu Ming could win at least 5 matches. 1 victory would be worth 200 points. 5 victories would be worth 1,000 points. What rank could the Fengdu Sword Sect reach? Needless to say, the top 10 was already secured. Could he make it to the 6th or the 5th? There was no need to think about the first place. It was definitely impossible because the gap was too big. However, even if he could reach the 6th or 5th place, it would still be extremely shocking. It would create history for the Feng City Sword Sect, and he would be able to obtain many precious resources. Not only sect leader Wang, but the other members of the Fengdu Sword Sect were also full of smiles. Only one person was different, and that was Qi Ping. His face was extremely gloomy. As for Han Feng, he was gritting his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. Lu Ming stepped down from the fighting ring, and the other matches continued. There were also no surprises. For example, Feng Pang and Hao Han of the Violet Sun Prefecture had all obtained victory. Wei Jin of the Black Blood Hall had been defeated. After one round, a new round began. This time, Hao Han and Ye San were facing each other. Both of them were considered to be on par with each other. This battle was naturally extremely intense. Both of them had similar battle strength. They fought until they were crazy and fought for hundreds of moves. In the end, Ye San was slightly stronger. The fatal 13 spears broke through Hao Han's defense and won by a little. This made the eyes of the Fengdu sword sect's people even brighter. Lu Ming defeated Ye San, and Ye San defeated Hao Han. Didn't that mean that Lu Ming could also defeat Hao Han? If that was the case, Lu Ming would be able to reach the third place. The third place would have an additional 200 points reward. Adding the points from the 6 victories, the Fengdu sword sect's points. Just thinking about it made people excited. After the battle between Hao Han and Ye San, another match went on. It was Lu Ming's turn to fight. This time, Lu Ming's opponent was Wei Jin of the Black Blood Hall. Wei Jin's complexion was extremely ugly. Previously, Wei Jin had boasted in front of the Black Blood Hall's Hall Master and the others that he would take care of Lu Ming and the Fengdu sword sect's people. However, to his surprise, Lu Ming's subsequent outburst had far exceeded his abilities. Now, what should he do when facing Lu Ming? Wouldn't it be slapping his own face if he admitted defeat? Don't admit defeat? Wait to be abused? Wei Jin felt that it was too difficult for him. Wasn't he just invited to a small Iron Sea Star Zone group to help the Black Blood Hall compete? How could he encounter such a situation? Why aren't you on the stage? Lu Ming stood on the stage and looked down at Wei Jin. Wei Jin's heart was filled with 10,000 curses. In the end, he said, I admit defeat. How could he not admit defeat? Go up and be abused? Wouldn't that be worse? After saying that, Wei Jin lowered his head and didn't dare to look at the Black Blood Hall's people. It was mainly because his previous words were too arrogant. Now that his face was slapped, he felt his face burning. The Black Blood Hall's Hall Master and the others' faces were also extremely gloomy. Originally, the Black Blood Hall had always been able to suppress the Fengdu sword sect. But it was obvious that the Black Blood Hall was completely suppressed by the Fengdu sword sect this time. All of this was because of one person, Lu Ming. Is this person a disciple of the Fengdu sword sect? Or external helps? The Black Blood Hall's Hall Master was deeply worried. If it was external help, it would be fine. If it was a disciple of the Fengdu sword sect, then it would be terrifying. In the future, when he grew up, there would be no place for the Black Blood Hall. Lu Ming won easily and returned to his seat. He had already won 4 matches. There were still 4 matches left. The remaining 4 matches included the Xiangzhou, Feng Ping, and Vast Ocean. Not long after, Lu Ming's 5th match arrived. This time, Lu Ming's opponent was Hao Han. Hao Han's fighting power was similar to Lu Ming's. Moreover, Hao Han took a defensive stance from the start. It was obvious that he wanted to exhaust Lu Ming's divine power and then defeat Lu Ming. Unfortunately, his plan was wrong. The taboo energy covered 60 trillion cells and flowed continuously. Although it could not be compared to the quantifying character formula, which could store a large amount of divine power, it would not be exhausted so easily. In the end, after a fierce battle, Lu Ming defeated Hao Han. In this way, Lu Ming had basically locked in the top 3. After this pinnacle battle, the scene was completely ignited. Because, in everyone's opinion, the real pinnacle battle had finally arrived. Xiangzhou versus Feng Ping. The two of them finally met. Although there were still a few rounds before the end. But in everyone's opinion, this was already the final battle. Between the Xiang Prefecture and the Wind Rock Prefecture, whoever won would be the champion and number 1 this time. On the other hand, the loser would be the 2nd place. Without any superfluous words, the battle between the two erupted. Chapter 3776. Xiangzhou and Feng Ping began their battle. Both of them went all out. Feng Ping turned into the wind origin spirit while Xiangzhou turned into a purple sun. When the battle reached its climax, the Purple Sun province captured an unfathomable beam of purple light from the distant starry sky. With this light, he gained the upper hand and suppressed Feng Peng. Eastern Purple Qi Technique. There were older generation figures who cried out in alarm, recognizing this type of terrifying attack. In the end, Feng Peng and Xiangzhou fought for more than 200 moves. Xiangzhou defeated Feng Peng with the Eastern Purple Qi Technique. The top 3 rankings are out. First, Xiangzhou, second, Feng Peng, third, Mu Yun. Although there were still 3 laps to go and the competition wasn't over yet, everyone's ranking was already out. No one thought that Lu Ming could win against Xiangzhou and Feng Peng. Lu Ming should have already done his best and should not have any trump cards left. Many forces had already started to calculate the points silently. When the competition ended, they would choose the resource planets. Sect leader Wang was the same. He was silently calculating in his heart. What kind of ranking would Feng City Sword Sect get this time? 5th. Sect leader Wang's heart thumped a few times. 5th place. This was a ranking that he did not even dare to dream of. After the Resource Alliance, the 18 forces would choose the resource planets according to the ranking. The first place could be the first to choose 3 resource planets. After the first place chose 3, it would be the second place's turn to choose 3 resource planets. In this way, the higher one's ranking was, the better one would be able to pick the planets with the best resources. The higher one's ranking was, the better one would be able to obtain. As for those ranked at the bottom, once the forces at the top were done selecting, how could there be any good resource planets at the bottom? The resource planets that the 5th place could choose were already very good. Sect leader Wang had already started to think about how to choose the planets. While everyone was having different thoughts, the 5th round of the competition began. In this round of competition, there was nothing else to see. The most exciting one was Lu Ming. In this battle, Mu Yun was against Xiangzhou. Lu Ming was going against the strongest person. Finally, they are going to fight. I wonder how many moves Mu Yun can exchange with Xiangzhou? It's hard to say. Based on the strength that the 2 of them had displayed earlier, the Xiang Prefecture could almost crush the Mu Yun Empire. It would be very difficult for the Mu Yun Empire to resist. That's right. One of them is strong enough to kill a godly emperor, while the other can only contend with a godly emperor. The gap is indeed huge. So, there's no suspense in this battle? Some people stopped talking because Lu Ming was really unpredictable. It was also because they couldn't figure it out that everyone was even more interested, because it was full of uncertainty. You're not admitting defeat? Xiangzhou stared at Lu Ming and asked seriously. Why should I admit defeat? I'm looking forward to this battle. Lu Ming said with a smile, full of fighting spirit. So it seems that you still have a trump card? Purple Yangzhou asked. He was similarly filled with battle intent. Geniuses were not afraid of challenges. The words of Xiangzhou shocked the others. Could it be that Lu Ming really had a trump card? No. Lu Ming shook his head straightforwardly and said, I have no more trump cards. The strength that I displayed previously was my peak combat strength. It wasn't a life and death battle, so there was nothing to deny. Moreover, when they fought later, others would also know where his limit was. Then you still dare to fight me? Xiangzhou was curious. I'm about to break through. You know that? Lu Ming smiled. You want to use me as a stepping stone for your breakthrough. Xiangzhou's eyes burst out with resplendent light, and his entire person was shrouded in purple divine light. Anyone who was used as a stepping stone would feel unhappy, especially a monstrous genius like him. The others were also dumbfounded. Lu Ming actually wanted to use Xiangzhou as a stepping stone for his breakthrough. How bold! He was playing with fire. You've misunderstood. I don't mean to use you as a stepping stone. It's just that you're strong and can bring me a lot of pressure. Others can't do that. Lu Ming said straightforwardly. Those geniuses who had fought with Lu Ming before blushed. Lu Ming's words were too hurtful. They couldn't even bring pressure to Lu Ming. You have to know that you're playing with fire. I won't go easy on you. Xiangzhou said. Don't go easy on me. Lu Ming smiled. Then let's begin. At this moment the great sect leader announced. Boom. Lu Ming took the lead. He didn't dare to be careless when facing Xiangzhou. The battle's secret art had increased his combat power by 5 times. Gravity orb activated. In an instant, Lu Ming used his strongest combat strength. He turned into a ray of light and charged towards Ziyangzhou. Boom boom boom. In an instant, Lu Ming threw out over 100 punches. Over 100 fist forces pierced through the void and blasted towards Ziyangzhou. Ziyangzhou's body was also filled with resplendent light, and he was shrouded in purple divine light. Purple Sun Divine Fist. Ziyangzhou shouted and threw out a punch. His fist forces were different from Lu Ming's. They were purple suns. The purple suns were in the sky. In an instant, 9 purple suns pressed down on Lu Ming. 9 purple suns pressed down on the sky, and Lu Ming's fist forces crumbled continuously. The remaining energy of the 9 purple suns continued to press down on Lu Ming. Buzz. At this moment, a powerful gravitational force came crashing down. The 9 purple suns trembled under the pressure of the gravitational force. They were like flames in the wind that were quickly extinguished by the wind. At the same time, a strong gravitational force enveloped Ziyangzhou. Gravitational force? This little bit of gravitational force can't trap me. Ziyangzhou roared. He shook his arms and purple energy surged. He fought fiercely against the gravitational force, and there were sizzling sounds. There were even sparks. Swoosh. Ziyangzhou forcibly broke through the gravitational force and charged at Lu Ming. He threw out his fists and another purple sun pressed down on Lu Ming. This kind of purple sun was extremely terrifying. If it was thrown out in the starry sky, it would be like a real star. Its temperature was shockingly high. Not only that, it also had a terrifying penetrative force. However, Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He took a step forward and charged out as well. He waved his fists and punched out fiercely. Bang, bang. There were no unnecessary tricks. The fierce attacks collided and produced a terrifying explosion. In an instant, the two of them exchanged dozens of blows. In terms of combat strength, Ziyangzhou was indeed above Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming used the gravity orb to suppress Ziyangzhou. Like the others, Ziyangzhou had to use a large amount of divine power to resist the gravitational force. Therefore, he could not do anything to Lu Ming for the time being. The two of them fought fiercely. Bang! Ziyangzhou suddenly changed his fist into a finger. He pointed out and his speed suddenly increased. He tapped on Lu Ming's shoulder and pierced a bloody hole in Lu Ming's shoulder. However, Lu Ming's strength was not affected at all. He took the opportunity to punch Ziyangzhou's chest. Chapter 3777. Lu Ming's fist landed on Ziyangzhou's chest. However, Ziyangzhou's entire body was covered in a purple glow. This glow wasn't just for decoration. It also had a powerful protective effect. Sizzle! Lu Ming's fist rubbed against the purple glow violently. It was extremely ear-piercing. However, in the end, Lu Ming broke through the purple glow and his fist landed accurately on Ziyangzhou's chest. Bam! A bloody hole appeared on Ziyangzhou's chest. Fresh blood flowed out. However, his defense was really amazing. Lu Ming's punch only injured his muscles and bones. It didn't reach his heart. Both of them retreated at the same time. Amazing! Exchanging injuries for injuries. You're the first person to injure me in this resource alliance. To show my respect, I'll use my full strength. Ziyangzhou spoke. His eyes flickered with purple light and his fighting spirit burned. Previously, he wasn't injured in the battle with Feng Peng. That was because Feng Peng didn't dare to exchange injuries for injuries. However, Lu Ming didn't mind. Now that he had this masochistic physique, he would probably have many chances to be beaten up in the future. He was already used to it. After all, it could increase his cultivation. He even comforted himself by thinking that others couldn't even get such an opportunity. If they could get it, they would probably cry and beg to be abused. With that thought, Lu Ming felt much better. Come on, where's your Eastern Purple Chi? Don't hide it. Lu Ming said loudly. He was looking forward to it. Eastern Purple Chi. Ziyangzhou let out a long roar. He took a few strange steps and reached out to grab the void. Suddenly, a purple gas flew over from the endless void. It was unknown where it came from. It was extremely mysterious. The purple gas was grabbed by Ziyangzhou and turned into a long sword. Swoosh! Ziyangzhou waved the long sword and a purple sword chi slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes were solemn. At the same time, he crazily activated the various secret techniques in his cells. Under the mediation of the taboo power, these secret techniques all condensed and turned into 2 balls of light. These 2 balls of light were formed from various defensive and offensive secret techniques. They could only be formed under the influence of forbidden power. Boom! Lu Ming punched out and collided with the purple sword chi. In that instant, Lu Ming clearly heard crackling sounds coming from the ball of light in his hand. That was the sound of many secret techniques exploding. Lu Ming felt an incomparably powerful and sharp force bombarding his fist. His body shook violently and he couldn't help but retreat. At the same time, a burning pain came from his fist. Lu Ming took a look and discovered that a deep wound had appeared on his fist. It went straight to the bone and blood was flowing out. With his powerful recovery ability, his wounds quickly healed. However, Lu Ming was still secretly shocked. Xiang Province, what a strong attack power. He had already condensed all kinds of defensive and offensive secret techniques in the ball of light, but it was still broken and injured. Not bad again. Xiang Province was also surprised to see Lu Ming block his sword. He let out a long roar, and the long sword formed by the purple chi in his hand changed again. It turned into 2 balls of purple chi that wrapped around his fists. His figure flashed, and he quickly pounced at Lu Ming, punching out continuously with both fists. It was the purple sun godly fist, again, and purple suns were formed. However, this time, the purple sun godly fist was strengthened by the Eastern purple chi art, and its power was greatly increased. Boom! A purple sun pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming tried his best to resist, but the purple sun was too powerful. Lu Ming was directly sent flying. The rays of the purple sun were like steel needles that pierced Lu Ming's body. Furthermore, they were extremely hot steel needles. Fine droplets of blood appeared on Lu Ming's body, and they immediately evaporated. Waves of piercing pain spread throughout his body. Before he could react, the attacks of the purple sun continent came again. A few consecutive purple suns pressed down on Lu Ming. The purple sun shone brightly, and Lu Ming looked extremely small under the purple sun. Lu Ming let out a long roar, and he was fearless as he tried his best to resist. However, Xiang Province had used the Eastern purple chi art to raise his fighting strength to the peak, and he had completely surpassed Lu Ming. Even if Lu Ming tried his best, it was difficult for him to resist. He kept retreating, and his body was dyed red with blood. Lu Ming's vitality was extremely strong, and his defense and recovery were astonishing. If it was someone else, they would have already lost. Mu Yun is going to lose. He is finally unable to defy the heavens. He is no match for Xiang Province. After all, the difference in their fighting strength is too great. Xiang Province has raised his fighting strength to the peak, and he can already kill an ordinary first-layer Divine Emperor. Mu Yun is only a fifth-layer Divine Emperor after all. Many people discussed, and some sighed. Lu Ming's combat prowess made them gasp in amazement and respect. Therefore, some people felt that it was a pity. If Lu Ming's cultivation was stronger, he might really be able to defeat Xiang Province. However, it was not enough now. Of course, this was a good thing for Han Feng, Qi Ping, and the others. They clenched their fists nervously, and their eyes were fixed on the fighting ring. They kept praying that Xiang Province could kill Lu Ming. At the very least, they had to cripple Lu Ming. Because Lu Ming's fighting strength had already made them panic. Unfortunately, what they wanted to see did not appear. Lu Ming's tenacity was freakishly strong. He was clearly at a disadvantage and he was completely suppressed. His body was dyed red with blood, and his injuries were getting worse, but he persevered. Do you still want to fight? If you continue, you may suffer irreversible injuries, and it will be detrimental to your future cultivation. Xiang Province spoke. He was not a narrow-minded person. Although he envied Lu Ming's fighting strength, he was not jealous. He also did not wish to see a heaven's pride like Lu Ming being crippled in his hands. That would be too much of a pity. Is that all you've got? It's not even enough to defeat me, And you still want to seriously injure me? Still lacking a little ta? Lu Ming laughed loudly, deliberately provoking Xiang Province. Humph! Xiang Province snorted coldly, urging Eastern Purple Chi Art and Purple Sun Divine Fist to the limits. 9 suns condensed out all at once, crushing toward Lu Ming. Come on, come on. Lu Ming's eyes burst forth with a resplendent and anticipatory brilliance. Soon, he was about to break through. After the great battle earlier, the potential in his body was continuously stimulated. He felt that he was not far from breaking through to 6th level Divine Lord. Just a little bit more and he would be able to break through. Facing Xiang Province's violent attack, he revealed a crazed look. Not only did he not dodge, he took the initiative to charge toward the 9 suns instead. What is he doing? Courting death. Many people stood up from their seats in shock. While Han Feng and Qi Ping were wild with joy, Lu Ming was already very seriously injured to begin with. At this moment, facing Xiang Province's all-out attack, he actually did not dodge and even took the initiative to charge up. He might very well die under this attack. Chapter 3778. Under everyone's shocked, bewildered, expectant, worried, and ecstatic gazes, Lu Ming collided with the 9 purple suns. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions sounded, and the sky was filled with purple light, completely drowning Lu Ming. How is it? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the fighting ring, trying to see through the purple light to see Lu Ming's situation. Swoosh! In the next moment, a figure flew out of the purple light and crashed heavily on the fighting ring. It's Lu Ming! Everyone was shocked, and their eyes were fixed on Lu Ming, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. He's not dead, he's still breathing. Someone shouted. But his injuries are very serious. It seems that Lu Ming is still defeated. The figure that flew out was indeed Lu Ming. His injuries were indeed very serious, but they were far less serious than what others had imagined. His injuries were recovering quickly, and his combat strength was still at its peak. Furthermore, a portion of his potential had been stimulated. His bottleneck was broken. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from his body, and a divine light shrouded Lu Ming. This was the result of the potential stored in his cells being stimulated. His injuries were healing at an astonishing speed. His aura was also getting stronger. He had broken through to the 6th level Divine Lord realm. What? Everyone at the scene stood up from their seats one after another. Their eyes were wide open and they were all in disbelief. Lu Ming had broken through after being injured in the battle? This was the Divine Lord realm, and he could use this method to break through? Many people felt that their minds were about to explode, and they couldn't keep up with the pace. Impossible, this is impossible. It's fake, it's fake. The most agitated were Han Feng and Qi Ping. The two of them shouted hysterically as if they were going crazy. As for sect leader Wang, Han Xiling, and the others, their mouths were wide open, and they were completely stunned. It was possible to break through in a battle at a lower level or below the divine realm. It was very common, and many monstrous geniuses could do it. But in the Divine Lord realm, breaking through in the middle of a great battle was exceedingly few, virtually none. A breakthrough in the Divine Lord realm was not a child's game. Who didn't accumulate enough strength over a long period of time and then choose a time to go into seclusion and try for a long time before they could make a breakthrough? Lu Ming's breakthrough was too childish. However, he had succeeded in the end. How is this possible? Zi Yangzhou was also in disbelief. The purple light around his body was trembling. It was obvious how shocked he was. Previously, when Lu Ming said that he wanted to borrow his strength to force himself to break through his limits, he thought it was laughable. He thought that Lu Ming was just being arrogant. He never expected that Lu Ming would actually succeed. He had actually become Lu Ming's stepping stone. Lu Ming had used him as a stepping stone to break through his cultivation. Even though the Zi Yangzhou had a good character, his eyes were filled with coldness. So what? I can still defeat you. Eastern Purple Chi technique, come again. The Purple Sun Governor let out a roar. He took a few steps forward and formed a mysterious seal with his hands. Beyond the sky, another stream of purple chi flew over. the Ziyangzhou could actually still summon a stream of purple qi. Purple qi gathered, making the purple light on the Ziyangzhou's body become even more intense. He took a step forward and threw a punch out. The purple sun was high in the sky, pressing down on Lu Ming. Come at the right time. Lu Ming let out a long roar. He had just broken through to 6th level Divine Lord, his strength skyrocketing. He felt that there was inexhaustible strength all over his body. He rushed up and threw a punch out. Boom! The void exploded. The berserk fist force collided with the purple sun, erupting with a shocking rumble. The force was like a storm, sweeping in all directions. Bang! This time, a purple sun was forcefully blasted apart by Lu Ming's punch. While Lu Ming's figure only swayed slightly, Ziyangzhou's expression changed. Divine power burst forth, purple sun divine fist blasting out consecutively. A total of 9 purple suns pressed down on Lu Ming. Countless purple rays pierced towards Lu Ming like sharp swords. However, Lu Ming controlled the gravity orb, erupting with a powerful gravitational force. As Lu Ming's cultivation increased, even if it was the same 2 gravity orbs, the power of the gravitational force was also stronger than before. Under the pressure of the gravitational force, even the battle platform shook slightly as if it could not withstand the gravitational force and fell from the sky. Those purple rays that were like sharp swords were constantly shattered under the gravitational force. Even the 9 purple suns trembled, their power reduced by a lot. Boom! 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 Lu Ming rushed up and threw out a series of punches. The increase in cultivation was also an increase in overall combat strength. The taboo power was denser. In this way, the power of various secret techniques would naturally be stronger. Lu Ming instantly threw out hundreds of punches, fighting against the purple suns. Boom! Boom! Continuous rumbles sounded. The purple suns kept exploding, one after another. In the end, all 9 suns were destroyed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body did not stop as he continued to rush towards Ziyangzhou. Ziyangzou's face changed drastically. He did not expect Lu Ming's combat strength to increase by so much just by raising his cultivation by 1 level. However, he was not afraid. With a shout, purple aura exploded and purple suns appeared one after another. The 2 of them fought with all their might. It was an intense battle, even more intense than the battle between Ziyangzhou and Feng Peng. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. As the battle continued, Lu Ming's cultivation became more and more stable. As the power flowed through his body, the power of his attacks also became stronger. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming threw out a series of punches, destroying a few purple suns. He rushed to Ziyangzhou and threw out a punch. The terrifying fist energy penetrated Ziyangzou's protective purple aura and the violent power landed on Ziyangzou's body. Ziyangzhou coughed out a mouthful of blood as he retreated. There was a large hole in his body that almost pierced through. Ziyangzou's face turned pale. At that moment, Lu Ming's combat strength had surpassed Ziyangzou's with the help of the gravity orb. Previously, without the help of the gravity orb, Lu Ming would not be able to fight against an ordinary first-layer Divine Emperor. However, after Lu Ming had broken through to the 6th-layer Divine Lord realm, he could fight against an ordinary first-layer Divine Emperor even without the help of the gravity orb. With the help of the gravity orb, he could kill such a Divine Emperor. His combat strength had surpassed Ziyangzou's. Of course, if one's combat strength was a little higher than his, he might not win. In a real battle, it depended on one's performance and battle experience. However, in terms of battle experience, how many people in the younger generation could compare with Lu Ming? Other than Di Jinni, who had fought his way out of the small world, there were not many geniuses in the primitive universe who could compare with Lu Ming. Moreover, Lu Ming was extremely talented in battle. Moreover, he had the battle word art. The battle word art could not only increase one's combat strength, but it could also increase one's battle talent. Chapter 3779. Therefore, with Lu Ming's combat power being higher than Ziyangzou's, it was impossible for Ziyangzhou to defeat Lu Ming. Instead, they were completely suppressed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's attack was like a torrential storm, unceasing, one after the other, surging towards Ziyangzhou. Ziyangzhou was at a disadvantage due to his injuries. For a moment, he could only parry, unable to retaliate. What's going on? The leaders of the various factions looked at each other in dismay. This scene was completely out of their expectations. Lu Ming was actually going to turn the tables. Previously, Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage. Almost everyone thought that Lu Ming was going to lose, that he wasn't a match for Xiangzhou because his cultivation was too low. Who would have thought that Lu Ming would be able to make a breakthrough in the middle of the battle, turning the tables in one fell swoop? Now, he had the absolute advantage. This battle was full of twists and turns. It made the hearts of these experienced big shots fluctuate, unable to calm down. As for Han Feng and Qi Ping, their faces were pale, and their lips were trembling. It was as if they were dreaming. Sect leader Wang and the people of the Fengdu Sword School were the opposite. They were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. If Lu Ming defeated Xiangzhou, then defeating Feng Peng wouldn't be a problem. Wouldn't that be taking first place? 8 consecutive victories, 1,600 points. First place, an additional 600 points. Wouldn't the total points of the Fengdu Sword School be over 4,000? Then what rank would they be? Top 3? Just thinking about it made the people of the Fengdu Sword School extremely excited. There's actually such an outstanding person in this world. Han Xiling sighed. Her beautiful eyes were like a pool of spring water. Xiangzhou barely managed to endure more than 10 moves, but in the end he was sent flying by Lu Ming, almost flying out of the stage. Do you still want to fight? Lu Ming stepped forward, but didn't continue to attack. He had a good impression of Xiangzhou, and this person had helped him make a breakthrough in his cultivation. He wouldn't force him too much. You win. In the end, Governor Xiang sighed. Even at his peak, he wasn't a match for Lu Ming. Now that he was injured, there was no point in continuing the battle. He might as well admit defeat. The Violet Sun region admitting defeat also meant that Lu Ming had won. Many people exhaled deeply. Their eyes were still filled with shock. Before this, no one had expected this outcome. Ever since the Violet Sun region defeated Feng Peng, everyone thought that the Violet Sun region would definitely take first place. Who would have thought that before the competition ended, Lu Ming would rise up and defeat the Violet Sun region and change the situation? Everyone found the following matches dull and boring. They were still immersed in the battle between Lu Ming and the Purple Sun State. Soon, the 7th round began. This time, Lu Ming was up against Feng Peng. Everyone's interest was piqued, and they looked forward to an exciting battle. Naturally, Feng Peng wouldn't admit defeat so easily. He started an intense battle with Lu Ming. Feng Peng used a wandering method, wanting to exhaust Lu Ming's strength. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong opponent. At most, he would only cause some trouble for Lu Ming. In the end, both sides fought for 50 to 60 moves. Feng Peng was no match for Lu Ming and was sent flying out of the battle stage by Lu Ming. Lu Ming, 7 consecutive victories. The rest of the battle was just as everyone had expected. There were no unforeseen events. The last round of battles was even more dull. There were no strong showdowns. The remaining prodigy directly admitted defeat in the face of Lu Ming. The others also admitted defeat against Feng Peng and the Violet Sun region. It didn't cause any waves. When the last battle ended, the Resource Alliance agreement was completely over. Lu Ming, as a dark horse, obtained first place. He won 8 consecutive battles and helped the Fengdu Sword Sect obtain 8 consecutive victories. He obtained 1,600 points. The first place was also awarded 600 points. The Violet Sun region obtained second place and was awarded 400 points. Feng Peng obtained third place and was awarded 200 points. After all the battles ended, it was time to tabulate the points. Sect leader Wang walked over excitedly. Under the envious gazes of the other forces, the 18 forces began to determine the points. In the end, the Great Heaven Sect obtained first place. They obtained the first place overall. After all, the Great Heaven Sect's overall strength was too strong. This was based on the overall score. It was difficult to reverse the situation with one's strength. The Lichuan family obtained second place overall. The Fengdu Sword Sect obtained third place. Yes, that's right. This time, the Fengdu Sword Sect obtained the third place overall. Sect leader Wang, the elders of the Fengdu Sword Sect, and the other disciples of the Fengdu Sword Sect trembled in excitement. As for Han Feng, Qi Ping, and the rest, they were trembling in discomfort. Of course, there was also the Black Blood Hall. They were all gnashing their teeth, envious of the Fengdu Sword Sect. This time, the Black Blood Hall obtained the 9th place overall and entered the top 10. This was already an excellent result and something worth celebrating. However, compared to the Fengdu Sword Sect, the difference was too big. How could they still have the mood to celebrate? After the overall score was tabulated, it was time to pick the resource planets. First, the Great Heaven Sect began to pick. They could only pick 3 planets at a time. I choose the Purple Gold Copper Planet, Blood Teargrass Planet, and Blood Soul Flower Planet. The Great Heaven Sect leader picked 3 planets. The rest of the people were calm and they weren't too surprised. The 3 resource-rich planets were the best ones in Iron Sea Star Area Group. Why was it one of the best? After all, the Iron Sea Star region was huge and there were countless resource planets. Naturally, there were more than 3 good resource planets. However, there was no doubt that these 3 resource planets were the most valuable and most suitable for the Great Heaven Sect. After the Great Heaven Sect picked, it was the Lichuan family's turn. The head of the Lichuan family picked 3 resource planets. Next, it was the Fengdu Sword Sect's sect leader Wang's turn. However, sect leader Wang didn't say anything because he was in a dilemma. Since when had the Fengdu Sword Sect been ranked so high? 3rd place. There were still so many good resource planets in front of him. In the past, these resource planets were all things that he had dreamed of but could not obtain even in his dreams. Now, with so many resources in front of him, he really didn't know how to choose. He wanted this and that too. He couldn't bear to part with any of them. Sigh, it's so annoying to be ranked so high. Sect leader Wang couldn't help but sigh. He wasn't showing off, but he really couldn't help it because he was in a dilemma. However, to the other leaders of the forces, it was obvious that he was showing off. Especially the Black Blood Hall Master. He was so envious that his eyeballs were about to pop out. Damn bastard. Isn't he just lucky to have an unparalleled genius? How dare you show off like this? How dare you? The Black Blood Hall Master roared in his heart. He didn't realize that his face was distorted because of jealousy. At this moment, sect leader Wang seemed to have realized that the surrounding people were looking at him as if they wanted to swallow him whole. He then realized that he had been too high profile.